Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in. As you may notice, my voice sounds a little different today. Which I don't really need to explain because you can all read. So, you should be pretty obvious why it sounds a little different today, if you can see the pinned message. So, yeah. We're going to try and power through today, but I don't know how successful we're going to be. Yeah, welcome in. What are we down with this time? At the moment, it's pretty much all just... well, my voice is obviously going, as you can kind of tell. It sounds a lot deeper than normal. But it's the sore throat that's got me right now, but I feel like the rest of the storm's coming, you know? So I'm hoping that it doesn't go too crazy, but there's potentially a relatively decent likelihood that at the minute this might be the last stream until Sunday. I guess it depends how things go overnight and whatnot. Because, yeah. I mean, if it's going to be like this all week, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do 4 streams, you know? So we'll see what today does, and whether 5 hours of talking is going to destroy my voice even more. So we'll hope that it doesn't go too far off the rails. But we'll see. I can't really, you know, stop it from happening other than just not streaming. So yeah. And you know, as I've said many times before, not streaming is also kind of a suck ass option, because there's a lot of other implications on that you know, affect things. So we're gonna see what we can do. If this has to be the last stream of February, then unfortunately it has to be the last stream of February, but we'll make that call tomorrow. Yeah. I think what's going to happen is, my prediction is, I think as we get across the stream, my voice is just going to get strained more and more. And probably tomorrow, usually when I get sick, my voice doesn't go. It's quite unusual. So I feel like if it's gone now, or it's going now, one of two things will happen. Either tomorrow I'll be absolutely fine, and it won't have gone at all, or it'll be like non-existent tomorrow and it'll sound like I'm just wheezing. So we'll see, I guess. Retroactive hydrate. Thank you, Nitty, for the hydrate. Yeah, and welcome in, by the way. Unwellius SIC, yeah. Unwellius sick. See? This is why touching grass is bad. Went out on Saturday. Got some food. This is what happens, mate. This is what happens. This is why we shouldn't be touching grass, you know? We shouldn't be heading out into the world and touching grass, because it just ends with this. Terrible, isn't it? It's actually kind of annoying, though, because I say it on stream a lot that I'm usually pretty good when it comes to not getting sick. I don't think I've actually been sick like this for like 2 years. I really don't get sick all that often. So it's a bit of a shame, really. But, you know, not a lot I can do. I guess it's just a shame as well that one of the big things that I end up doing, being stream, is heavily affected by the use of my voice and whatnot. So, it, you know, it hampers me a little bit, but what can we do? Well, I do know what we're going to be doing today, though. Is it's going to be probably a fairly chill day. I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of loud voice raising. I think it's going to be a relatively quiet, chill day today, because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to actually do that even if I wanted to. So, yeah. Proof that touching grass is bad? Honestly, that's what I'm saying. You know? Touching grass is evil, dude. People who say you should go out and touch grass, I'm the example why you shouldn't. Right here. That's just how it is, you know. Oh, they're gonna do this shit where it freezes everything again. I don't know. I think it's made it through without being too bad today on the Starfield loading. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I can really do, is there? At the end of the day, it just happens, doesn't it? Thank you for the lurk, Zazuma. I appreciate it. I hope you have an enjoyable time lurking away listening to my sick voice. Switch over screens. Pause that as well. Why is that on new? Oh, that would have been bad, wouldn't it? Just accidentally start a new game in the middle of the playthrough. But, yeah, welcome in. Starfield again today. It's 100% achievements run. We're at 29 midway through the UC Vanguard questline. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be continuing on with it now. We're level 32. Hopefully we can make some good progress on the XP today, but I doubt it. Yeah, kind of just see where we go. See how we get on, shall we? Hopefully the game's frame rate and stuff is fine, and all that. We'll see. It can be a bit hit or miss sometimes on this. Seems okay initially, but we're in a building, so we must have done some inventory management here. I don't remember where we are exactly. I mean, we're obviously in a building, but I don't know what we're actually doing here. We should probably have a look at our quest log, shouldn't we? That'd be a good idea. Proceed to your meeting. Okay. One thing I do know is the quest that we're doing now, The Devil You Know, is an achievement quest. So, hopefully we should get one fairly early today, and then go from there, so... We'll see. That's fine. Her staying outside is fine.
You've got something for me? I'm listening. Okay.
That was weird. I thought she was going to do something else. I guess maybe we looked at her. That's why she said if I got something for her. Weird. I can already feel a little bit of a scratch in the back of my throat coming on. I'm going to have to make sure that I stay extra hydrated today. You guys are going to have to make sure you spam those hydrate redeems. Alright. Oh, also, I can't pin 2 messages at once, so I can't actually post something about it, but I'm not going to do a Wales today, for obvious reasons. I think a Wales redeem might be speculative to try and do under the circumstances. So, yeah. I don't recognise the name. Lozenges and tea, your friend, understandably so. Yeah. Yeah. So I actually... It's a bit problematic, really. I do have some lozenges around. That's a great word, though, isn't it? Lozenge. I like the word lozenge. There are some lozenges lying around, which I might go and find, I think, after a little bit. And, other than that, I actually used up the last of the lemon that I had yesterday. So, I can't make, like, lemon tea or anything like that now, which is kind of annoying. So, I gotta be careful on that. Hey, yo, thank you for the stream streak, Nitty. The 30 streams in a row. More points to spam hydrate with. Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for the stream streak, man. I appreciate it.
Did she? So willing to trust Hadrian. I never did succeed in driving
Over the hydrate again.
Our relationship has always been a challenging one.
Get on hydrate number 2.
The Major was born to become a great leader, carry on the legacy I established, and was given all the finest training to support it. And she excelled.
Oh.
But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial work in front of the two of you. And I think
Evil
I have a
hydrate
part
me.
to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do. After some long years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams.
So, what I'm trying to remember from this is, this guy, I'm pretty sure they said was dead.
Some of the criminals that evaded justice after the colony war.
So,
With quite a few successes, I might add.
yeah, I guess they kept him alive in secret, because everybody's under the impression that he's dead. So,
The names and locations
from what I
of
remember
Adrian
anyway.
and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on.
I remember this is something to do with the Terramorphs, I think this quest line
Exchange,
was the one we were doing.
I need something dealt with.
But yeah.
There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlaise. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colony's more problematic lines of
I'm hoping that the
research.
frame rate on stream today as well is going to be fairly good, but we'll see.
If it dealt death, he could make a deal more. When the colony war ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued to peddle his skills to the highest bidder to this day. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him, however you're able. I'm not expecting he'll come quietly.
But he wants us
Bring
to
me
kill someone.
evidence that the job's done, and I'll
Sounds about right for a Nige mission, doesn't it, of course? Go and kill someone.
information, he's been
When do we
hiding
not have to do that? Let's be real.
Wolf system. There's a star station.
What it
in the
looks like, I
vicinity.
think it looks good.
The Den. The head of the local vanguard, one Captain Marquez, should be able to help you find our man.
That's good. Speak to Deputy McIntyre. Alright. Let's get the hell out of here.
Identity verified. You may proceed to the exit.
So now we got an assassination mission to do. Always fun. I know we don't have to look for skill mags, so we don't need to worry about that, thankfully. I mean, let's go here as well. Maybe this will give us a useful edge for the speaking stuff.
Pardon.
If we have to convince this person rather than murder them, maybe we'll get something useful
your,
here.
Meeting go well. I hope it's clear now why we needed you to agree to all the secrecy. Captain, please, keep your voice down.
The situation with the
Oh
prisoner
yeah.
is a
So the
complex
prisoner, the reason that they
a holdover from a different era.
yeah.
But it's a situation we've been managing.
The reason that he was quote unquote
Anticipating the remains we
executed
can
is because he
for some
committed
time
war
now.
crimes
And
by
the
the
most critical
terramorphs
part
that
of
we
management is making sure no one else
were
learns
dealing
about
with
it.
last stream.
Do I make myself clear?
He was weaponizing them and deploying them into
Because
war
bringing this up
zones
to the outside world would
and getting
create
them
the unfair
to
appearance,
like
Captain,
murder
that you're
everyone.
unhinged.
So after the
That's not
end
good
of
enough for any of
whatever the
us.
conflict was, I
Now,
guess he got
was
tried for
there
war
something in
crimes and
particular you
found
needed to
guilty, so he was
discuss about
executed.
What we
Or
were just
apparently
discussing?
executed, but obviously he's not because he's in the basement. But
Dr. Reginald Orlaise? He's finally found him. Of course, killing Orlaise is completely out of the question, but bringing him to justice... He's been on the lam for years. That'd be a huge win for the UC.
What's being offered in return?
Really? He found the members of the research team. We'd already initiated
I'll be
a
quiet
search for
during
them,
the
but it'd
talking
save
bits
a
as
lot of
well.
time and manpower if he
Not
just
only
gave us that
because it's good to
information.
listen to the
Captain,
talking
if
bits
that's
for
the
the
deal,
story,
you
but
have
also
my
because
endorsement.
me talking
Just
less is
so
probably
long
not a
as you
bad
make
thing.
every effort to bring the man in alive. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss regarding your meeting?
Then I'll bid you good day, Captain.
Alright then. So she doesn't want us to kill the guy. Weaponizing living beings does sound like a war crime. Especially bloodthirsty aliens. I mean, the Terramorph last week was that weird spider mutant thing, so I mean, I wouldn't be very happy if I was walking around in the middle of a war zone and got one of those bloody things launched at me, you know? I got complimented my suit. What a nice chap. What a nice person. Giving me a nice little compliment there on my thing.
Another day, another credit.
My brown suit. I don't know. Spider dial. Bit of a name, isn't it? Bit of a horrifying thing to think about. Some sort of like spider crocodile type deal. The spider dial. My god, the frame rate is holding up inside the city. What is this? I can't believe it. We haven't got terrible frame rate in the middle of the town. This is unbelievable. We've come a long way since our first Starfield stream. What the hell has happened there? The car is in the ground. If we get in it, I really want it to be stuck in the ground and not just come out. That'd be funny. Tires are moving as well. We see what happens. Well. Hey, there we go. Got it out. Took a bit of work, but we got it out. Thank you for the cat ears.
Time to get this ship moving.
I thought she said time to get this shit moving then for a second. But she was like just generally mentioning about the mission. Someone's had a rough weekend. Yeah. Yeah, someone's binned the old car. Binned it down below. After a drunken weekend, yeah.
Looks peaceful from up here, doesn't it?
Does it look
A
peaceful
toaster
from
is
here?
just a death ray with a smaller power supply.
Forgot that this was
As
a
soon
thing.
as I figure out how to tap into the main reactors, I will burn the world.
What a classic sound alert.
Have you ever tried to indulge in all-consuming urge to kill when you don't have opposable thumbs? Or hands? Or anything other than a bread slot? You'd have a lot of pent-up anger too.
What a classic that is. From Fallout New Vegas, if you've never heard that before. What a great redeem. Maximum, welcome in. How's it going, dude? As you can tell, I don't sound the greatest today, so that's as enthusiastic as it's going to get for a sound alert, alright? I'm going to do ship repair. It's going to be my next perk I get. Welcome in though, dude. Thank you for the redeem. I appreciate it. The toaster is one of my favorite things from Old World Blues, where he appears. Oh, figured I'd drop some quirky sounds before I get into bed. Thank you for the sound alert, there, my dude. I appreciate it. I'm a bit sick today, so I appreciate the well, I appreciate the sound alerts, but me laughing at the memes is probably not the best idea. I gotta try and keep a lid on it today, so I don't hurt my voice. I guess we're landing here, so let's pop up at the docks here. Seems like we got another quest here as well, so we'll See whatever else happens here.
Approaching vessel. Docking approved.
Alright. We've been here before, I think, haven't we, at the den? I'm sure we have. Hope you feel better. I appreciate it, my dude. Thank you. We'll see what happens. I feel like, I was saying earlier, I think that today's stream may end up backfiring in the long run. I may end up having to cancel the next couple. It will depend on how destroyed my voice is after today.
Seen better days. I wonder if the UC
Thank
will
you, my
ever
dude.
fully restore it to its
I
former
appreciate
glory.
it.
Only a matter of time before I get promoted out of here.
We will have a look for skill mags. I know we don't need them, but, you know, we have to. Pre-offer evidence. Okay.
Hello there.
Having a good one?
Not really, mate, no. Yeah, that's the person we got to talk to. We'll go and talk to them in a minute. We need to go on a skill mag hunt first. Again, we don't need skill mags anymore. I just want to get them because bonus perks and shit. It's quite nice having little bonus perks and things. Calm tones, don't overdo it. I'm trying my best. Trying my best. Hey, there you go. Yeah, I'm trying to be relatively chilled out and stuff today. Not having to deal with anything particularly straining, you know?
Looking to lodge a complaint? Then you want UC security, not the Vanguard.
You the hydrate knee. Are you watching the clock on those so that every time the hydrate finishes, you're ready with the next one?
Oh, apologies, Captain. Didn't recognize you without the uniform. So, what can
Thank you
I
for the
do?
redeem, dude.
Orlaise. Doesn't ring a bell. Anything you can tell me about him? Suit yourself. Well, I can tell you there's no one on the den by that name. But there has been a rumor about a ship floating out around Etheria. Never docks.
More or
doesn't
less,
respond
at
to
least
hail.
one of us needs to
They
stay
call it the
well
Warlord.
hydrated, you know?
Maybe this
Yeah,
Orlaise
that's
of
fair.
yours is the one piloting it. I can give you the coordinates to its last sighted location.
Do you know what
if
it
you
is? I've
want.
just figured out why I'm
Just,
sick, actually.
Well, you'll
You
need
know,
to
I
be
said it was
careful.
touching grass.
A part
I
of
don't think it
Etheria's
is.
sky is an old
I think I
debris
figured out
field.
what it is.
Plenty dangerous. More than a few scrappers heading out never came
I think I
back.
know why.
Sure thing. Here.
I have a
this should get
theory.
you pointed in the right direction. Go get your man.
You're in the Vanguard, right?
I think it's withdrawal symptoms from not opening any TCG stuff recently. I think that must be what it is.
Was
Must
a
be.
pleasant change of scenery.
It's like an allergic reaction because I haven't opened the booster box in the last 2 months. That's what it is. Must be. It's the only logical explanation, really, isn't it? We haven't seen a gold Charizard recently, that's why.
Need me for something?
I think that must be it. I made lemon and lime. Lemon and limeade really helped me last time I was sick. That sounds pretty good. Unfortunately, I ran out of lemon yesterday. I made some lemon tea yesterday. And then now I've run out. Well, lemon and honey yesterday I made. But I've run out of lemon. So, yeah, unfortunately I have to just, I don't know, I'll figure it out today and then maybe I'll see if I can get some lemon tomorrow. I don't think I have any fresh lemons lying about. 100% yes, yes, we're not enablers, I swear. Yeah, right. Yeah. That must be what it is, though. That's the only logical explanation, I think. So it's a lack of opening TCG, that's why. That's why my voice is fucked. Hispanic trick to take a shot of lime juice when you're feeling bad and just add the lemon and some water. Interesting. Maybe I'll try that if I get some lemon juice. Welcome in, Mirage, mate. How's it going? Hello, hello. What is that? Oh, it's a mine. Oh, Jesus. How's it going, though, dude? I hope you're doing good. Chuck some power in the engines. There we go. Look at that. We're way faster now. We're not locked on yet, are we? I think we're too far away. Oh, it's wide. That's the lasers. It's a bit mean, isn't it? He's fighting me in a fucking asteroid field full of mines. I mean, what's that about?
Their grav drives down. You fried their engines. They lost all propulsion. We've taken out their shields.
Destroy the ship. I think we've certainly done that. Collect the evidence. How do I do that? Oh, here we go. That was easy. Get some good sleep after stream. I'll see you all again soon. Have a good one, Maximum. I'll try my best. Things banging out. Thank you for the toaster. Classic Fallout New Vegas. That is the toaster. I appreciate it. Doing better than how you sound, mate. See the illness from last night hit? Yeah. I was hoping that it was just like a scratch from where I'd been talking. But it seems like it's just a full-on thing. So. What you get for touching grass, isn't it? I came to the conclusion that a minute ago. I was thinking about it because I was like, damn, must have been because I was out on Saturday, you know, and I went out and got food. Maybe that's where it came from. But no, I've come to the conclusion that the only logical explanation is it's withdrawal symptoms from not opening any booster boxes recently. That must be what it is, you know. With all the recent boxes we opened, it's been too long since the last one. I think that's what it is. It's been nearly 2 whole months. So, I mean, you know, the signs of madness are starting to sink in.
While we're here, let's swing by Centaurian so I can pick up some ammo.
No. We're not swinging by anywhere so you can get ammo. Fight with your bare hands if you need it. I think it's about a month, I think, until the release of the next Pokemon set now. I believe. I think it's March 28th, I want to say, is the release of Journey Together. And if anyone's wondering, no, I still haven't bought one. Because, you know, it's an irresponsible spend right now. And also, even if I wanted to, I think it'd still be really difficult because I'm pretty sure it still sells out everywhere instantly. So, yeah, unfortunately, Pokemon's big. We're going to get on top of the problem and make sure that there's loads more stock. Doesn't seem to have come to fruition yet. So hopefully they get their ass in gear, as we say over here, and they'll get on it because they kind of need to. Because at the minute, as I say, even if I wanted to, it would have been impossible to get any. So, DCG Psychosis next. Yeah, honestly. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. This is what happens when your brain accepts that I'm not going to be opening any cards for a while, you know? I'm holding out for maybe doing something for a birthday stream, but I don't know, it's a stretch at the minute because the product's still impossible to get.
Do you have some news for me regarding Dr. Olays? So he didn't come quietly then. suspected. I presume you have evidence of this.
ECG psychosis, I love it.
Excellent. Please, deposit it in the transfer system.
Do I trust this guy? Not particularly.
Transfer accepted.
What can you do?
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that
Do
old
you think there's
world.
anything in that room with him? I bet there is. Can we get in there? Oh, I guess we can let him out at some point, maybe. Be interesting.
This is fine work, Captain.
But yeah.
I can ensure the
Yeah, other than the
remaining
voice, I'm not actually too bad.
headquarters.
It's mostly the
Except for
voice
one.
that's like
That
dead.
one you'll need to
But of
collect
course, the
yourself.
problem is with
His
stream
name is Kaiser.
is that's kind of
You
the
can find him on the Freestar
integral
world
part,
Era,
right? If I can't really
wandering the
speak,
battlefield there.
it
The
makes
area was
stream
ground
quite
zero for
difficult to
xenoweapon
run.
deployments during the war, so I would arm yourself appropriately. And I think you'll want to check in with Hadrian and Dr. Walker before paying it a visit. Kaiser will likely have security protocols you'll need their help to overcome.
Thanks for the info, bruv.
Of course. We're protecting the galaxy, Captain.
You're a war criminal. I don't want to associate with you. That's achievement number 1 of the day, just so everybody knows, for completing the Devil You Know. Also, very niche thing here that nobody cares about, but there was also the name of a hand cannon in Destiny 1. The Devil You Know. They then came out with one in the second DLC called The Devil You Don't, which was kind of cool. There you go. That was OG Destiny 1 Vanguard weapon, that was. Long old time ago now, that. Welcome in, Chips on YouTube. How's it going? Hello, hello. As you can tell, I'm kind of sick today from my scratchy voice. So I might not sound quite the same as I did last week. Welcome in though. How's it going? There's literally nothing in here. What's the point of this room? What is the point of this? There's nothing in here. That's so dumb. Leave the Hydra again, Nige. I'll do that when we get into our next loading screen in a sec. Doing alright? I'm glad. I'm glad it's going well.
I have an important personal decision to make, but I need to discuss something with you first.
Oh, man. If it will help decide, I'm here to listen.
Phew, thank you. So, where to start?
Oh.
Before I was with the Navigator Corps, I was career military.
Today as well, of
Part of
course,
the United
as you can
Colonies
probably
Navy.
tell from the title of the
When the
streams.
colony war broke out, I was posted as the chief
We are doing our
navigator on a
100%
warship,
achievements run in
the
Starfield, so...
Dauntless.
We've already got one achievement, though, so we've...
Well, the position
kicked off
didn't
fairly
last
well
long.
for the first
There was a
40 minutes,
particularly bloody battle.
which is good.
We were fighting over a world in the Eta Cassiopeia system. Worst fighting I'd ever seen. We lost 12 ships that day. 12. Including my own.
The Cassiopeia reference there, though,
No.
just makes me think of the great music from the battle in
I
Pokemon.
need to tell you this.
You fight against Penny at the end of the
ship was
game.
barely intact. The captain and first mate died the previous day. Which
It's also
put me in
kind
command.
of weird as well, because in reference to what we were talking about
Captain
earlier, where I was memeing about the
from an
TCG
abandoned
thing,
ship.
we also
But I
pulled
was
the
so
special
happy.
illustration rare
I wanted
Cassiopeia,
to
didn't we?
stay.
When we
I
opened the
needed to
TCG
fight.
stuff before Christmas. Pulled it from
I
Shrouded
believe you.
Fable.
But you haven't heard the worst of this. We
I
fought
actually
for
think Shrouded
hours.
Fable is like the
But the
only
damage
really
was
easily
fatal.
obtained set right
I
now,
gave
because
the
nobody
order to
likes
abandon
it.
the ship, and the crew piled into the escape shuttle. As the shuttle launched, I could see it was
It's not very
damaged.
popular, so it's easy enough to get
Um,
right now.
I heard screams before the radio cut. The last thing I saw, they were spiraling helplessly towards the planet's surface. There was nothing I could do.
Damn.
You're sorry. For me,
Sucks to suck.
if I hadn't been so stubborn, so eager to prove that I could handle command, my crew would have had more time to escape.
I mean, that's probably true. They knew what they were getting into when they signed up, but let's try and be nice, because I think that wins us more points for our progressing our companion building relationship stuff.
Try telling that to their loved ones.
Alright, never mind. Maybe it was the wrong
When
choice.
that's settled,
Fuck.
the United Colonies gave me a medal. Can you believe that? A damn medal. I never even had a chance to find the shuttle wreckage and give my crew a proper burial.
Oh, it sounds like Mass Effect 2 all over again.
Bad luck. That sounds familiar. You once told me, no matter how hard you
Plus, I'm
fight,
quite interested
there
if
are
we end
some
up doing it on
battles you
Thursday,
simply
of course,
can't
because I
win.
can't guarantee that I will be
I wish
available
I'd
for
heard your
Thursday's
advice
stream.
long
But
ago. Don't you get it?
if we do, it's going to be
Everything
quite
I do,
interesting to see how Mass
everything
Effect
I
3
touch,
kicks off, considering the
somehow
events at the end of 2.
falls apart. That's why I'm worried about us.
I guess we'll see.
All this nonsense and you still have faith, eh? You really care about me, don't you?
Oh. We've tried this before, so one of the achievements we need is to get to maximum, like, relationship level with a companion, which I think involves doing this and, like, doing the romancing stuff. Every time we've tried it so far, it's failed. So I don't know if we should just try it again and just see what happens, or just say no and then come back to it later. I think we might as well just try it again and see if we get shot down for a 4th time, so let's have a go.
You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about us, about our relationship.
It's going to go badly,
how
probably,
we've
but we'll see.
really become close.
Okay.
I practiced what I was going to say when the moment was right, and now that it's here, my mind's gone blank. Look, you deserve the best. Someone who can give themselves to you entirely. But right now, I have too much baggage.
So we failed again.
Too much on my mind. I hope you'll forgive me for pushing you away. I just need time.
Right. We'll come back to that train of thought in the future. We're still going to try it literally every time we get given the option, I think, because one day it will work, but for now at least it doesn't seem to be the play. But like what I said earlier about the frame rate as well,
Damaged or something?
it seems to have kind of fallen off a little bit now in the town, so usually here mostly where we get the issues with bad frame rate. Other than that, the game seems to run fine, so very odd. Don't know why sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, you know. An understandable reason. Sarah is reasonable, unlike a particular person. Yeah. Not wrong. Yeah, it reminds us of someone, doesn't it? I feel like loads of companions in games that are kind of like that. Pancakes and ramen, dude, that sounds good. I could eat that right now. Pancakes and ramen does sound pretty nice right about now. Particularly the ramen. Oh, she wants to talk to me again. Are you serious? Talk to me!
Yeah,
There we
what
go.
is it?
No, she didn't.
So long.
She said, I've got something for you when, like, you're next free. And then I go to talk to her and she doesn't talk to me. What's that about? Being trolled by the AI now. The AI is messing with me.
How are you, Dusty?
I can't believe this. AI is trolling us now as well. It's all because of our failed attempt, isn't it, at romancing. That's why.
Then we put this bird into space.
Dude, Sarah's just internally laughing at us every time we try. That's what's happening. That's the problem. She's just laughing at us on the inside.
Retro's firing. Orbit stabilized.
So we should be able to fairly easily finish the UC Vanguard questline today. And then afterwards we'll go on to Crimson Fleet, but...
Well, you didn't possibly plan, so you must have
yeah, so we should get at least a couple of achievements today, I think. Oh yeah, we can't do anything because they're scanning us for contraband, of course. She's got a lot of survivor's guilt and some of the unresolved issues. She's like me, looks stable but very not stable. I feel that, you know?
Ugh, Sidonia. Check your suit seals. Martian dust gets everywhere.
Where's my, I'm gonna need it. I think we could actually fast travel to where we want to go, but we'll drive because it'll be better. Don't have survivor's guilt. I never have. Yeah, you mean the second part. I know, that's what I mean as well. Which one is the jump button? Oh, it's... Okay. Yeah, this is a bit of a wild ride normally driving around in these rovers. Pretty gnarly as the stuff goes. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. You can break resources just like that. Interesting. We go for a huge jump here as well off this ridgeline. So we can do some crazy shit. But we want to get the best line, which is probably here. And then we'll... Yeah, look at that. Fuck gravity. Oh. Thing's got some springy suspension, doesn't it? To take a bit of a hammer in like that. Just park up outside, you know? Nice and simple. We don't have any parking bays, so no one's going to complain about dumping this thing out the front. It's abandoned anyway. Into the mines we go. Getting away with things we wouldn't with Earth gravity. Let's go. Yeah, right. Flying thousands of... Well, maybe not thousands. 100 meters in the air or whatever. Pretty funny though, isn't it? I'm sure that there's places with even less gravity than that, surely. I might be wrong, but there's got to be somewhere with worse gravity than that. Well, that wasn't quite what I was going for. I was stuck to the ceiling. How far can we get without touching the ground? Like, without touching the actual floor. That's the plan. We've got to do it without touching the floor. Except this bit might be impossible because we somehow got to go for a door without touching it. And we're falling. We got to get through there without touching the floor. It's not going to happen, is it? No. Damn. So close. That would have been impossible. I think it's actually doable though. If that door was a little higher, maybe we could have, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Must be the right way, I'm guessing. Doesn't look like it, but I think it is. Yeah. We just had to loop around, didn't we? Bit of a detour, because for some reason they've made us go through this place 3 or 4 times now. Yet there's still... Hello, who are you?
Excuse me.
Oh yeah, there's miners back in here, isn't there? Of course. Yeah, we cleared this place out and then told some people that they could go and use the resources from it, didn't we? And that we cleared the place out. Of course. Well, they were enemies. I was about to start shooting them up, but then they were civilians. Wouldn't have gone quite so well now, would it? If I just started gunning them all down. I don't think they'd have been very happy with me doing that. Can you imagine if you could jump that high just IRL with the gravity we had here on Earth? Be interesting, wouldn't it? Just flying that far in the air. We'll go for a pretty big jump here as well if we can, because I think we'll make it. Yeah, easy. Look at that. It does help having a jetpack, admittedly, but, you know. We could probably still get close to making some of these jumps without it. What happened to the guy who was here as well? I don't know. So, all the 3-star collector people are here now, but there was the guy who was the, like, scientist who was here in this abandoned facility who's just kind of disappeared, unless this is who we're going to talk to now. Oh, and
Captain, welcome back.
here we go.
Was afraid you might have gotten reassigned. You've been gone so long. So how's it feel to be a citizen?
Oh yeah, I forgot we're a citizen now, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah, we officially have citizenship status now with the
Still
UC
remember my
Vanguard.
ceremony. 19 years old, standing on the front deck of Mast, looking over the city. One of the proudest days of my life. But it is real good to have you here again.
Kind of interesting though. I think in game, I remember rightly, they said something last
We're
week
gonna
like,
need all the help we can get. These logs, they're
if
even more thorough
you
than I
were
remember.
granted citizenship, you had to be a member of the UC Navy for like 10 years or something.
I'd completely
Well, we
forgotten,
got
for
fast tracked, of
example,
course,
that there
because
was a
not only
creature
because we're the
that actually
protagonists,
ate
but we did some
Terramorphs.
crazy stuff. So
At this point, the data's given us more options to explore than we have people to work on them.
they threw us a bone.
That'd be something, wouldn't? I'm sorry, are you? You're serious?
You the hydrate me.
found our research team? That's incredible. That accelerates everything. With them back, it'll let us... Wait. Kaiser. Did you find Kaiser? That's right. You would need that. Whoever gave you these leads sure knew their stuff. Oh, how?
Oh,
How
I guess
exactly
she
did
doesn't
you
know
manage
that
to
her
find them?
war criminal father is still alive. Do we tell her? An interesting question. Do we tell her that her father's still alive? He's just was a thought to be executed war criminal who's being housed in a basement, or do we just lie? I feel like this is actually kind of a tough choice. Morally, we should probably tell her, but yeah, I don't know. What do we think?
Something wrong?
Kind of want to say, but should we? I'm just talented. What a line, though. Will she even believe us if we said this? Oh, I think we should say something. We should say something. Let's do it.
That's not funny. Seriously, how'd you find
Okay,
him?
she didn't believe us.
No. That's insane.
Welcome back, Chips.
He died. They executed him. They faked his death? My entire unit, they threw us all to the wolves, but kept him? And now he's what? An advisor? Commanding the fleet in secret? What was so important that they had to keep him alive?
He doesn't sound too happy.
Oh, they certainly picked an expert, didn't they?
He's alive. Victus is still alive. I don't care if they're using him to solve world hunger. The man is a criminal. How could the UC do something so foolish?
We shouldn't have let this slip.
I guess it makes sense, though, doesn't it?
I feel like we've caused a problem by leaking classified information
They were
here.
afraid of a world without Victus in command.
Well,
Why would they get rid of him? As long as I live, I'll never understand the loyalty that old bastard elicited.
welp.
You've got nothing to apologize for.
I think we just
Because
created
the
a
UC, they did a
shitstorm.
lot of terrible things for that man. But even knowing they did, knowing that they kept him alive all this time, you know what I feel right now? It's hope. I had no one when I was outside the UC. No Red Devils, no family. But that old world, where I was no one and my father mattered, that's gone. Thanks to what you and I have done, I have a place again. A purpose. But it's finally one I can be proud of. You and I,
Yeah.
we're getting to change what the UC stands for. So I don't care if Victus is alive or dead. He can rot for all I care. We're the ones who are making the settled systems and the UC better.
Fair enough. Around 100% Starfield. Yeah, we're trying to get all of the achievements. It's one of our specific days of the week that we stream on. Before this game, we played Skyrim, which we did to 100%, trying to get all the achievements. So every Tuesday we play a game in a series and then attempt to 100% the achievements in it. This one just happens to be Starfield at the minute, and as I say previously was Skyrim.
So, let's get back.
I don't know what the next one will be.
Now, my father just handing over the information on the research team and Kaiser out of the clear blue. I can't say I
Also,
trust
just so everybody knows,
But
the first BRB of the stream is coming up in about a minute's time.
Terramorph attacks.
So when that
I'm not
happens, I'm
seeing
going to go up, refill me water,
So
which is
while
very
you'll
important today.
absolutely wanna be cautious,
Go grab a belter of a coffee if
what
I
would you
can,
think about
and
trying to
go
bring
from
back
there. You know.
Kaiser? I think it's the right call. But if Kaiser has been out wandering on his own for all this time, you're gonna need a couple things.
Don't like the way she's death staring me. It happens all the time. It's really weird in this game. The AI just stand there just staring at you a lot. It kind of gets a bit weird. It's a bit creepy. The weirder ones are where you're having a cutscene talking to someone else and a random person in the background is staring at you. Those are the weirder ones. You're just getting eyeballed by like some random NPC. It gets a bit creepy. I also love how she's walking so slow as well. I hate it when NPCs do this in games.
Somewhere.
They're just so slow walking around. Break is about to start any second, by the way, as well. I won't be
Here,
playing in the background. I'll
schematics.
pause the game,
Actuators,
switch to the
weapons,
BRB, and then
batteries.
I'll go
That
do
old
that stuff,
robot's been
and then
MIA.
come back.
He's also got a lock on his voice controls. You can give yourself authorization with the phrase,
Skip that.
"Now, Where exactly is the old machine? A battlefield? On Nira? Ugh, sheesh. No wonder no one's found
Just to
him.
clarify, you're British and you're
That
choosing by
sector
free
of
will to
Nira
drink a
was
coffee.
destination
Yeah,
number 1 for
I am.
xenoweapons during the war.
I probably drink more
Add
coffee
to
than I
that
do tea, to be
general
honest.
environmental devastation and the kind of lawlessness that comes with any Freestar world. And that
I mean,
planet's got
that being
more than
said,
enough
that's
ways
not
to
much
make
of a
visit
statement, really,
relaxed.
because I don't really drink many
But
hot
I
drinks
think
in
there's a
general.
place where you can
but-
start your search.
Yeah.
Yep. One of a kind salvage.
Alright, I'm going to pause there because the break has just started over on Twitch. We'll switch screens real quick to the BRB. On YouTube, of course, you don't have to worry about chips, but we'll just sit on the BRB for a minute. But for everyone on YouTube, of course, if you're subscribed, you can't see the ads right now. But if you aren't, then you'll get hit with them anyway, and I can't do anything about it. So we'll run that, and we'll come back in a minute, okay? So I'll be back in like 2.5 minutes once I've refilled my drink and things. So I'll be back in a sec, okay? Alright, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Next, you'll be telling me you're more Snickers than Freddos. Oh, Freddo's just the best. Other than the large price increases they've had over the last 10 years or so. Play more soccer than football. Hot take for someone from over here. I actually hate football. Terrible sport. In my opinion. Not a fan. I feel like that's a controversial take these days for someone from over here. Yeah, I'm not a football fan. Or I can switch screens now as well. Probably should do that. Recently with War Thunder, I had a habit of like starting the queue again before I'd switch screen. And I knew that at one point I'll probably end up messing it up where I'll just forget to switch completely. And I'll just play a whole match just on the wrong screen.
Alonso. Goes by Gel. As good a place to start as any.
We're off to Nira. That's where
And
we're
I'll
going.
make sure we're ready to put him to use as soon as you've got him.
Oh. You're really sending us out this way again. Surely I can fast travel out of it. At least on the way out. Map. Stakes go, I'd say there's that's up there with the most likely to get you attacked. Not by me though, I don't hate it, but I prefer rugby. Me too. It's my sport of choice. Well, I do remember you saying before that you were from the north though, so is that rugby league? Or is that 15s? I'm gonna guess it's league, but I might be wrong. That's weird. When I stepped onto the ship, it put my mission marker in the floor. But this game, even though this game's been out for a while, it's still kind of buggy. Even the welcome back Nige as well. Yeah, what to say. I appreciate it.
Welcome back.
Yeah, no, I just don't drink much tea these days, really. I think some of that just comes down to more what my general schedule and things is. I'm usually not really like doing in need of a drink at the times when people normally have a tea, you know.
Time to leave this place behind.
I don't know what my most consumed beverage is. Probably is water, actually. Maybe followed by Coke Zero. I do drink a fair amount of Coke Zero. It's just good, you know. Can't fault it. Yeah, League is the more popular in the north, yeah.
Smooth jump. Nice work.
Even though there are some 15s teams that are relatively successful up there, I know it's still just not as popular. It's fair enough. A more exciting game, League, really. A bit pacier and a bit more going on, of course. But then 15s has kind of got its own level of interest as well, yeah?
Let's sit it down.
Addicted to Diet Coke / Pepsi Max, but I'm trying to cut back because I do actually enjoy having a functioning liver. Oh, you'll be fine, as long as you just don't drink tons and tons of that type of stuff.
This planet. This is.
In a lot of cases, people's, as someone who has a little bit of, experience with this type of thing because of what I've done in the past as a student and whatnot. One thing that happens a lot that you'll notice is that companies overblow the negative health trait. I mute myself then. Negative health traits of certain things way more than they actually should. And so, in a lot of cases, things like diet drinks are nowhere near as bad as people actually make them out to be. Some people will kind of talk about them as if like they're just as bad as regular Coke, or they'll say like, oh, it's really terrible. And you'll find out that actually there's something that's sort of perfectly healthy that's actually way less healthy for you than diet drinks. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not drinking like 10 a day, you're probably fine, to be honest. Is that a magazine? No, it's not. This is an interesting looking place, isn't it? Oh. Okay. Did that turret actually start shooting me? No. Right, maybe I didn't need to shoot it then. Maybe that was a preemptive strike there and I didn't need to do that. You were the hydrating me. A couple of months ago it was pretty bad, but I managed to cut back. Yeah. I always say as well, if it ever comes to people going on like diets and things, one of the easiest substitutions to very easily do is to switch to diet drinks or whatever, or like zeros rather than regular ones. It can actually make such a big difference because people I think don't realize a lot of the times how many calories they consume from regular drinks.
I'm pleased to see scrappers
Kinda crazy.
disassembling these mechs. Damn war
Jesus,
machines
man.
are better off being erased from history.
Is it Sarah? I think having one of those mechs would be pretty cool, to be fair. This is screaming out for skill magazines, you know? I'm hearing it, so I can feel them. Smell the magazines. I don't need to collect them anymore, but as I've said, it's like, it's good because it gives us perks. Gives us perk points and stuff, and it's useful. Even if we don't desperately need them anymore. There's got to be one here, hasn't there? It looks too cluttered for there not to be one. Has to be one somewhere. Surely. I can't believe it if there isn't. Yes, maybe there isn't. No, there's one. UC Defense Manual. Further increases magazine size and weapon bash critical chance for all allied armaments guns. There you go, skill magazine. Talk to this fella. He's got an interesting moustache, doesn't he?
Hey! New model on the floor. Welcome to the one-of-a-kind. Refuge and rest home for the hardest scrappers anywhere. Name's Jill. Proprietor.
Seems like an interesting chap.
Not here to make your fortune out in the fields then, huh? Suit yourself. But there's no bot named Kaiser around. Oh, unless you mean Captain Ahab? At least that's what we've all been calling him.
Might be the last hydrate of the day. Gotta head out for the night. Got brunch tomorrow. Oh, nice. Let's go. I'll have a good one and get well soon. Thank you, Nitty. I appreciate it, man. I'll do my best to try and keep drinking.
Yeah.
You have a good one, dude.
Machine's been
Thank you
out
for hanging
there
out.
a while now, hunting this
No,
one
yeah.
side.
You have a good one.
His white whale. But it's been a while since anyone's laid eyes on Captain Ahab, though. Maybe he finally got the thing. Or it got him. Well, all right. So, sounds like you've got two options. You can wander around out there, hunting your bot, little old white whale of your very own, but knowing this rock is part of what we do here. So if you want to find him a whole lot faster,
Plus, he wants
I'll
money.
tell you what I know about this.
Bloody guy.
Kaiser's location. Going rate's a little steep, but I'm willing to negotiate.
1,000 credits. I mean, that's not that bad considering how much money we have, but let's try and persuade him down anyway. Price is too high and you know it. That's important. Lives depend on it. Let's try it.
Yeah,
It failed.
sure they do.
Auto persuade.
I think you're right. Okay.
Not gonna risk it. I'm just gonna auto persuade.
Okay. You made your point. I'll give you a discount. I mean, great for him, but that won't keep acetylene in our tanks. And honestly, would you be able to tell if a terramorph was attacking outside? Sorry.
You didn't get
Trying
this
everything we
far
can here to
being
not pay.
that naive.
NPCs remind me of
This
Fallout
facility
4.
isn't self-sustaining.
So Starfield is made by the same people who
If
made Fallout
terramorph
4,
attacks
so that might be
start
why.
wrecking cities across the
It's also
galaxy,
made by Bethesda,
no
so
one's coming to help the salvage yard at the tail end of
that probably
nowhere.
explains the
All
similarity,
us
you know.
Together.
I guess I see your point. Look, I have to make something on this, but I'll lower the price, okay?
350, that's more like it.
Pleasure doing business with you. So,
But I'm down from
last
1,000 to
anyone heard of him,
350. I'll take
he
that,
was out
honestly.
near
That's
the
not bad, eh?
Syracuse. Shipwreck about a quarter click down the main strip. One of my roughnecks said he heard some kind of.
There'll be a little more life behind their eyes.
Just keep your
Yeah,
ears
I
open.
think you're probably right. They do feel a
should
little
find a
lifeless. It's the
Eyes open,
staring
too.
that's just kind of weird, isn't it?
Sirens and ecliptic out there, and neither takes prisoners.
Some of them don't blink either.
And corpse retrieval is not included in this transaction.
There are some parts
now
about
you know.
Starfield that are just a bit
Give
kind
Ahab
of
Kaiser our best.
eh. And then there are some parts that are actually done fairly well. Some of the NPCs, some of them feel a bit lifeless, some of them are pretty decent though, admittedly. Like there are some out there better than others. That have a bit more personality. But yeah, some of them can be quite annoying. Enjoyed it as much as Skyrim? Probably not. The thing with it as well, though, I've said this before as well. Kind of a hard comparison because obviously the genre is kind of the same, but they're also set very different places, so it's kind of like personal preference on the setting. But then you also have the kind of the question of like Skyrim has nostalgia behind it, which helps with its reputation, right? So like for me, if I'm comparing the two, I've played Skyrim for, I don't know, when did it come out? 2011? The Skyrim's been out for 14 years. Starfield's been out since 2023, so it's like it's hard to compare the two just because of the nostalgia factor that you're obviously going to get from Skyrim. But probably out of the two of them, as to which one I prefer, just playing them right out of the box, Skyrim is probably a more fun experience for me to just load up and play than this. And it's not to say Starfield I think is a terrible game. I think it gets a worse reputation than it probably
Perhaps we should poke around this salvage yard and
deserves.
search for anything useful.
But is it the best game I've ever played? No. But it's not the worst either. I think some people will make it out like this is the worst game that's ever been made. But I actually think it's fairly good. It's just some of it does get a little stale. Or can get a little stale.
So many lives lost.
In my
when
opinion.
some sea
Then it
ships
also depends what type of gamer you are, right? Because
brings back
I'm sure
painful
some people would have
memories.
said the same things about Skyrim. We can't open that. How do we get in? There we go. Cheese.
Biological contaminant detected. Destroy the station. Biological
There we go.
contamination eliminated.
Hello, lad.
Password
think the launch ruined all of its chances to get half decent rep. It's the same with Cyberpunk in 2042. I agree, yeah. I do think, though, some of that is on the part of gamers, though. Because I think these days people form an opinion about something and then it doesn't change. So, like, Starfield comes out, it doesn't launch particularly well. They make a number of improvements to it to make it better, and people just kind of go, It's the same thing with, I used to be a big Destiny player. Back until the final expansion last year, which was the last time I played. That suffered from the same problem of obviously original Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 never launched particularly well. And they had a lot of problems at their launches. But even, I mean, what was it? D2 came out in 2018, I think? 2017? So that had been out nearly, 7 or 8 years at that point. The amount of people that would still bring up stuff from year 1 vanilla that would be like, oh, the game's still like this, it's trash. And it's like, that changed 5 years ago. Like, no. I think a lot of people like formulate an opinion about something and then there's never any movement on it at all. Which kind of kills the reputation of some games, even if they do get better. Some of them do have like a miraculous turnaround, but it's quite unlikely. Like a R6 Siege is a good example of that. Where it launched, the game was pretty unnotable and no one was really that interested in it, and then it just kind of had a resurgence. And it became one of the most popular shooters around, so... Ever tried Stalker 2? I haven't. I'm not sure if it's all versions of Stalker, but I was hearing for a while that it was having problems on... it was having problems, like, performance-wise. So I was going to wait until it got kind of updated a bit and see if that made a difference. But, I think it was actually a game I was planning on potentially playing... Well, at the time I was looking at whether I'd maybe play it on stream. But I haven't touched it yet, no. But potentially I do have plans to, though. I think it could be quite a fun game to play. It's relatively similar. I think it's got that same kind of like aesthetic type feeling to another game I played on stream years ago. It was Metro Exodus. And it's kind of got that same like apocalypse-y type vibe to it, I think, doesn't it? Very kind of like gritty, dark stuff. So I think it'll probably be a game I'll enjoy. Quite a big game actually as well, isn't it? I think Stalker. Have you ever played it, Chips? Have you ever played Stalker? I'm guessing you probably have mentioned it. But you never know. Maybe it's just this is a game you might enjoy because you play these others kind of suggestion. Giving it a go and it's alright. Pretty similar to Starfield with its gameplay and NPCs. Huh. Okay, maybe if it's got an achievement list, it'll be worth me looking into as another achievement hunter game when we finish Starfield. Technically, we won't have fully 100%ed Starfield because I don't own the DLC. Because it's 30 quid, and quite frankly, I think that's outrageous for the price of just a single DLC. So I refuse to buy it. And therefore, that hampers me from getting 12 achievements, but... I don't think that's an unjustifiable thing to say, really, though. That we're not going to finish it because I'm not paying £30 for one bloody DLC. Because that just feels like a bit of a scam. I think that's a justifiable reasoning. If I had an unlimited pot of money, I probably would buy it, but like, you know. No, not many people really do they? Really buggy on launch. Interesting. Have you ever played Starfield then? I'm guessing you haven't. Oops. I do know that Stalker's on Games Pass. I think it was a day one release on Games Pass, so I could actually play it without needing to buy it or anything, which is good. I do really like Games Pass. Don't get me wrong, Microsoft has their problems, but I think they've kind of hit the nail on the head with Games Pass. At least from the player's perspective, anyway. If you have nice furniture and an eBay account, you can make it happen. Yeah, that's true. I was actually thinking at some point about making an eBay account, because I have some old stuff I was thinking about selling, and I was like, probably no one will buy any of this crap, but you never know. Maybe I'll make a few quid on it. Put it towards something else. Some of the reason why I actually thought about doing it is because I was kind of mentioning it earlier, but I don't think you'd have seen this, Chips, because you're still pretty new, but one thing that I got back into recently, kind of just a little bit after the pandemic, as a bit of a throwback to my childhood, was opening Pokemon TCG products, so the packs of cards, and trying to pull really good stuff. And we've done some big streams of it where we'll do like a Christmas special week where we'll open loads of boxes of it, and it's great. And one of the things that people do is they grade the cards that they get, where you send it off to a company, they grade it, and then send it back to you, and it increases the value based on like how good condition it is. And if you get what's a 10 grade, which is like the best grade you can make quite a lot of money on cards that aren't worth a huge amount. And that was part of the reason I thought about it, actually. I was like, oh, you know, I was like, maybe I'll grade some of the dupes that I've got and see if I can get some money for them. Because I think there was one that I had, which is a gold Charizard, which if I got a 10, I could sell for about 150 quid. And I have two of them, so I thought if I was lucky and I got two 10s, that's 300 quid right there. Covers the cost of the grading as well, so... If you're ever interested in any of that stuff, I don't remember if I said it last week or not, but I have quite literally hundreds of VODs uploaded on this YouTube channel that I'm streaming from now, which is why it seems so wonky if you look at it and you're like, 150 subs and 500 videos, what the fuck? It's because this is basically like a VOD dump channel, where I originally started uploading all my old VODs to, VOD just being like old streams. So I have like 500 old streams uploaded on this channel, including all the Pokemon opening ones. I think the most recent videos that got uploaded as regular videos are all the Christmas ones. So if you ever feel like checking it out, then they're all there. But yeah, it's up to you.
Let me just mark those collection points.
Hey, Ball, welcome in, man, on Twitch. How you doing? How are you, mate? If you had infinite money, assume other things would be higher up the list than DLC. Yeah, probably. If I had infinite money, I'd probably have a slightly flashier stream setup as well. I reckon. Not saying I've got a bad stream setup. I feel like it's fairly clean, but I'd probably invest in some more stuff for the stream. Played Starfield up until the mining bit, then I fought the pirates and gave up. Oh yeah, I think I remember that. There were a few bits in this game where we ended up doing space combat, and it was an absolute bastard. There was one part where we ended up buying this ship called the Rambler that was like a proper classic like cargo ship, but it had like shit fighting capabilities. Oh my god. What we didn't realize was we pushed on with the story, and there's one bit where you end up doing this. I mean, just in case you ever go back to it, I won't spoil it, but you go back and do a bunch of story missions, and you have to meet these certain people. And not long after you do it, you go around, and they kind of start hunting you down, and you get attacked by a group of them at the same time. And it was like 4 of these like combat warships. And we're sat there in this fucking Rambler, as it was called, that's like a cargo ship, just thinking, fucking hell. I'm like, what are we supposed to do against this? And I think it's in one of the VODs somewhere, and I was stuck for like 10-15 minutes, just repeatedly dying, respawning, and then trying to win the fight, because it was just ridiculous. I think I ended up getting lucky in the end, and one of the enemies despawned, so I only had to fight 3, and that's how I did it. But, oh, it was an absolute bastard, man. Trying to fight some of that stuff was outrageous. And then I got a good ship, and now it's easy. But back then, it was fucking annoying. Up there. The skull symbol here concerns me a little. The map symbol, like the skull symbol. There we go. Is that all we needed? I think it might be. Never really got into Pokemon, but I do still enjoy the card openings. It's just my inner gambler, I think. Oh no, I feel that as well. I used to play the games a lot, but I never really played the TCG. I'd only ever like collected them when I was a kid. And it was when the newest games came out, Scarlet and Violet. They released the TCG a few months later for it, the generation. And I was like, you know what? That'd be kind of an interesting thing to do. And I was like, let's just do a weird random stream where we just open some of this on stream one day. And it kind of took off from there. It's just sort of become one of those things ever since that sort of every now and then. So at one point I was doing it for every new release, but what I've realized with that is that quite expensive. Or at least it has become recently, so it's quite hard to do that now. But we've done like, yeah, whole events and special events and weeks and things where we'll open like quite a lot of stuff. And yeah, it's really fun. It's I haven't done one since Christmas, but I potentially had planned to do one in March for the new set coming out, but it's basically impossible to get because it just gets scalped to shit. So it's really hard to actually buy any, but it's fun though. I assume there's something specific here that wants us to actually build. Let's just go away from this. Welcome in, Bevan. How's it going, dude? Are you a goofy guy? I don't know if I'm a goofy guy, but I'm a sick guy. I know that much.
What can I do for you?
Here to make my fortune.
Lots of money to be made
You know
on
what that
next
means,
grab
there you
if
go.
you know where to
Pretty
look.
shit, honestly, mate. Hope
And
you're
I
good
just
apart
happen to
from the
sell a
sick.
guide that'll show you the best spots to
Well, I'm
get
sorry to
started.
hear that, Bob.
Couple words of warning, though, as you may have put together.
Yeah, I guess I'm fine.
Dangerous than a
Other than being
self-contained airlock, and it's
kinda
not
sick.
just the environment that'll kill you.
I'm
You see,
alive,
Godzilla
you know.
was here during the colony war, and more than a few
I'm not
decided
dead
to
yet,
put
so I mean, I
down
guess by that logic, I'm doing
Sirens are
alright.
the ones you really need to watch out for. You've also got unauthorized scrappers.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Cryptic
usual life
beings
stuff
worse
still
than the bunch.
persists on it.
Kill you for looking at them wrong.
Still wish I
Luckily,
had other stuff
we've got a
going better for
wide
me,
array
but
of
you know,
problem solvers in
can't change
various
that overnight,
colors
can
and
I?
calibers. Any Nira scrapping expedition starts by checking my stock.
You know how it is though, Bob. You know what I always say, this stream is always a good distraction though. Purchase a microcell or fabricate one. Microcell. Oh, there we go. 12 grand? Holy shit. That's
should help us.
expensive. 12,000. Return the microcell to Kaiser. Okay. Why did that get auto-modded? Hold up. What the fuck? Dude, auto-mod on YouTube. I can't really change the settings of it. It's wild. Why did that why did that get auto-modded? That's so dumb. That's quite funny, man. I'll read out what that says in a minute for everyone on Twitch. You can't see it, but that's quite funny that I got auto-modded. Sick of being judged? Bevan, what's happening with Bevan? He's being judged somewhere, is he? He's being memed on. Maybe. You're a goofy guy, Bevan. I feel like you're a goofy guy. How's the work been going recently, Bevan? Now that you're sort of properly in the swing of it again. What, my joke? Yeah, it got auto-modded. It only appeared for me. It wouldn't have shown up for anyone else in the chat. But I approved it, so it appeared again. But sometimes that happens. I've noticed it before, where it's happened once or twice on the Twitch one, where that someone made a joke about the French and it got auto-modded. Which I thought it was kind of funny. Yeah. Fair. You're not wrong. Yeah, you know, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, imagine it's the same for you though, Bol, right? It's like you get like little small things here and there, but like life in itself hasn't had some kind of like dynamic shift. So I mean, nothing's going to be hugely different, right?
Major Sanon will have to wait.
Is way.
I cannot leave my mission, although previous attempts to disarm the weapon have been unsuccessful. Additional support may allow me to complete my active mission more quickly, allowing me to leave this place.
Can be pretty goofy. You can, I would say.
Excellent.
Got fucked on Saturday.
Disarm Unit X.
What happened then? What happened?
Designation Skyrim.
Yeah, the thing that got auto-modded was
Are you ready to proceed to
Chip
the
said,
mission
"I'm sorry
site?
to tell you, but you've got the disease of being English, and unfortunately, it's terminal."
Follow me.
That got auto-modded. They were not happy with that. Stream Elements was unhappy with that one.
As you have no doubt witnessed, this region can be as hostile.
I like how he's running on stone here as well, but it's making it sound like he's running on gravel. Riveting combat here as well, I've got to say. I'm so glad I have this particle beam though, because if I didn't have this thing, this combat would be a whole lot more annoying. YouTube's such a snowflake, yeah. Doesn't understand the nuances of British humour, you know? When are we not saying stuff like that? Just a lot of orders on my side. Also, the guy calling bills hasn't done like 300 people before. Well, and just a random Saturday you got really busy? Or is it normally just that busy on a Saturday anyway, and you just happen to get a lot more orders this time for the stuff you were doing? Like, what section are you working at the minute, then?
I am detecting Unit 99.
On Kaiser, mate.
There is a complication. Unit 99 is on the other side of that reach, but it appears to be under the control of
Thinking about it in my head for ages, but didn't know if you'd be a fan of it. Oh, it doesn't bother me. Stuff like that doesn't bother me. No, my humor's kind of like that all the time.
Would only want Unit 99 to utilize it as a weapon. This means Unit 99 must be disarmed immediately.
It's all good.
Standard procedure.
If the rule I usually have when it comes to things like that anyway is if anyone does say anything that's like over the line in stream, then I'll usually just say like, let's not do that again, you know? Like, I'm never particularly too bothered by anything. Certain things annoy me. If someone just says like the same thing over and over again, it gets a little annoying after a while. But it like depends on what it is. Like, there was someone who came in on Twitch a while ago, and they just come in like once every week or two, and they just ask if I remembered them. That'd be it. They just come in and just say like, "Do you remember me?" And then they'd be gone. So I just got kind of sick of it after a couple of weeks and just banned them. Maybe some people call me mean for that, but like, I don't know. What the fuck does it matter if I remember you or not? I think what I ended up saying at that point was that I remembered them for all the wrong reasons, because they kept fucking asking me if I remembered them every day. I wasn't expecting this Unit 99 thing. I thought it was going to be a robot, not a weird Triceratops looking fucking thing. But, yeah, pretty beefy though. Not the nicest thing to go and fight, but you know, it is what it is. Go and kill these maniacs now as well. Bloody weirdo eclectics. I think we just shot that guy's leg off as well, though. We just disintegrated someone's leg. Love that for us. Oh, no, we didn't. It's actually just stuck through the fence. That's what we need. That's what Starfield's missing. I know it's not the same as Skyrim and Fallout. Where's the gore, you know? If I've just shot someone with a particle acceleration beam, I want to see it shoot a hole in someone, you know? I want to see someone with holes in them after I've shot them. I do like the lockpicking though in this game, I'll give it that. I'm a big fan of that. We got a 3? No, that's the wrong combination then. Bruh. Where does this fit? Yeah, there we go, that's the one. Good to know. Gotta go, been nice talking with you, man. Yeah, have a good one, Chips. I appreciate you popping in and coming back. It's nice to see you again. I will say, depending on how I am tomorrow, I don't know. I'm supposed to be streaming tomorrow, but I can't guarantee I will be. It'll kind of depend on my voice. If I am gonna cancel stream tomorrow, though, I will try and remember to put a post on the community posts thing on YouTube to try and let you know, because we do have a Discord, which I can't remember if it's linked or not, but that's where I usually post all my information. Don't think it's... It might be linked under the stream. I honestly can't remember. What I'll do is, actually... Can I grab the invite link? Because I can post it there just in case. Because usually that's where most of my, like, info, stuff like that goes. In the description. Actually, I can just check if it's in the description. It is not. Let me grab one real quick, just in case you want it. I don't know if you're a Discord person or if you'd be interested in joining, but, you know, just as a... server link, right. Okay, it's not going to copy it properly. Never mind. That's being a bit of a bugger. But if you really want to find it, it's linked under the Twitch. So. Not very helpful. I need to actually add it to the YouTube description, but there we go. But yeah, I'll post about... I'll try and post somewhere if I'm not going to be available tomorrow, but yeah. Thank you for hanging out there, my dude. I do appreciate you coming and having a chat. And I hope you have a good one, yeah? You take it easy, and we'll see you when we see you. Oh, man. Grab that. I don't know if it'll be useful. Probably not. Need more gore in games. I think we do in some games, you know? I think you're right, mate. Like, I know it's a space game. It's not necessarily about, like, blood and stuff like that, but... If I've shot someone in the head, I want to see their head explode. You know? So... I don't know.
That is disconcerting. You are docked at one of a kind. I will meet you there.
Thank you everyone for being here and hanging out there. I appreciate you guys vibing and lurking and chatting and everything. It's days like this where my voice is kind of struggling a little makes it particularly difficult. So thank you for coming and hanging out and you know, supporting, even though the overall stream quality is probably a little down today because of that. There ain't so much I can really do about that. I can't just magically make myself better. As I say, if I desperately need to, then I'll probably have to not do tomorrow, but hopefully it doesn't come to that. Where does it want me to go? Oh, back to Sol. When I go there from the planet, do I have to go into space first? Oh, nice. That's handy. I can do that without traveling all the way over. Well, that's good. That's nice, at least. We'll do that. Rather nice, that is. I must say. Oh, man. Stardew Valley is fine, but games like this need to see eyeballs floating. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Oh, shit, hello. My stream just crashed. Hello? Oh no, dude. No, 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 no. Ah. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we're back. Are we back? My OBS just crashed. Oh, this is going to get interesting, isn't it? So I'm going to hope that hasn't officially, like, because it was within a certain window, hasn't officially restarted the stream. Because if not, I can think of one particular person who might be rather unhappy if their stream streak has been snatched away because of the stream crashing. So what? It was weird. What? I just got a message pop up on OBS that just says that just said like failed to connect to the stream or failed to access the stream key, and then just crashed the stream and like stopped the stream. So I don't really know what that was. That was weird. Still says an hour 50. I think I must have got it back up online within the like period of time.
Remind me to bring you along the next time I feel like brawling.
That's kind of wild. Do I need to restart the YouTube stream as well? I better check that. Is that still
Remind
going?
me to
No,
bring
that
you
seems
along
like
the
it's
next
still
time
going.
I feel like brawling.
Well, apologies for the tech difficulties, everybody. I guess it's not bad enough that I'm sick today. I've got to have fucking tech difficulties.
Remind me
as
to
well.
bring you along the next time I feel like brawling.
Hey, y'all. We got some bitties. Hang on, I'll wait for that to... Wait for Shax to go through. He's got to say that a few times. Welcome in, Bruised and 2 as well.
Remind me to bring you along the next time I feel
Hope you
like
guys are doing good.
brawling.
My PC is struggling at the minute. Thank you for the bits, Duke. I appreciate it. How much is that? 30... 65 bits. Thank you for the bits, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. As you can tell from my dying voice, I am sick today.
Remind me to bring you along the next
80
time I
bits.
feel like brawling.
So you'll have to bear with me a little bit for my dying voice. And thank you for the bits, man. I appreciate it. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. Oh no, the coughing's starting. It came out of nowhere as well. That was a little tickle. I'm gonna hydrate preemptively and hopefully try and stem the flow of the cough. Thank you for bearing with the tech stuff there. I'm hoping that's not going to kill a stream streak. I'll tell you what, if after all this time that 260 stream streak gets killed because of that, I'll actually be really unhappy. It'd be such a fucking annoyance if that stream streak gets killed because of that. Because of my OBS randomly crashing. Hey bud, you alright? My voice is not so much, to be honest, today. As you can probably tell, I sound a little different. So I'm doing okay, but I'm a little sick, so I'm not kind of tip top, you know. We need someone who came in like the second bit to see if their stream streak's still alive. Anyone got a stream streak that they had when they joined the stream after it restarted that still says you're fine? I think it should be okay because it was a short enough period of time that it didn't like I think that I have there's a thing you can switch on Twitch, which is like, or maybe it's OBS, I can't remember. It's like disconnect protection, where it usually, if you ever lag out, it will give you like 2 minutes to try and restart the stream before it fucks everything over and shuts it all down. It's where the emote of the guy with the head in his hands comes up, the not like this emote. So, if you ever see that, it's because the stream's lagged out and it's on the disconnect protection. So I assume maybe because of that it helped there, because we disconnected from OBS, but it was holding the stream alive. It hit some CPR on the stream and now we're good. Yeah. The disease spreads. Yeah. Welcome in though, Bruised. How you doing, dude? With your gold badge there. Your gold Bitties badge, which randomly appears and disappears at will. Been seeing you last time, been accepted into the rehab center I need to go to. That's good. For your physical therapy stuff. That's good. What we need to see. I'm very glad. Congratulations on getting in and hopefully getting on with a speedy recovery. Think it's safe. Stream didn't stop, just showed the screen. I hope so, man. I'll be sad if it actually killed it. Because I know it's just a stream streak, and at the end of the day, it's just an arbitrary number, right? It doesn't mean anything. But I know some of you guys are very, like, protective about your stream streaks. And it'd be a shame to see it go in such silly circumstances. It's also just really cool, because I've never seen anyone with as high stream streaks as some of you guys in this chat, you know? So it's kind of wild. It's a nice, I've said it before, it's a nice confidence booster for me if I see like a 100 stream streak, right? Because I know that you've been here for 100 streams in a row, and it's like, well, I'm doing something slightly right if you've been back for 100 times in a row, you know? Most of the time I think I'm doing everything wrong, so something telling me the opposite of that is usually quite nice. You know? Even the stream streak, Duke, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. A 5 stream streak. Saying an hour 55 for me. That, I think, we seem to be okay then because of that. If it's still saying an hour 55, that's good. That's suggesting to me that it didn't end this, like, the session. It didn't go to the offline screen, did it either? So it just stayed, like, buffering. Probably a good job I did what I did. I closed OBS and reopened it, and I genuinely thought it was going to end the stream. So on my end, it says I've only been streaming for 7 minutes, but that's just because it's the session in OBS, right? So, yeah. 10th of March for 6 weeks. 10th of March is actually my mum's birthday. There you go.
I can't believe it.
Major Sanon, Dr. Walker.
Yeah, good stuff though, dude. I hope it all goes well. Numbers mean everything. Depends on the context.
This is good to hear.
Depends on the context, Bruised, I suppose. I mean, as a sciencey person, I guess numbers are of significance to me. Whether good or bad. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Live and die by the numbers, you know? some of them. After that, I'll be home for 3 weeks, then back there for 3 weeks until I'm fully healed. That's not too bad then, actually. It's, I mean, it's a long recovery time, but it'll probably go by fairly quick. Why we have math, and that's why I hate math. Maths, bruised. You're not from America. Maths.
Captain,
with an S.
time to walk you through what we came up with.
Yeah, no,
The problem we're up against
that's fair
is
enough.
vast. Terramorphs,
I'm
we
not
can
too...
do anywhere.
I don't hate maths,
Meaning
it's
us
just it is
finding
what it
and
is.
disposing of them ourselves isn't an option.
Another good sign I've just seen as well is that I've just got the notification telling me the break is about to start in 3 minutes, which is good, because that means it hasn't tried to do it from restarting the stream. It's doing it based on the current schedule of when the break should be going, so that's good. And let me just pause that real quick as well. Bowl 170 stream streak. Thank you very much, man. I don't know what to say. I'm unworthy of a 170 stream streak. I feel like that, you know. I feel unworthy of it. Thank you very much for the stream streak, man.
The Asylees?
And yeah, show off.
Apparently,
Yeah.
they were bloodhounds for terramorphs. But when the UC
We don't need to compete with stream streaks here, you know. Hey, I'm just glad that you guys have any streaks at all. That's the thing that makes me have some serotonin, you know. As I say, it's nice knowing that I'm not doing a completely horrible job.
What we're proposing is bringing them back. We'd breed populations of them, distribute them to human worlds, and then let nature take
This
its
weird
course,
parrot giraffe looking
using a
thing.
method that
The fuck?
thousands of years
Thank you so
of
much for the 170
adaptation
though, as
have
well.
already perfected.
Had that before the crash, just to clarify.
We could speed up their breeding
Okay.
process using, well, using some of the same technologies
Meth.
that were used
No,
to
maths.
create me.
With an A.
We even think that with some time and investigation, we could use the
Yes,
Asylees'
please.
hunting skills to track down the terramorph transmission.
It's
method
Jurassic
at
Park,
long
yeah.
last.
That's what we need.
Find out how humanity
Be like that
spread
scene from the
them
start of it
and
with,
put an end to the terramorph problem.
was it? It's
definitively.
Richard Attenborough, isn't it, I think? Where he just does the welcome to Jurassic Park, and then the Jurassic Park music plays, and this fucking guy walks out around the corner. That's what we need. The welcome to Jurassic Park, and then this guy walks in.
I suppose that's.
Thank you for the redeems as well.
Except that
Maths,
this time,
yeah, maths.
we'd be protecting
You said math
human
with
lives, not
like the
ending
American way of saying it.
Now there is another option.
When the
for
when the
moving terramorphs
BRB
to
starts
our
as well,
worlds. It's faster, maybe even more
I'll go and
efficient,
do my
riskier.
usual BRB stuff.
A
Okay,
microbe.
we'll do that in a few
Something
minutes.
we could aerosolize, let spread, and have it clean up
In about
anything with terramorph
15-20
DNA
seconds
for
that'll
us,
start, and then
which
I'll go
would
do my
include morphs, and we expect their transmission method. It'd still take time to build, test, and distribute, but no other method could hold a candle to it when it comes to sheer efficiency. Not even the Asylees.
Hmm. Microbe to kill the things rather than creating new dinosaurs. I think using a microbe's probably
It
the
would be
best thing
more
to do.
efficient option.
With either path, though,
Playing
looking
Fire
at a
Red
long-term
earlier and then
commitment.
started playing Spyro.
Years of work.
Nice. I
Even
know the
just getting these
remastered
plans off the
Spyro
ground is
trilogy is
going
on
to take
Games
time.
Pass. I should probably play that
And
at some
all
point. I used to
routes
play
are
those
going
when I
to
was younger.
require some highly specific materials to make
In my
things
hand
work.
arrest from holding a controller.
Terramorph cell
Probably a
lines
good
we can
idea, to be
breed
fair.
quickly and consistently to test on. Asylees gene samples we can use
Don't want to strain
rebuild
those
their
thumbs, you know.
bloodlines. Or sharpen
I've
our
actually done that
microbes'
before.
tracking
I've
skills.
when I was playing Siege
Not
once
the
with
sort of
Mirage, I
things
ended up
any
straining a
labs
thumb.
just got lying
Made it
around.
really hard for me to. This was when I was playing on
we found
controller
it.
anyway. It made it really hard for me
One
to
place
play.
in the known galaxy.
We'll pause there as well because the break's just brib. The brib screen. Put that on. Okay, I'm gonna go for my BRB. I'm gonna go stretch my legs real quick and get some more water. So I know some of you have just come in, so apologies. Well, actually, most of you are subbed anyway. To be fair, over on the Twitch side, so if you have the ads, unlucky timing, unfortunately. So I'm going to be back in a few minutes, and we'll carry on from there. Okay, so BRB back in a sec. Welcome back, everybody. Whoa. Let's continue on. I've already said it before, but I'm going to keep updated in the Discord about tomorrow. So I'll post in there tomorrow about what's going to happen, because I get the feeling after today, with the amount of talking I'm doing, my voice is going to go, fuck you. And it's going to be completely gone tomorrow. So, it would pain me to have to do it, but there's a potential chance that in the next day or two that I might have to cancel a stream or two. So there might not be any War Thunder this week, at least until Sunday, and we might have to skip Mass Effect, which will be sad. But we'll take it day by day, and we'll kind of go from there. You know?
But once that's done, we'll rendezvous with you there.
This isn't the first time I've ever streamed while I've been sick, but it's kind of like, you know, I don't like doing it because, you know, obviously I'd prefer to rest my voice given the opportunity, but at the same time, can't really afford to not stream, so.
When you have a few moments,
yeah.
there's something I'd like to discuss. Ever since
Thank you for the
we
welcome
talked
back,
about
Bruce.
the Battle of Cassiopeia, I can't get what happened out of my mind.
Here we go.
Was it that obvious? I thought I could handle these memories, but until I return to Cassiopeia, I'll never be able to put this to rest.
Hard to play with a broken hand. Yeah, that's fair enough. Spyro is an OG game.
Actually, I need that.
The
One problem though.
I think I played Spyro on my Game Boy at one point. I had a Spyro game. I definitely played the on the PlayStation.
We need to start by locating my old campsite on Cassiopeia
1 or PS2 it would have been. I guess I don't remember which one it was. I know I played some of the old Spyros. Couldn't tell you which one it was, but I have vague flashbacks of it in my mind. So if I saw it, it'd probably be like a thing I could recognize. But
that launch button. Would I launch
love to watch you play an old Pokemon game.
Explode into a fireball.
Maybe one day.
It turned out that my shuttle had just
I don't really know.
To allow an emergency
It's
landing on the
it's kind
surface.
of it's like I said the other day.
I wouldn't call what I did a
I think at the minute I'm on just like a bit of a cool down from playing Pokemon games. And then
Hold on. I don't know the exact
like
location of my
I just kind of need to wait for something new to come out to get me hyped about it again, and then maybe I'd go back and play an old one.
See if we can get the information from my old friend.
Because like
Admiral Logan.
the problem I have with some of the older games these days is it like mechanically it kind of sucks playing some of the old ones just because some of the mechanic-y stuff is just way more user friendly these days.
I hope this isn't asking too much.
And so like having like in my personal like opinion, I know some people don't like it, but like the shared XP or XP share working for everything, kind of like that. Like in the old games where that didn't work, it was always kind of like a bit sucky.
I don't know if I'll be able to handle what I find. If I begin
Then again, on certain
you know,
versions, you can use XP mods and stuff to just give yourself infinite rare candies. But
always been there when I've needed your help. Why you continue to support me?
I specifically try and steer clear of using the E word. I only do that because I know Nintendo's pretty particular about that sometimes. So I don't say the emu word just because they can be very hot on that sometimes. I've heard of people getting bonked on Twitch and stuff for using them. So yeah, while it may be something that gets used in the future, it's not something that I'll say that I'm using if I do. We've set up an old Game Boy Advance copy of one of the old games, or Game Boy copy, and had it somehow rigged up using a capture card to my PC, right? Bob Ross, is that you? So what, you saying I sound like Bob Ross, Bruce? Imagine that's a good thing. You sound like Bob Ross. Got a very notable voice.
Hey,
Fire Red still plays well in 2025. I think the oldest one that I still have as like cartridge form is I do still have a Ruby
When it comes to the
lying
study of the
around.
Terramorph, it's a damn shame that it was necessary to
I have a
root this
Pokemon Ruby
facility.
somewhere.
But someone has to deal
Romanticize a
with
place
that.
I
when you're
still
away
have
from
a
it for long enough.
Pearl.
I forgot what a dust-crusted pit Mars can be.
I have a well, I can't remember which one it is. I think it's White 2, which is one of the really strangely rare ones now.
You project personnel? Supplies
I
are for
have
project
either black
personnel
or white
only.
2. I think it's White 2.
Oh, that's you then.
I have
I was
one
informed
each of
we might
X
be
and
working
Y,
together.
I think.
Don't much care for Vanguard. But sounds like you
Do I have
two
any
really
others?
got into
Oh, I
the
guess
thick of it back in
Shield,
Atlantis. Nice as just
Scarlet,
kids live in the city. So, thank you.
Arceus. Yeah. So I got a fair few lying around still. A lot of the older ones I don't have anymore.
Yeah, they both
My
came
brother
through
used to have a
okay.
diamond. Neither of
One
us owned
science
platinum.
division.
I used to have a black
an
or
artist.
white one. I don't remember which one it
Effectively
was.
useless human beings that would have no reason to be anywhere near the fighting.
Never had ORAS. Never did Sun and Moon.
Now,
I also used to have a Soul Silver, the one that came with the Pokewalker, the really expensive one
no more
now.
reliable hardware in the
But I
galaxy.
sold it years ago, which is sad, because that used to be obviously the one of the kind of creme de la creme ones now that sells for an outrageous amount of money. The complete in box with the Pokewalker. But sadly, I don't have it anymore.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, I think that was about it. The other ones were before I got into it, so something old like Zelda. This is gonna be one of those like hot take type things. I don't like Zelda. I tried playing Zelda games when I was younger, but I just never really got into them and never really enjoyed them. And I feel like it's one of those things where it's like kind of like Dark Souls. It's like one of those franchises that everyone raves about as being like amazing, but I just never got into, and I just don't really have any interest in playing. You know? It always feels like one of those kind of like hot takes when you say you don't like it, because you know that someone's going to gasp and be like, he doesn't like Dark Souls? What? You know? It's like the same with Zelda. You know, I'd be like, yeah, I'm not a Zelda fan. You just know that someone's going to be like, what? So yeah. Like a year of 3 Pokemon streams a week, and I wouldn't fault you for taking a break. Something like that. I mean, I guess it depends, doesn't it? Because it's like on and off. We had Mystery Dungeon at one point, which went on for a few months. We had Sword and Shield. We had Scarlet and Violet. We never did Arceus on stream, but we did Scarlet and Violet for about a year and a half. Or something. No, actually, it wasn't a year and a half. It was a year and a couple of months, I think. It was like September of the previous year, August of the previous year, until December of the next year. So, yeah, I did a lot of that. And then, yeah, Mystery Dungeon also was like the year before. That was running BDSP also. That was on Tuesdays for a while. But yeah, probably somewhere between 2 and 3 Pokemon streams a week for like a year, yeah. So, it wasn't necessarily like... Well, it's hard to describe. Some of it with like Scarlet and Violet, obviously we just ran out of stuff to do, because how many more times can you keep playing the same game over and over, and even if you change the challenges and stuff up? You can only make it so interesting. Which I know there was a few times where I'd say about it and someone would be like, what about this challenge? But the other thing I would say is that for me, as naturally the not the most talkative slash interesting streamer out there in the first place, right? I'm not like someone who gets to just like talk endlessly about random stuff and constantly has things to say. It's kind of difficult for me to play that many versions of the same game and not just get really bored after a while, or boring on stream, because I'm basically just going through the motions at that point, you know? Where like it gets to a point where I'm just like, let's go level grind XP again, and we kind of streamline it so much so that it's just like That whole run is basically exactly the same, just minus the fights. And it kind of just got that way with that, and it kind of made me not really have as much of an idea of what I wanted to do, just because, well, everything kind of just ended up being the same, you know? So it becomes harder to make it interesting if I'm just constantly... Is that a minigun? Yes, please. Carry some crap for us. Pizza Boy on my phone. I've got a leaf green cartridge. That's kind of cool, though, having a leaf green cartridge. Yeah, I don't have any of those old ones anymore. Let's give her the Grendel. Give her the Equinox. Give her that. Give her that. Give her the knife. Keep the shotgun. You can have that. Well, we'll keep the Maelstrom. You can have that as well. You can have that. And that. I'll give her that as well. Got a Dairy Lead. I haven't had a Dairy Lead Dunker for a long time. Good old Dairy Lead Dunkers, though. I used to love a Dairy Lead Dunker when I was a youth. Back when I was a boy. Play to get a living dex and I'm done. So with mine, let's say with Scarlet and Violet, I played it on stream for a year straight. Where we never actually did a living dex, although at one point I potentially planned on doing it, but I thought I've already milked Scarlet and Violet enough. So I did, how many was it? Something like 28 playthroughs. Back to back. With no breaks. So they all came in the form of, initially a hardcore Nuzlocke that I did. Then I did a monotype run for every type in the game. So I did poison only, grass only, fire only, all of the, for literally every type in the game, with varying degrees of success. We finished every single one of them though, and then the idea was to try and do as many as we could deathless by the end. We did... then at the end of that, we did the Hall of Fame, which is what we called it, where we basically made it so that there were... So every time we did it, obviously, you know how like the Hall of Fame works in most Pokemon games, you have your final 6 Pokemon. Obviously in Scarlet and Violet it's a little different because you don't have like a Hall of Fame screen or anything. But what we did was we made it so that whoever our final 6 was that we beat the game with, we would add them to like a special pool of Mons that we then randomized at the end and made into like the ultimate Hall of Fame team with the top 6 of every type. And then we played through 6 more times with all of those to do like a final send-off, just as a big like thing, because of course we played so much of the actual franchise. It was like nice to give some of those Mons that had been such a big part of the last year's worth of streams a send-off. So we did that. So that was, yeah, it was something like 28 runs, 26, 28 runs in a row. And then at the same time we did Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, the remake of Gen 4. We did a hardcore Nuzlocke, which we actually failed twice. So 3 in a row on that, technically. With the third one being the win, where we beat Cynthia. Every time we did it, we actually got to Cynthia, and we just lost. That's why it was like a thing. And we almost did on the third attempt. It was just a massive clutch. Because we had this whole strategy of how we were going to use Clefable to beat her, and it went wrong because we got critted. And one-shotted one of our Pokemon. Then we did that. We did a National Living Dex for BDSP Gen 4. Or as close as we could get, because I didn't own Diamond, so I couldn't get most of the exclusives. So I basically did literally everything minus anything that was impossible for me to get without buying another game. And if you want to throw another Pokemon game in the mix, technically, I mean, Sword and Shield was a little bit further back, but we did do that a few times on stream. But we also did a full 100% completion playthrough of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Rescue Team DX, the remake. So we recruited one of every single Pokemon in the game, as well as completing every dungeon. So we unlocked literally everything in Mystery Dungeon, beat every boss, completed every dungeon, did every level. I think the only thing we didn't do was get to Lucario rank, like Rescue Team rank, but that's because it was like, it took forever to grind it. And we didn't need to do it for the challenge, so. Yeah, so back to back, I probably did like a year and a half, close to 2 years worth of Pokemon. So yeah, it was a lot of runs and a lot of playthroughs, you know. You can see why I wouldn't really say burnt out on it. I wouldn't really ever say I felt burnt out, but it kind of just got to a point, as I say, where I found it difficult to make it interesting because, like, oh, hang on. Wait, we can get extra gear. But I just found it interesting to try and play and make fun to watch, I guess, because it was literally just me, you know, going through the motions and doing the same thing over and over. Oh, this is that gear that they wanted to give me, I guess.
You match our description. The Vanguard captain, make sure you had the best tools.
Oh, he just gave me a minigun.
Can't chat.
Do I have two now? No? I'll slap the minigun on that. That could be a bit of a meme, couldn't it? Where's our compatriot gone? Go and have a chat with him. Well, we have hypothermia out here now. It's not going so well, is it? Don't like the reticle on this, but hey, what can you do? No skill magazines. Okay. We'll have a bit of food though. Have a little munch on that, you know. Bit of a munch. Why not? You want to buy a new DS with a Game Boy slot? Buy the cheapest Emerald, Ruby, and Sapphire game to then trade my ROM 100% Liver Dex onto a DS version. Trade all the way up to the Switch.
Then let's get this show on the road.
You might be able to. It depends. Because there is one Pokemon that I think is, or two Pokemon that are nearly. Well, actually, no, they might be possible for you to get. They are really difficult to get, though. With the two most annoying to get being Celebi and Deoxys. To get them legit is almost impossible these days. Because I'm pretty sure that... Well, Deoxys is easier because you can get it from ORAS, but Celebi is like one of those ones you could literally only get from Gen 2, I think. And I don't think they've ever re-released it since. Other than events, so it's basically impossible to get legitimately unless you just hack it in. Which was one of the problems that we ran into, where you literally couldn't get it legitimately because it was... it's never been re-released. It's, even in BDSP when we did that, some of the Gen 4 legendaries we couldn't actually get, like, Darkrai and stuff like that, we had to get from Legends Arceus because the event timers have all passed on all of them now. So you can't go and get like the old oh my god. But you can't go and get like a Darkrai or a Shaman anymore, so at least not in PLA anyway. I kind of like this thing. Damn. Thank you for the hydrate bowl. I almost said thank you for the bowl hydrate. Pizza Boy can do it. Yeah, but it's not legitimate though, technically. It's still a hack, like a mon from a ROM, right? That's what I mean. Like in my case of doing like a literal 100% legit using real game cartridge games, it's impossible to complete a living dex. Because I'm pretty sure unless you already had one, it's actually impossible to get a Celebi that isn't fake anymore. At least pretty much. But to do like the full like legit living dex, it's impossible now. Because even if you were able to somehow get a copy of like old Crystal, I'm pretty sure that the event like window is way past, so you wouldn't be able to get it anyway. So it's just like, it's one of those ones that's just practically impossible to actually do legitimately these days, but like a full dex. But yeah. But like when I did mine, I just did as much as I could, minus things like that were basically impossible to get. I think if I had ORAS, I could have done more, because I said I could have got Deoxys. We had Jirachi that we managed to get from BDSP and Mew, which was good. A lot of the rest of the Legos we got from there as well. Although we were missing Ho-Oh, the 3 dogs, because you couldn't get them in PDS. You couldn't get them in Pearl. You could only get them in Diamond. I don't remember what else we were missing. There was a decent amount of stuff we were missing in the end. There were some exclusives as well you could only get in like one game.
If you don't mind, Admiral Logan's office.
I seem to remember one being like Kecleon.
Admiral Logan's office shouldn't be.
It was like a weird one, I think, that it was really hard to find. So yeah. I don't think many people have got the money to do it legit these days, to be honest. It takes a huge amount of stuff. It's, so I don't think it'd be worth it anyway, because it's not like there's anything tangible you actually get out of it, you know? If you did it with ROMs, it's possible, but it's technically not legit, right? Because a ROM not being a legit, like, cartridge version of the game, means, I guess, technically it'd always be like a hack mon. But hey, at the end of the day, just, you want to do it and try and get the living dex, then do it however you want to do it, you know? It's like, I always used to find it kind of funny when I'd say I was doing a Nuzlocke and people would be like, oh, or I'd say I'm doing a monotype. There's more than the Nuzlocke. But I'd say I'm doing the monotype when someone would come in and ask me what I was up to. And I'd say I was doing that. And then they would ask me what rules I was playing so they could copy the challenge, and it's just like, why don't you just, you know, come up with your own rules to make it fun for you? Like, you don't have to do the exact same rules that I'm doing. Same with like hardcore Nuzlocks, right? It's like everyone has their own version that makes it fun. As long as you have fun with it, it doesn't really matter which way you do it. It doesn't have to be the same way I'm doing it, rather. Ah!
I'm coming for you.
Fucking Terramorphs, man. Oh, God, that was horrible. Don't tell me there's more. Oh, there's another one. Die, you fucker. Bloody things. Put all my time and effort into it and didn't cheat. Code it in. Well, that's good. Welcome in, Causing Flyer. How's it going? Welcome into stream. I'm a little sick at the minute, so my voice sounds a bit off, but yeah. If you can put up with that, then we'll be fine. Welcome in. Oh, nice. Reload animation cancelled. I'm being terrorized by a Terramorph right now. The death claws of space. Bloody things, man. Crikey. I think we're good now, though, at least. Until I open the next storage container, I'm sure. But yeah, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're not sick like me. My books is not cheating, it's getting the most enjoyment I can for as little money as possible. Yeah, exactly, that's what I mean, you know? Like, it's one of those things where it's like... I mean, it's like War Thunder, right? With the whole rules about, like, what playlist you should play. As long as you enjoy it, it doesn't really matter. Like, what anyone says. It's like why I say with my rules thing, where I was always like, it doesn't really matter what my rules are, you should do whatever you want. For a Nuzlocke or something. It's like, I would look at it and I would say, for me personally, if I used a ROM, I would view it as cheating, right? If you do it, and that's what the way you want to do it, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that I don't necessarily, like, if I was doing the challenge myself, which I'm not, so it doesn't matter. But, like, I wouldn't, for myself, view that as a legitimate completion, if I did it. But at the same time, I also wouldn't do the challenge to begin with, because I'd probably look and realise how ridiculous it was to try and pull off. The second I saw that I'd need, like, 5 other games, I'd be like, yeah, no, not doing it. I know. Sick 2? Well, I hope you feel better soon. Hopefully it's, not a bad sick. It's just like a, you know, just a little one. Mine only just started today, really, so it's, I potentially got the worst of it still to come, so I'm hoping that it's not going to go crazy, but we'll see. We'll see, you know. Still time. Random digi-picks, interesting. Makes me think there must be something locked nearby. I'm not picking up that, because I'm 100% going to get caught by, the law enforcement. I don't want that.
All Asile's samples collected.
Alright, now hand those over to Kaiser, and let's get out of here.
There you going, Kaiser, mate? There he goes.
Nice work.
Locate the next sample. Let's do it.
Earlier scan picked up a valid terramorph sample, but, well, it's in the
Me and my
space.
minigun are ready for action.
Quick route there looks like it got blasted from the port gate.
Stomach pain and you can't talk. I mean, talking, I guess, makes sense because talking for long periods of time, you know, obviously it's going to weigh your voice down.
Not sure.
Percival, you see any better option?
Yeah, the stomach stuff's no nice though. That always sucks.
Got our answer.
Thankfully, I haven't had any stomach bugs to go with it. I've just got the gnarly voice. But as I say, it's still early days, so there's plenty of time for more stuff to hit me. Which we'll hope not, because I'll have to, you know, probably think about whether I'm going to stream tomorrow or not, which I don't really want to cancel, but we'll see. We shall see.
Kaiser, this flora, this is Lazarus plant, isn't it?
We need to get rid of these diseases as well. We need a red and an orange. What do we have? There's one. Hey, there we go. Look at us, we're healthy again.
You know, no one even realized
If only we could do that in real life, you know? Like, oh, you've got hypothermia and you just eat one tablet and then it's like you just magically fixed in 2 seconds. It'd be great, wouldn't it? I'd imagine in some places in the world, so meds would be even more expensive than they currently are now.
Keeping you things warm.
Bit excessive to minigun that, I think, but you know. It is what it is, isn't it? Sometimes you just gotta do things because funny. Even if it is minigunning a defenseless leech on the ground. Maybe he deserved it, you know? Maybe it was an evil leech.
What's that? My god. Look at it. A Lazarus in
That looks pretty
bloom.
grim, doesn't it?
You know, we might be some of the only...
The chocker bites, we'll have that. Money. 216 credits, we'll have that. We're going to boost the economy by spending that money on crap later on. that we probably don't even need. Great.
What's happening? Captain, are you seeing this?
Uh-oh. That's a big terramorph. Please don't jump at the glass. Oh, I knew it was going to happen. Get away from the glass, sir. Don't touch the glass.
Leeches are terramorphs.
But no, it can't be true. Heat leeches are.
So the heat leeches are turning into the
That
terramorphs.
means terramorphs.
That's terrifying.
You just saw that, right? You would tell me if I was losing my mind. That heat leech became a terramorph. The pests that have snuck onto every planet are baby terramorphs. Heat leeches hide out in ships, sneak away after landing.
There's only
and
one
then,
solution.
with
Nuke
time,
everything in the entire
transform.
universe.
We just
Everything's
found
gotta
out
burn.
how terramorphs move between planets.
That's crazy, though. The leeches.
Pretty
I mean, it
major,
makes sense
right.
that we keep seeing the leeches
if what
everywhere
we
where the
just saw-
terramorphs are, but
If that's possible.
holy shit, though.
The Lazarus plant. It's clearly an accelerant for the terramorph, a heat leech transformation process. Make one into the other in an instant. But that means if anyone knew about this, they could trigger a terramorph spawning. You could sneak a leech into a city, or even multiple leeches, into a place like New Atlantis. Good God. The attack on New Atlantis, does this... Could someone have set that up?
Isn't that the theory that we came up with? At the time, as we said, it was all too convenient that there was a terramorph attack there while we were trying to convince people of terramorphs appearing and killing people.
But first, you'd have to
I think
know
I might
the
be onto
truth
something
about
there.
all this.
Well, we're never gonna know if you don't catch that thing.
Oh.
Get after it.
Hey, welcome in, Friday Man. How's it going? Even the Nox cat. Sorry, it's been too long. It's okay, dude. You don't have to apologize for that. It's okay. Run us lives and things, you know. Don't revolve around this stream. Okay. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi, though. I'll come in, man. Even the Nox cat. I hope you're doing good. Ooh. Alcohol. As you can probably tell, I am a bit sick. My voice sounds a little different to what it does normally. A lot deeper than it normally would be. Well, not a lot, but it's a bit deeper. Fucking terramorphs, man. Ugly fucker. I like the sound of this minigun, I'll say that. Hell of a weapon, this. Absolute hell of a weapon. Always good to be here. Yeah, appreciate you taking the time to pop in, you know. Appreciate people coming and hanging out with me. A whole lot more fun playing these games and things with people rather than just sitting and playing them on my own, you know. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was a skill magazine. It's just an empty package. Fucking dude. Empty food packaging. What is that about? Bruh. I feel like I'm getting the sniffles now as well. The slow transformation of me being relatively fine at the start of stream to it slowly taking over the longer we go is it's happening. Oh. Now we don't want to go in the tunnels yet.
Percival, Kaiser's got the cell data from the New Atlantis and Tau Ceti attacks, right?
Uploaded them myself.
Captain, let Kaiser take a look.
I really hope we're not going to get jumped by another bloody thing. It's going to be awful if we do.
It is a match. This suggests with high certainty
GBA emulator, not GBC. Maybe there's another version of it that you can download for Game Boy Color.
Plant this rare, this fragile just shows up here, New Atlantis, and Tau Ceti. The transformations on those worlds, they must have been triggered by human hands.
Love these achievement playthroughs. I enjoy them as well.
Do you understand what it is we just stumbled on?
Always been a little bit of an achievement hunter, but
Exactly.
yeah, no, I enjoy doing them as well. Spider-Man, I always think they're quite fun. I mean, obviously the Skyrim one that we did was quite successful, and we enjoyed doing that. And now obviously this one. I don't know what the next one will be. I can't tell you that, but I'm sure we'll keep going with them. I think it's a nice balance of having like a single-player game that I'm achievement hunting on, but also having like a mix of other things during the week. So it's like you kind of have a little bit of something for everyone, you know? You got like multiplayer game later in the week, but also you've got single-player games at points during the week as well, you know? And an achievement hunting challenge, so it's kind of like another sub-genre of thing. No, I find it kind of fun. Love to see you do a Spyro achievement hunting stream, a laid-back game like that. You never know, it might. Majority of the stuff that I do for these, or have looked at for these achievement hunting playthroughs are they're all on Games Pass, so you never know.
The colonies have a bloody past.
One game I know that has been suggested when I was talking to Mirage, which I think would be another one that could be interesting for an achievement hunter game, was Outer Worlds, which obviously is quite similar to this, but it's Obsidian who made it, so it'll be got that very like Fallout New Vegas-y style to it. So that could be an option for the future of something like that maybe as well, as another kind of RPG. I find the RPGs work quite well. They tend to work quite well for these playthroughs just because it's like it's a long-term playthrough as well. It's nice having achievement runs that kind of require just grinding, but not necessarily a huge amount of effort, you know? Like, they're quite easy to do in a lot of cases, they just require time.
Anyone got ideas where we could get some extra juice?
And thank you for the good wishes as well. I'm feeling better. It's the first day it's got me, so I'm hoping that it's not going to get too much worse, but you never know. It will suck if it gets bad, because I'll have to cancel streams, so... I don't like having to cancel stream. Bad for a multitude of reasons. Playing Heart Gold for the first time, it's fire. AO, nice, nice, nice. I've never played Heart Gold, but I did play Soul Silver. My brother was the one who played Heart Gold. Good games, I really enjoyed them. I sadly don't have my old cartridge of it anymore, but I did for a long time. How far have you got through the game, Friday, man? Like, where are you right now in Heart Gold? The only thing I think I remember from those games that I didn't like is that the grinding in Gen 2 is kind of sucky, but like level grinding. But other than that, it's actually a really good game. There's an A and a C. One's 8-bit, the other's 32-bit. Okay, well, I didn't look until you just said. Yeah, I'm just a very logical person, you know. Just ask me questions, and I'll sometimes have the answers for you, you know. It's one of those people. Come along and just like ask me random questions. I'll help you out, you know. But there you go. Now you know. Thanks to me randomly saying it. I'm glad you figured it out. I'm a little scared as to what's going to happen here. Not very, just the third gym. Who's the third gym? Falconer's number 1. Gym... Oh, I don't remember the gyms in Gen 2. I know some of them. Janine is one of them, isn't it? And then you fight Koga's an Elite 4.
Was here? Didn't think he'd have the guts to look those soldiers in
I don't remember with Gen 2. Oh, Jasmine, I know. Oh, what's her name as well? Whitney. Whitney's Gym 3, isn't she? Is it Whitney? Or am I thinking of someone else? I think Whitney's Gym 3. Or is it 4? One of the two. I want to say. God, Whitney's the stuff of nightmares in that game. Jesus. Hmm. Some sus stuff going on behind the scenes here. Playing a lot of TCG Pocket as well. Do you have a favorite Pokemon game? My favorite regular game is probably, well, it's a bit of a bad choice. Not because of the game itself, but it's probably Gen 4, just in general. But then that's also the one that I started, right? That was my first generation, so it's got like nostalgia going for it, right? But like, I don't know if you could really count it. Yeah. But I'd say like Diamond and Pearl. More Pearl than Diamond. Other than that, I don't really know what my next like generation will be. Ruby Sapphire was nice. I find them fun. Black and White 2 were nice as well.
No, he's worse than a murderer. He's a butcher.
What's your favourite?
He doesn't give a damn about human lives. He simply uses them as pawns to
I actually
his goals.
when it comes to TCG Pocket, I know people ask me about that for a while. I have downloaded it. I just haven't played much of it because I don't know what it is. It's just, I think there's just something inherently more satisfying for me about opening the physical cards, you know? And so it's kind of like, after doing that relatively recently, it almost, the Pocket version just feels a little like watered down. Because I've opened like the physical stuff recently, it's not quite the same. So it's not bad, I do enjoy it, it just doesn't give me that fix, you know, of opening real packs. Doesn't feed the addiction. But no, TCG Pocket's fun though. It is fun. There are some cool cards there. Some of the TCG Pocket cards are real cards from like from further up like ago. Some of them are like older cards, some of them are newer. There's some cool stuff there. Oh, what is this? I don't like this area. This feels very much like we're about to get assaulted by Terramorphs. Ugh. The only good thing about this questline is... What did that do? Okay. Well, it's maybe not the only good thing, but one of the main good things about this questline is that it gives us loads of XP from killing Terramorphs. So that's pretty nice. Either the Hydrate Bowl. I needed that. Whitney, yeah. Dude, Whitney's the terror of many of us in our younger years playing those games. I think the thing is with Whitney is you don't really expect it to be as bad as it is. You're like, oh, how bad could a team be? And then it happens. You just get absolutely destroyed and it's like, okay. Never mind. How scary can a mill tank be anyway? It can't be that bad. 5 seconds later, your whole team's dead. And it's like, oh, okay. Maybe it can be. I think AA-99 is that shotgun we had before. I don't know what these switches are doing. I feel like they're not doing anything yet. But they might do something eventually. Oh, this has got Terramorph coming out the ground all over it, hasn't it? Oh my fucking god. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. I think just about all of them are recycled art. Some of them I'm not sure if they are. Some of them I don't reckon. Oh my god. Some of them I don't recognize. A lot of the special like illustration rarity type ones are kind of older cards. Of course, some of them could be like promos from other countries and things. Power up the Spaceport radar dish. Oh, that's the... Oh my god, there's more stuff. Alright, I'm fucking running. I'm fucking sprinting for it. I'm getting out of here. We also don't have any ammo left on our minigun, which isn't good. Piplup's my favorite starter. I don't know what my favorite Generation 4 starter is. I quite like all of them, actually. Turtwig's cool. Chimchar's pretty cool. I like Piplup as well. I'm one of those people who likes all of them. Really. Fucking things. Go on, dinosaurs, go and fight him. Yeah, go battle him. Cyndaquil, Totodile, Chikorita. Oh, Totodile all day. The other two they aren't even close, man. Ralligator's just way better than them. It's not even a hot take, that's just the truth. Ralligator is just the best out of those three. I think the hotter take is what's everyone's Gen 1 starter choice. I'll tell you now, mine ain't Charizard. That's a controversial take for most people, me being a non-Charizard enjoyer. Well, that wasn't quite as epic as I thought it was going to be, because we turned the thralls against it, but like, still.
Good. Now just stash that sample with Kaiser and we're done.
What's he doing over here? He just stood in the corner. There you go, Kaiser, mate. Good lad. Squirtle for me. Charizard's basic as fuck. That's a good opinion right there. I agree with that. I like Squirtle. If probably out of all of them, my favorite's probably Bulbasaur. If I had to choose, gun to my head out of the other two, probably Bulbasaur. I like all three. I like all three of them. I like Charmander, Charmeleon's, and then Charizard I just don't really care about. But Charmander's fine. But out of the others, I think I'm probably more of a Bulbasaur person than a Squirtle, but I do still like Squirtle though. I'd still have Squirtle over Zard any day. Or I guess Blastoise over Zard. Blastoise is just gnarly, man. Got good coverage as well. But we've been able to get a couple of different good options for it. A good mon. You know, obviously having like Hydro Pump and stuff like that. Access to the water stuff. Ice Beam. Another decent move that it gets, which is nice. Flash Cannon. I don't know if it gets any access to any of the newer moves, like Flip Turn and stuff like that, but it could be used as a in a different role as well, though. Rapid Spin as well. So it's a hazards clearer, so Blastoise can be really good. And then Venusaur, obviously, with Leech Seeds, kind of the stalking. Poison Leech Seed, like Toxic Leech Seed. Stuff like that. Stall strats work really well. in about 5 minutes as well, just so everybody knows. Will be a BRB coming up, okay? I'll get up and go refill my water again. Whatnot. Favorite starter is Eevee. Oh, don't get me started on Eevee, man. This is going to be a hot take as well. Eevee is overrated as shit. I don't know why people like Eevee as much as they do. Eevee is so overrated. Crazy. It's like, it's kind of wild to me that in the TCG, some of the problem that has happened recently with stocking and that has basically just become... it's come about because of an Eevee set being released, and it's gone crazy. But it's kind of wild.
Look at all of you. Back in the underworld.
I'm glad that was a joke, though.
Got pretty frantic
Do you have a
on the
least
comms
favorite,
towards the
Jan?
end there, but it sounded like this was a success.
Got
everything we need to put this plan in motion.
I guess... maybe... I wouldn't say it necessarily because I think it's bad. So I never played Sun and Moon, so I'll rule that out because I can't judge a region I haven't played.
That's what it sounded like.
I had to pick one just purely as a generation that isn't really that memorable to me. Probably... I'd throw Sword and Shield in the mix, and X and Y, maybe.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I'd say 6 or 8. So Sword and Shield or X and Y for me. I don't think they're terrible games, but like I just think the other ones are just better. And then Gen 7, obviously Sun and Moon, I can't really include because I haven't played. So out of the ones I have played, that's where I'd put that. I mean, Gen 1's not incredible either. It's kind of Gen 1's just got like the nostalgia factor, right? Because it's the original, so everyone kind of like hypes it up. But actually, as a game, it wasn't that crazy good. Or like as a generation compared to what we have now, it doesn't really hold up as well. It's not terrible though, don't get me wrong.
Best of luck, Captain. And thank you for dealing with him.
Speak to Victus. Okay. Yeah, in 3 minutes we're going to break, okay? Just so everybody knows. Eva being here as well. I appreciate you guys hanging out, vibing, lurking, chatting, all that stuff. Need new evolutions. Yeah, I think they should add more evolutions, to be honest. I don't know why at this point they haven't added one for every type. As much as I'm not the biggest fan of the evolutions, kind of doesn't make sense to leave some of them undone. For Vulpix. Yeah, no, I think Vulpix is cooler, yeah. And Growlithe. Bulbasaur, yeah, Bulbasaur's a solid choice. Don't like how they made Leaf Green and Fire Red on the Switch, Eevee and Pikachu. Well, they aren't Fire Red and Leaf Green, that's why though. They're like supposed to be different games. Because like mechanically they're completely different. The Let's Go games fundamentally play very differently from the other games. In that they basically... The idea, if people don't know... the idea behind Leaf Green and Fire Red and Leaf Green, Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, was to capitalize on the market of Pokemon Go people. So, yeah, they wanted to capitalize on the Pokemon Go people, which was a smart business decision, but for the actual general Pokemon fan, wasn't necessarily the best idea. But it was basically, as I say, just to integrate people from Go into the regular franchise by giving them like watered down Pokemon Go type mechanics in a regular Pokemon game in order to try and tempt them across, right? But not a huge amount of people enjoyed those. Well, I wouldn't say enjoyed, but not a huge amount of people liked those games for what they were. They just kind of enjoyed them, but when, you know, no one was blown away by them. No, fire red and leaf green was blue, red and blue and yellow, first of all. Well, actually, no, technically not. Because green originally in Japan was also an option as one of the original 3, was it not? And then yellow came out afterwards as like the combined version, didn't it? Because I think green originally came out in Japan. And then over here, we never got green. And then originally there was supposed to be was it? I can't remember what it was. I've seen a thing about this before. I think originally Pokemon Yellow wasn't supposed to exist, and it was supposed to be headlined by Clefairy. Was supposed to be like the main mon for that game. Well, that was the original plan, and then I think Pikachu's popularity took off, so they changed the plans last minute to make it Clefairy. It was either that, or... Unless I'm just misremembering. It was either that, or there was originally planned to be another game alongside Yellow that happened to be Clefairy. But I'm pretty sure Clefairy originally was supposed to be a front-line Pokemon as well. Like Pikachu was. Obviously, it just wasn't as popular. They just predicted, I guess, that it would have been a super popular mon, and it just never turned out to be. Red and green in Japan. Yeah, no, that's right, yeah. I think blue wasn't was the one over here, yeah. I think you're right. We're getting Gen 10 this year. We don't know yet, because it's Pokemon Day in 2 days. Which I guess is when any announcements will come out. If I had to guess, I'd say no. I think Gen 10 will come out next year. That's my take. I think Gen 10 will be next year, but I think they'll tease it in 2 days. And by that, I mean, I don't think they're going to drop, like, a trailer. I think they're going to do, like, the whole thing they've done in the past, where they'll be, like, world premiere, announcing Pokemon, and then just, like, name drop it. I don't think they'll show any, like, trailers, but I think they'll name drop the game. And they'll be like, as it's been how many years, you're probably wondering what progress we made on Generation 10. And then, you know, do one of those, like, marketing spiels, and then go, it's going to be called Pokemon... whatever. Pokemon Plastic. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go BRB, alright? Back in a sec. I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. What you said about Gen 10? Yeah, I just started talking about it right as the break came in, so I'll say what I said again. But so I think what will happen is, welcome back, everyone, by the way, from the break. What I think is going to happen is, it's not going to come out this year. I'd be very surprised if it did. I think that'd be a bad thing for them to do, because they've got Legends ZA releasing. Well, it's coming out this year, we know that much, pretty much. They haven't announced a release date for it, but I mean, it's pretty... Considering what they've shown on all the teasers and stuff, it would make sense if it came out in 2025, right? I think Gen 10 comes out next year. I think Gen 10 will be in 2026. What I think they're going to do... And I'd be surprised... I would be surprised if they don't, because I know they've done this before, and I don't know why everyone's... strangely seems to have forgotten they've ever done this, which is, I think that they're going to tease it and put like their first like teaser stuff out about it this year, probably on Pokemon Day in 2 days, but they're not going to like release it, obviously. I think they're going to go, by the way guys, you're probably wondering we haven't said anything about Generation 10. Here's a quick little sneak at like what it's going to be called, kind of like they did with Scarlet and Violet, where they just like name drop the games. I think they'll do that. I might be wrong, but I think they'll name drop the games at Pokemon Day. Even if they don't say anything about them, they'll just say, like, this is a new project we're working on for, in the future, Generation 10, Pokemon, whatever the name of the 2 games will be. They break the 3-year rule. Well, that's what people wanted, though. The thing is, like, Pokemon games, I feel like it's something that has to be said, is Pokemon games... quality control had certainly slid quite a lot in the last few years, and the games weren't good enough, really. And so people were asking for them to take longer on them to make them higher quality and sort of, you know, smooth out some of the issues they were having in Scarlet and Violet. For example, with the performance, I mean, there's still an area in the game that everyone calls Lag Tree Thicket because of how crap the performance is, right? So... yeah, it's... I'm glad they're doing it, and I think it's probably a good thing.
Really?
Oh, yo. That sounded really weird though when I said that in my head. And ayo, I can't make like the right sounds with my voice. Well, thank you for the sub, Friday man. I really appreciate it. Hang on, I need to take a drink. My voice is dying. Give me a second. Ugh. Hang on, it's not done. Ugh. Thank you for the sub, Friday man. I appreciate it. I don't know what it is. Every time I've tried saying your name, it makes me cough. Friday man. There we go. Thank you so much for the sub, dude. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. And enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes that come with it. I really appreciate the support. That's very kind, man. But yeah, I think personally next year.
What exactly are you doing here?
Yeah, I'd say more likely is next year. There's a possibility of 2027, but I think the only way that they would maybe get away with 2027 as a release date, if I had to guess, would be it would have to be a really large game. They'd have to blow everyone away with it, really. They'd have to nail it, which puts a lot of pressure on. It's kind of like it'd have to be one of those things that they've been kind of like working on for a very long time, and that would explain why certain other things had happened. This happened recently with Ubisoft, where Siege obviously has been in the decline for a few years, and they've been releasing less content every season. And rightly so, everyone's been complaining because they ask for the same price, right? But everyone's getting less content. And at the end of it this year, at the 6th Invitational a couple of years ago, the esports event, they announced that the reason that the content basically has been so dry recently is because they've been working for 3 years on this like overall massive overhaul of the game. And so it's like, I think Pokemon would have to do something like that, where they'd say, yeah, we've had Gen 10 in development for like 5 years. Since before some of our other projects started, and that's why like Scarlet, Violet, and Sword and Shield's quality maybe hadn't been quite as good. that'd be the only way I'd see them getting away with it really being 2027. But I think 26 is most likely. That's my take on it anyway. I have no insider information. I don't know anything about the way that Pokemon Company works, but from what they'd said of after Scarlet and Violet with the outcry of poor quality that the game had, people in Nintendo had said that they were going to take their time to really, you know, they were going to take the opportunity to really work on it and go from there. So I would expect them to do it next year.
I did it. The Terramorph attacks on Tau City, New Atlantis, my doing.
Again, I might be wrong. I think that Legend ZA comes out this year and it'll be a stopgap, and next year at fall will be fall autumn, call it what you will be Gen 10. As for what it is, where it'll take place, anything like that, I don't know. I would like to think it'll be the biggest and grandest Pokemon game they've ever made. Yeah. We'll see, I guess.
The attacks were a correction. When I discovered the plant, I did consider handing over what I'd found, but we were at war.
I think you'll play ZA on stream. Or ZA, I guess, for any American viewers. ZA, we call it ZA, because we say Z, not Z. Possibly. I was talking about this earlier, where I was saying about how I kind of got a little burned out from playing Pokemon, just because I'd done it for so long on stream. Because, I mean, you know a little bit, Friday Man, because you've been around a little while. Not since, like, the beginning of when I was doing this particular bit, but I'd been doing Pokemon for between 2 and 3 streams a week for over a year straight. So it's like I'd done a lot of it, and I kind of started getting a little burned out. And I was saying earlier that I'm kind of waiting for some like fresh stuff to come out to kind of like revitalize the want to play it again, because at the minute I'm just sort of like, yeah, indifferent about playing them. So maybe I wouldn't rule out playing it on stream, no. I mean, it really depends on when it comes out, how much it's going to be, and whether it will require Switch 2. I don't think it will, because that would seem like a big error on their part. But yeah, it kind of comes down to my general rule when it comes to playing things on stream. A lot of people will say, like, have you ever thought about playing this on stream? Have you thought about playing this on stream? And my answer is usually the same. That it really depends, because I obviously don't have... I kind of joked about it earlier, I said obviously I don't have an unlimited amount of money, right? So, as someone who's... hey, Shags, welcome in. But as someone who doesn't earn a huge amount and, you know, has to pay all my stuff like everybody else, I don't really have a huge amount of like budget for buying games. Not like I used to. So it will kind of come down to like the when, where, and how of if I could make it happen and if it was financially viable. Yeah. This year obviously is a bit different as well, because if some of you don't know, you might not if you haven't been around this much. But I am going on vacation later this year for the first time in 7 years. So in June, the second half of June, I'm going to be completely gone for 2 weeks. Or I'm not going to be streaming, which is a kind of double financial hit, obviously, because it's paying for a trip, which is quite expensive. And then also not streaming for 2 weeks, meaning the stream, which is one of my, well, is my main income source, takes a hit there as well, because I'm not going to be on for 2 weeks, so I lose a large chunk of monthly revenue, right? So, as I say, it kind of depends. If it came out in, like, the summer, right after that, probably no. It would depend on how much money I had at the time, really. It's like the TLDR. Depends how well I'm doing at the time. Yeah. I only play the emulator to pass time, as it easily single-handedly done. I like playing on the PS5. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Playing on the old you know, older handhelds is something you definitely can do with one hand if you need to. In your case, with a broken hand, it's probably quite a good thing to do. Or playing phone games, obviously. But, yeah. How are you, Shags? Streamer Money Printer is currently out of service. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Who told you I had a Streamer Money Printer, Shags? Who's been lying to you?
Isn't that preferable to languishing away in obscurity? Running jobs on the tail end of nowhere for the Vanguard?
I always say I'm very lucky to do, you know, to have gotten as far and to do as well as I do on Twitch, even if, you know, it's obviously small fry compared to some people out there. But, yeah, I'm very lucky. And I appreciate all the support I get, you know.
You're being honored only because
I did say the other week anyway, actually, one thing that might affect certain things as well is whether I do any sponsors or not, which I have plans to do potentially, so yeah, we may well end up doing a sponsor in the next couple of weeks just to help mitigate some of the financial damage that that trip's going to do. Vacation's awesome, sounds like it'll be worth it. I hope so. I think the trip itself will be really fun. It's so I'm going to the US, is where I'm taking a trip to go and chill for a couple of weeks, 2 weeks, and also go and meet up with someone I've known for a very long time now. He's a very good friend of mine, of course, friend of the stream. And go and do some fun stuff. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm also terrified because it's the longest break I've taken away for whatever, I think. Well, enforced break that I've done myself. The only other time I've taken a break that was like longer than that was because my internet decided to implode. So yeah, that's the only other time I've taken a longer breakaway. I'm a little scared because Twitch is all about consistency and being present. And obviously while I'm not around, it's kind of damaging, you know? So it's like, I'm a little concerned from that perspective. I don't think it'll be the end of the world, but I'm like a little... It'll be one of those things that I won't really know what it's going to be like until after I get back. And then we'll find out, but... Yeah, I'm a little nervous about being gone for so long. I know a lot of you diehards will still be here, but... yeah, I'm kind of worried about demolishing the community that I've tried to build over the last little while.
I picked
So,
up
yeah.
something you might be interested in.
Let me tab out real quick and catch something. Yeah, I already read that, didn't I? Sounds like it'll be worth it. I hope so. I think it will be. I really do. I do think it will be well worth it. I'm looking forward to it. So June 16th is when I'm leaving. So I actually think what's going to happen... I'm actually going to stream probably the night before I leave. So I leave on the 16th, which is a Monday, because I thought, well, I'll go in the week because, you know, prices are going to be cheaper then than going on a weekend. So I'll probably stream on the Sunday before I go. Then on Monday I will go, and then I think I come back on... Do I get back on a Monday or do I get back on a Tuesday? I think I get back on the 1st of July, my time over here. So it'll be Tuesday, so I'd probably skip the day I came home, and then maybe Wednesday or Thursday I would come back. It would depend. So, like, maybe I'd be back a couple of days later. Trying Fallen Order on PS4, it's fun so far. Hey, oh, Fallen Order, that was a good game when I played it, Shags.
We just got in.
I enjoyed that.
So on our end,
Hope you've been having not too frustrating of a time of it. I was getting mugged in that game of it. You alright, bruv? We'll be here waiting for you. I hope so. I'm terrified, but also I think it's going to be fun. So,
I don't think we can deal with those things fast enough.
hey, we'll be coming fresh off a birthday and all that as well, so we'll be carrying some good momentum.
So what about your end?
But it's probably the worst time I could have picked in the middle of the summer, but you know how it is. You know how it is. Wouldn't be me if I didn't stack the odds against myself now, would it?
I knew it. The second I heard that recording, I knew.
It's actually crazy though, thinking that it's only like 2 months till my birthday stream as well. Gotta start planning that shit.
It takes some deeply
What spots are you planning on
twisted
hitting?
logic to think anything did more harm
Well,
to the Sanan name
well, it's kind of a bit of a
So you're telling us
not entirely sure at the minute.
New Atlantis was Victus's
So,
responsibility. Just like the
as I say, as it's kind of like a trip of
That's insane.
meeting friends rather than like specifically going to do specific things. It's kind of a bit up in the air. It's kind of like we've got a list of stuff that we might do, but we don't really know. Funnily enough, most of it's food related because, of course, being from the UK, our food culture is very different. So I'm kind of like, a lot of it is me just being like, I've never had this before, and then being like, okay, well, we'll probably go and do this, and it'll be like, all right, so I need to take you somewhere where we can get Mexican food when I come over here, and I'm like, yes, no, I've not really done that before, and then I'd just be like, never really had barbecue before, and he'd be like, all right, put it on the list. So half of the list of shit to do is basically just food. Me just going eating while I'm over there. So yeah, it's just gonna be a fun time, you know, going and hanging out with someone I've known for a long time. I'm very close friends with in Oreo, so I think it's gonna be a good time. Yeah,
I knew it was him.
I'm looking forward to
I
it.
knew it. Exactly. Bring justice
Too much to cover.
everyone
Yeah,
who's hurt.
exactly.
So I guess that gives us our final answer.
But 2 weeks is a long time, you know, so it gives me plenty of time to chill and see how it goes.
Unless there
you know?
was more to discuss.
Noxious takes the
This might
US.
be
Yeah,
our
exactly.
last
Man.
opportunity to
Exactly.
talk things through before the cabinet weighs in on a decision.
You'll probably
regarding
see
the
some
pyramids.
posts from me while I'm there about stuff. If I get any like particularly wild food or anything, I'll be like, look at this shit, man. Like if I was back home, this would
Here we
be
go.
1/3 of the size it is here. They actually give you proper amounts of food in America. Over here in the UK, you pay double the price for half the product. It's great. I feel like Bowl will attest to that. Sounds awesome. Got good barbecue down south where I'm from. Yeah. Well, I think we've talked about this before, but where I'm actually going, I think I've said where I'm going before. Like slightly more specifically, the place I'm actually going to is in Tennessee, is where she's from. So that's where we're going. That's where I'm going. I won't be more specific just because, you know, it's not my place where I'm living that I'm talking about. But yeah, so that's where she's from. So I guess it's in that kind of like southern belt region, right? So it's kind of in that mix of good stuff.
Welcome
Spicy
back,
chicken there is the other thing
I
as
wish
well.
we were meeting under better circumstances. But according to Hadrian's report and the
For all the Game Boy Color
Second
Pokemon games and the Game Boy Color, it
seems
costs
the Terramorph
£300.
attack on Atlantis was no random occurrence,
That's a lot of
but
money.
a planned
I'm surprised it's that cheap though, to be
Is
honest.
what I'm reading here true?
Yeah, I wanna barbecue is what I wanna hit up the barbecues if I can. Our like culture of what we would call like barbecue type foods over here is very lackluster in comparison.
So then, is what the second report claims correct? Did Reginald Orlays commit these attacks, Captain?
No, he didn't.
Orlays. It's true, ma'am. I heard the recording myself. My father figured out how to use terramorphs as weapons.
He did what?
Oh, because I'm fat. I didn't say that, Bowl.
He doesn't have the kind of
What do
access
you mean?
to...
Clearly, he made his own access, Chief Sarkin.
I didn't imply
At
that,
present,
Bowl.
I have been
I just meant because you're from over here in the UK, so you know that we get kind of ripped off for our price of food these days. That's what I meant, Bowl. You're reading into it too much. You think I'm trying to offend you constantly because I called you old the other day, didn't I? Miserable old bastard. Unbelievable. I don't think you're old, Bowl. It's become an ongoing thing now, isn't it? It's going to keep calling you old. You're not old, you're not fat, Bowl. Not implying either. The Belter region, yeah, exactly. Using the cheapest options of working cards. I would guess, I don't know. If you got them like in box, complete in box, all of them. Which Game Boy Color would literally just be
I'd know that voice anywhere.
gold, silver, crystal, yeah, I think.
He knew they could do this.
Because they were the only cut Game Boy Color ones specifically.
He's a sociopath.
Because
Plain and
red, blue, and yellow were all original Game Boy,
Officer,
or was
collect
yellow
that
on the
recording.
Game Boy Color as well?
Yes, ma'am. Begging your pardon, Captain.
Will, of course,
If you got them
launching a
all as
full
like
investigation
complete in
into how this
box,
could have
you would be paying,
Though I
I'd
have no
say,
doubt the Admiral will be quick to share all he
a
knows on the
grand,
subject
maybe
once
more for
confronted with
those.
that recording. Chief Yassine, can you send one of your interrogators to have a little chat with the Admiral?
I'll issue the order immediately.
Good. Combined with
That's what happens,
everything else
Bol, when
you
you get
all
the
have in
VIP
common.
badge, mate. You go
Well,
from
I don't
respectable
think
member
United
of chat to
Colonies
being
can thank
abused.
you
That's what
enough.
happens.
We failed the people of the
So red,
colonies
blue,
by
and
not
yellow
dealing
too.
with Vavid
Oh, okay, so
sooner.
they're on the color as well.
I intend
Maybe
to
they did a
rectify that
re-release of them for the
mistake
color as well. I don't know. Interesting.
I'm inclined to agree, Captain.
Now you're right though. Food's expensive
Now,
as fuck. Oh, it really
with
is,
our
man. It's
villain
crazy.
unmasked, we can
I mean,
attend
I
to
say that
other
everything's
matters
expensive
at
here
hand.
these days. That's the
With
funny thing
threads
though,
you
is as
brought
well, isn't it?
together
Is
here.
just how like
The Lazarus plant,
the
attacks,
perception of how
heat
the price
leeches.
increases of food and
The
stuff
three
has
of you
happened in
have
every
likely
country in the
spared
world.
thousands of lives.
Because like we'll sit here
But it
over
now
here and
falls
be
to
like,
the
oh, this
captain's
is really
to ensure this
expensive,
can
and then you'll
never
get someone in another country who'll be like, oh, that's really cheap,
As
or
such,
wait,
the
you think
Catholics
that's
will be
you know,
securing the Lazarus plant on Londinian.
or you think that's expensive,
materials
and then
related
they'll
to the
be like
plant
from I don't
will be
know,
classified to ensure no one else
Norway
learns
or
its
something
nature.
that's really expensive, and it'll be
Sound
like triple the
decision,
price.
Madam President.
I know things like fuel are one of the crazier ones though. Well, like over here, you'll be like, damn, fuel prices have gone up. And you'll hear someone from the US who'll be like, damn, the fuel's really expensive. And you'll kind of be like, it is for you guys, but also it's half the price we pay per half the amount of fuel. Like, you know? So it's like we get less fuel and pay double the price. So it's like, you know, it's all just like perspective of where it fits in the rest of your economy as a country. But for us, it's like we get absolutely fucked over on fuel over here. We'd love to pay other countries' rates for fuel because it'd be way cheaper.
Tell the Freestar Collective. Wow. So they have another tool to utilize against
Half of my
us?
family is in Tennessee.
I'm in agreement.
Really pretty. The Smoky
failed to
Mountains are
see the
nice.
value here.
I've seen a lot of
We're waiting on you. Captain.
a lot of videos and things about it.
Indeed.
There's a YouTube channel that I
relations
quite
at
like
this point
watching
will
of
be
two
critical towards maintaining
two
peace.
British guys called All the Gear.
That is an
They
interesting
did a
idea.
road trip across
Grand gesture
Tennessee.
to further display
They
this
did a
cabinet
bunch of
doesn't
interesting
take
stuff
like those in
there.
the
I always
past.
think they're still quite funny.
The observers on Mars
All
have
the Gear on
proven
YouTube.
such
Shout out to
gesture
them.
can bear
Good
fruit.
lads, those two. They seem like
So, you
I feel
want
like
us
you
to
get
make
on well
nice with
having
the
a
collective
beer
by
with them.
sharing our state
But they did
secrets?
like a little road trip across it in a.
I want us to display plainly the UC's
Didn't I can't remember if they bought the cheapest car they could find or something.
Again.
But they were trying to do it for like less than
That does
$1,000 or
sound
something like
worthwhile,
that.
Chief Kulkarni.
It's kind of wild.
Very well.
But
We'll
yeah,
get the
after watching that, there was some
involved
really
in the
cool views
management.
and stuff that they
Thank you
got
for
on
the
their drone
suggestion,
cam when they
Captain.
were driving around.
So then, to our
Red in
final
box for
topic.
170. That's
The
not
cabinet
bad,
has
you know.
agreed to implement a plan
All
that
the
will give
gear,
the
cool.
Terran
Yeah,
Wolf
all the
and
gear,
now
yeah.
also heat leech presence on human worlds.
Comes from a phrase that we use
In
over here. I
fact,
don't know if
we've already
people use it
begun
in other
enacting measures
countries.
to check all UC
Um,
ports and settlements for
You know,
undiscovered
if you ever
nests.
get someone who like
we all
starts a new
understand
hobby
this
and is a bit
only a
keen
partial solution.
and like spends a bunch of
The
money on
project
it, getting
we're
stuff
embarking
that's
on will
completely
be a long
unnecessary.
and difficult one. So our first step must be deciding
Be a
how
little bit
exactly
like if you
this
said
all
to
will be
someone,
handled.
someone said came in stream and said, I want to buy a PC to play Minecraft and Stardew Valley, and then they went out and bought like a 5090 graphics card, you know,
The technology
and you'd be
behind
like, that's
microbes solves
a bit much, a
science,
bit much for going for what you're going for there, you know. You've gone a bit higher than you probably needed. Kind of like that, or you know, like you get that person who gets, say like golf would be a good example. Say you were a golfer and you had a mate who got into golf, and he comes along for his first ever game and he's bought like, you know, like an 800 quid bag of clubs or something, and you're just like, bloody hell, you know. And he's there with like all the gear. He's got like his, you know, expensive golf shirt and shoes and that on. And then one of the things you always say about people like that is all the gear but no idea. That's what you say. There's someone who's spent the big bucks on whatever it is to have the gear but doesn't have a fucking clue what they're doing with it. So all the gear, no idea. That's what we say. That's what we say over here.
Glad to see someone's not afraid of a little applied genetics. The science division
For
is in
GBA
full
leaf green,
agreement.
fire red,
I
emerald,
doubt there's
sapphire, and
another
ruby, it's
body
around
in the
170 to
galaxy that can pull
200.
it off.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct.
That sounds
Now
about
no
right.
better hands in the galaxy
Some of
for
them are
this
more
project
expensive than
ours.
others. I think crystal is one
Order,
that's really
please.
expensive.
And Major Sinan? Dr. Walker, you'd find this acceptable?
I suppose it's all going to depend
We
on
trust the
condition as
captain's
well, right?
judgment.
Isn't it?
Then the matter is settled. We'll begin the process immediately.
Like condition of the
Today
box and things,
marks
and it's going to
day
be,
one for
you know,
the
drive the
Atlantic
value up. If
colony's
it's like
Skyrim
sealed,
management
not that it'd be
division,
sealed in any plastic wrap,
making
probably, but if you got one
founding
fully
members
sealed,
of the
I don't
team.
want to think how much that would cost.
As befits such a group.
Yeah, all the
The
gear, no
cabinet
idea bowl,
wanted to
exactly.
display its gratitude.
You spend the most, you're a pro,
Today,
isn't it true?
we
Yeah,
will be
exactly.
adding
Wallet
3
warriors, you
new
know.
Class 1 citizens to our ranks.
Rhymes when you say it. Exactly. All the gear, no idea.
The 3 of us?
What we say about people like that.
Joking?
What he means to
Spends
say
like
is,
a fortune on a hobby that he's never done before and doesn't have any clue what he's doing with, you know. That's what you it's kind of like a thing you just sort of rib people for.
You all have earned it. Now, there's much to be done. Major Sinan, Dr. Walker, I hope you two are willing to continue your efforts.
But you'll say it sometimes in games as well. Like me and Mirage will be playing Siege, and you'll see some guy who will have like,
As for you, Captain,
you know,
the
a really
Vanguard will be
expensive
providing
skin for an
much of the
operator,
on-the-ground
but
support
he doesn't
for
know
the
what he's doing
team.
playing it, and you'll just be like, this
As a
all the
member
gear,
of
this
both the
fella,
Vanguard and
absolute
the
tool.
TMD, I believe you'll have your pick of duties. Speak to your commander.
Yeah, it's always kind of funny.
Tuala, if I recall correctly. He should be able to provide you
Crystal
with
is 60 to
assignments
100,
going
most
forward,
at 80.
plus help you collect the
Of course, one thing that may
benefits
determine the
come with
price
being
as well is I don't
Class
know. It may be the country that you
behalf
get
of
it
the
from, because
whole
it may be that in other
Atlantic
markets,
You have
crystal is rarer, but maybe over here it's easier to get
This
hold of.
meeting is adjourned.
I don't know. I was under the impression that crystal was more expensive, but I could be wrong. I thought crystal was one of the harder ones to actually get.
Let me take a look at your file.
Mission updated, Infinity's End. Oh, is that the end of the quest line? We did it! That's the end of the quest line. Nice, we've done the UC Vanguard. Huge. Let's go. I feel like we should do this quest next, which is the one with Sarah. Oh, and conveniently, we're right here.
I'm far too busy to talk right now. This isn't a good time to talk.
What do you mean this isn't a good time to talk? I need to talk to you for a quest, you stupid
Isn't
git.
a good time to
Fuck's sake, man. Alright, well, we're not doing that quest. We're doing that in the future. Deep cover. This is the next one we need to do. Read the invite message. Presuming that's in our notes. Do we have one that is under I for invite? No. Alright, look for something that has invite in it. Termination notice. I'm not seeing one. Unless it's under C for Crimson Fleet. Crimson Fleet orders. Contract orders. Oh. Presumably it was that one, was it? An invitation? It was. Off we go then.
The TMD has a long...
I'm dumb when I say it. I'm sure you don't. All the gear, no idea. It doesn't sound that weird, you know. It'll be fine.
Congratulations on making class
Frame
1.
rate, hello.
Well,
I wanted
well,
us to speak
I've
to
gotta
him
say,
as well,
this
so we'll
is a
do that
first.
now while we're here. It
Never
might
had
give
a
us some
Class 1
XP.
citizen in my... No need to thank me.
Just on Game Boy,
You brought this
Pokemon
on
Call
yourself.
at 500.
I've already gone ahead and processed your Class 1 benefits.
And just
All
English.
UC
Kind
goods
oh
and
yeah, that's
services
what I
you
meant.
love,
But I mean,
thanks
as
for
in
protecting
like,
the
if you try
colony's
and in like America, it might be
And the
that there was a
credit should be
different
in your
release of
accounts
Crystal, for example, right?
But to get into your penthouse, you'll
So,
have to
like,
pay a visit to the affiliate.
Crystal might have been
Higher-ups wanted to make sure you know.
one game that was harder
But
to get
all that's
maybe in
squared,
certain places
there are your
than
standard
others, right?
Vanguard missions, putting those pilot skills. Or
That's
you
what
can
I
help
mean.
the TMD in cleaning up Oh, and I got a request from Dr. Walker. Any of those missions call to you? Of course.
I'll come back to this in the future. Off we go to the Crimson Fleet. Yeah. Oh. I was going to whisper me away. Also, everybody, we only have, what, 2 days left now? Two streams left of February.
If you don't mind, I'd like
Which,
to
of
speak
course,
to Admiral Logan sooner.
we might not actually end up doing, because it depends how I feel, but... Hang on, I got a sneeze brewing. And then it stopped right before it went off. Fucking sneeze, man. Unbelievable. I was right there on the precipice of sneezing, and then it just went, no. Just stopped, dead. Unbelievable. Hate that for me. Thank you for being here, though, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out and vibing, lurking, chatting, all that stuff. Ugh. Can't speak for how you feel, but you don't sound as bad as you did at the beginning. I think, I don't know if anyone else gets this. I sometimes find that if I have like a really sore throat, it's really bad at the start of the day after I wake up because it hasn't done anything for a while. But then when I start talking, it sucks, right? And then after a while, it gets kind of normal again because it gets used to doing it. So if I had to guess, I probably won't feel the effects until tomorrow morning. So it probably makes sense that I sound slightly better than I did, just because it's probably kind of, it's like warmed up almost, you know? But yeah. My voice is definitely still deeper. You can kind of tell it doesn't sound quite right, does it? Hey, Wii Sports Redeem. And a Juba Life. Let's go. I did say earlier, I haven't mentioned it since, but just in case, because I mean with the redeems going off, it reminded me. Nobody redeem Wales today because it will just get refunded. Because obviously with my voice kind of not being in perfect condition, it's quite difficult to do it. Not only that, it also might sound terrible. Because I think I've tried to do it before under the circumstances and it's just not worked. Let's do yeah, so I don't think doing Welsh mode is the best choice to do. We'll do that one first though. And I'll slap that in the queue. Wii Sports and then... Yeah, we'll do that. Oh! Hi Oreo, how's it going? How are you doing? Oh, can you do something for me as well? I want the peace of mind from something. Can you check your stream streak? The reason I say that is because during the middle of stream today, OBS randomly crashed. And it didn't end the stream, I don't think, but I had to fully close everything and reopen it. And I was like, of all the times that it might kill the streak, I was like, nah. Still going on about this? No, mate, because I care about it. What's wrong with that? It's been a long-standing thing for a very long time about the stream streak. Precedes you, alright? Precedes you, Duke. That stream streak been around longer than you. Respect your elders. That's what I'm saying. You respect that stream streak. It's older than you, Duke, in this stream. Alright? I will not have disrespect of the elders in this stream. You can't be talking shit to old fucks like Bowl, you know? Apology. I had to go for it again, Bowl. You know me. I had to do it. I didn't mean it, Bowl. Alright. You know what I'm like. That's why she didn't just disable it. I thought about it, but I didn't have a chance to do it before stream. Oh, I almost knocked everything off my desk as well. Holly, your voice is so much deeper right now. Yeah. My voice is a little bit broken at the moment. How are you doing though, Oreo? How's work today? You're looking forward to the weekend now, because it's your birthday in 2 days, and then you get the whole weekend off, which would be really nice. I'm alive. How are you all? It's going okay, you know. I'm still ticking along. I feel like tomorrow it's gonna kick me in the balls, but we'll see. Oh man. Yeah, 262 streams in a row is the current streak, which is like, we figured it out roughly. Well, I'll tell you what it is exactly if you want to know. If you want like a specific quantifiable age for it. Let me get a calculator up here because I don't feel like doing the mental maths right now. 262 we said. So if we divide that by 4 for 4 streams a week, that's basically 66 weeks if you round. So that is the equivalent of 66 weeks of streams. 66 weeks without a single stream missed. Crazy, isn't it? Of course, it's not exactly 66 weeks because there'll be some weeks where like it's technically longer because there's some weeks where I didn't stream where the streak wouldn't have increased but the time would have passed, right? Or weeks where I only did 3 streams. So like that's not an exact number, but it's around the 60-70 week mark, yeah. Fuck, I'm catching strays. Fuck, am I catching strays for? I'm feeling punchy today, Bo. Feeling. I'm only joking, Bo. You know I'm only memeing about. I know you can take a joke, Bo. Calling me old? I'm not calling you old. You're younger than me. What do you mean? You're younger than me. How am I calling you old? Calling myself old, aren't I, by saying that? Older than most of you in stream. Except like 3 people or something that I know of. Thank you for the Wii Sports redeem as well, by the way. Do you know what? Let's do carrying capacity. Why not? Is that the max skill in that as well? Oh, it is. Nice. We've maxed out our carrying capacity. Lovely. That's good, isn't it? Yeah, Oreo's been around for a long time. Oreo's been around for a long time, and yeah, I'm very glad that she's still here and still a part of things. I'm very lucky.
To serve me a drink, you can turn around and walk away.
There you go. Thank you for the Wii Sports. Let me change my music cue real quick. There we go. Get the lo-fi back on in case we need it later on.
If it isn't Neighbor's little hero.
Yeah, a number of people have been around. Like Shags is another one who's been around for like a very long time. So yeah, there's a very. I always find there's like an interesting mix in this stream of people that have been around. That's a new noise. People that have been around for absolute millennia, and then you've got people who've been around for like less than a year. There's never really... I've always, strangely in my community, never had much of like an in-between. It's either people who've been around for decades at this point, basically, or brand new people. There's a few in the middle who are like, you know, a year, maybe 2 or whatever, but yeah, a lot of people less than a year or like 3 years. It's kind of, there's not much of an in-between, so it's kind of crazy. A lot of people in here have been around for a long time. Well, I'm very lucky in that regard, you know, that a lot of you guys have stuck with me for so long, because there's loads of people out there. You could have gone all over the place, couldn't you? So it's pretty cool that you decided to stick with me and watch me ramble on about all kinds of rubbish, you know?
right down to business and no small talk.
What did I miss in chat? I got added. Hang on. Never missed a stream. Not yet, no. I hope you never do. I want to see you max out the stream streak. I want to see if it goes above 1,000. Or if it hits 999 and ends. Could you imagine if it got all the way to 999 and then just went back to 1 again? How sad would that be?
I like it.
Do you imagine that? You get to 999 streams in a row and it just resets you. Careful, will make you play Pokemon. No one can make me play anything on stream, to be fair. Some people previously had been asking for stuff for years, but I never did it. Marbles was one that people wanted to come back, and it never did. In fairness, I had a reason why I never brought it back, but like, that's usually what it is in most cases. If people say like, play this, usually I'll have a reason why I'm probably not going to. Especially if it's an older game that's coming back. Call me old because you told Duke to respect his elders. I meant your stream streak. I wasn't specifically talking to you. In that regard, I was referring to your stream streak being older than Duke's existence in the stream. That's what I meant. I was trying to be funny, okay? But you all missed the fucking joke because you're all just used to low-hanging fruit shit humor and people saying like pee-pee and it being funny and shit like that. That's why. Unbelievable. Well, actually, some of you are not, to be fair. Some of you have some highbrow humor and I like that. Shags has some good highbrow humor. I'm just here, being sick, having a scratchy voice, streaming for you guys' pleasure. Didn't have to do it today. Didn't have to. I chose to. Chose to come out here and still do stuff for you. This is the thanks I get. Ungrateful, all of you. Ungrateful. But no. I appreciate you all showing up and hanging out while I'm struggling to speak. I can feel it getting a little worse again, but I think that's just because I haven't drank anything for a while. The water seems to help suppress it a little bit. And then when I haven't drunk for a while, then it gets back again. So I've got to make sure I keep regularly drinking. Here we go.
Careful near the railings on the upper levels. It's a long way.
Something I can help you with? Adler Camp.
Stream streak got mileage. It does, dude. It's got some mileage. Would you play a game about digging a hole? Here's the thing about that. Interesting game. I actually watched... So one thing that we started doing recently is I've been watching Queso like VODs on YouTube pretty much. I watched him play it the other day to the completion, so I already know what like the end of the game is. So it wouldn't be quite the same because I know what's coming.
Look, I'm tired.
It's kind of popular at the minute though. I wonder if it's popular because he played it, to be fair. Called it old right before her birthday as well. I mean, you're getting older because you're gaining a year, aren't you? I'm not saying you're old. You're younger than me. You're not old. You always call me old. How have you flipped this on me? Ever since I've known you, you've been calling me old. Hell, man, I'm already having a mental crisis.
You mean that, Adler? Yeah,
Unbelievable.
Sorry. I thought you were talking about someone else.
Have I had this flipped on me, man?
I told him
I think it gets worse when you call people old. Does it, Bol? You want to catch another stray, do you, Bol? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sound good?
I've got some ready if you want them, Bol. I'll have a swing at you, mate. I ain't scared of having a pop at anyone in my stream.
What the heck do you want me to do, then? Huh?
Damn, that's a shame. Jacksepticeye played it.
I haven't got
Yeah, it's become really popular recently, I guess.
Okay.
It's kind of funny. I like the ending of it. For a while, I was like, oh, what's the point of this game a little bit? There's got to be something else to it. And then when I saw the ending, I thought it was kind of fun. Persuade, attack. Let's try and persuade him. Let's be a reasonable fellow, and then we'll punch him and shoot him and get all my money, you know?
I don't have the money.
I think I owe Oreo a tub of ice cream. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll buy her some ice cream when I go over there in the summer. How about that? That fair? I'll buy you something nice when I come over there in the summer.
Please.
When I go on my vacation and meet up with you, I'll buy you a nice gift, like some ice cream or some Oreos or something. How about that? Is that fair? Think of it like a late birthday present.
I heard they found another new freshwater deposit.
Owed me one since 2 years ago and we met. That's not even the longest one that I've apparently owed people ice cream for, though. There's been a thing since I was a kid with one person in my family where when I was a child, they used to buy me ice cream every now and again. And they always said, one day when you're an adult, you'll pay me back with that ice cream. And it's been like 20 years. I always bring it up. And I'm just like, I'll get that ice cream one day. Still haven't done the ice cream. I have bought them drinks in the pub before, though. I've bought a whole round in the pub, so I mean, I think I've paid my dues there, but yeah.
Something for me?
Come on then.
Fair,
Got a base, well, you're not allowed weapons, mate. Not allowed a weapon.
He going to be a problem anymore?
I'll whip out me shiv in a minute if you get your baseball bat out. I'll get me shiv out and then we'll have a problem. But like that prison shiv from Skyrim. You remember that, Bol? You saw I dismantled that bloke in the mines with a pickaxe and a shiv. That'll be you. You're not careful. Watch it. How the flip has table. That ain't right. How the table flip. How table the. Yeah. Wise words, Bruised. Wise words. Bring her a fab.
All right, I'm convinced. I'll call ahead and get a hold of Neva. Head out to Europa. You'll find her there.
The only problem with that, though, I feel like, dude, logistically, if I was thinking about it, I'm not sure a fab would make it. Is it robust enough to make it across a 9-hour flight, you know? And it would melt probably by the time I got there. Would anyone want a reformed, refrozen fab? See, when I was a kid, I used to call them fab lollies. It's a thing that we call them over here. Is like lollipops people call lollies. Apparently New Zealanders call sweets lollies as well. I've heard that one before. But ice, like ones that you would call like popsicles, we also call like ice lollies over here. So yeah, I'm not sure how an ice lolly would do going, you know, a couple of thousand miles across the this, you know, the ocean, really. Not sure that would go so well. I don't know. There's better than the fab though as well. Don't worry, fab's decent. What about a feast? I used to like a feast when I was a young'un. I loved the feast. I mean that, or just like as an adult, if you're gonna have like an ice cream bar, rather than like a tub of ice cream, you're just gonna have like a bar. You can't go wrong with a Magnum, can you? Can't go wrong with a Magnum. White chocolate Magnum. Can't beat it. Impossible. They did used to do them years ago. There's white chocolate and strawberry Magnums, which are like the absolute top-notch ones. But then they stopped making them because, like all good companies do, they got something that was popular and then stopped fucking making it. Can anyone explain why, like, companies do that? Does anyone have any background in marketing and they can explain why people do that? Because someone's going to say, well, it'll be like a timed exclusive and they'll bring it back because it builds hype, but they never bring it back. So they'll be like, here's a really popular product, let's just stop making it. And then that's it, they never bring it back. Why? I'm going to send a strongly worded letter to Magnum. Like Revels, they went downhill. Revels used to be great when I was a kid. Bought some a couple of years back. Awful. There was barely a Malteser in sight. Bol and Duke might be the only two people in this entire stream who know what a Revel is. But if you do, if you've bought a pack of Revels, you'll know what I mean. Maltesers were thin on the ground. I was disgusted. You can still get them, yeah. I actually, as a bit of a joke, when I was in college, me and me mate went and bought some Revels because it's the first time we got them in years. And we went and we actually complained to Mars. We went and we sent a complaint off to Mars about them, and they sent us some free stuff. It was great. We were just like, mate, these Rebels are shite compared to what they were when we were kids. There was barely a Malteser in the whole bag. It was all just chocolate-covered raisins. And Mars actually got back to us. It was a guy called, like, what was his name? Duncan something. Duncan, I don't remember what his second name was, but it was Duncan something from Mars got back to us. And he was like, oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear about your experience. Here's some free stuff. Go and buy, you can use it in any shop. It was like a free, like, coupon thing they gave us for like 10 quid. Where we could go and use it in literally any shop that sold Mars products. And it was like signed off by Mars themselves, so you could just cash it in anywhere. It's great. I've never had a knobbly bobbly. Can't have Oreos, I'm on a diet. Well, what can I buy you? I can't buy you anything then, can I? You say you're on a diet. I mean, you are. You've been doing very well with your diet as well recently. I've been very proud. You've been doing incredibly well. Because it's hard dieting and stuff like that, and sticking to it's really good. But when I come over there in June, like I was explaining to everyone earlier, Friday Man was like, what are you doing while you're over there? What are you going to go and see? And I said, I'm going to be honest with you, Friday Man, mate. It's basically just going to be me eating for 2 weeks. What are we going to do then? We're a bit fucked when that happens, because it's just going to be a food tour for the next 2 weeks in June. Twister. I haven't had a Twister for years. Magnums are too elite to take to the US. You reckon? They're a bit simple, though, as well, Magnums. Hang out outside the plane, it's like -10. Well, yeah, it's not a bad idea, Bruce. You think if I put some double-sided tape on it and a paper clip, it might stick on, you know? Not completely related, but I saw a bottle of Tizer the other day. Thought they'd disappeared. Yeah, Tizer. Never had Tizer. But I know people used to talk about it as being one of those, like, older... When did Tizer come out? Tizer like an 80s thing, I think? I feel like people used to talk about how crap Tizer was. It's like Vimto. Vimto's just a bit of a meme, innit? I don't mind a Vimto every now and then. It's not the best drink I've ever had. It's very artificial, but... Yeah. Getting very non-American in here. Well, no, I only say it because it related to me saying about having a go at Mars. That's not the only time I've got free stuff off Mars, to be fair. Had something else, but I was a bit disappointed. Yeah, honestly. Fucking Revels, what was with the orange ones? They weren't too bad. There's too many raisins in there, though. Don't think I've ever had a Revel. You should get a pack of Mars Revels if you want to be disappointed, Bruce. If you ever sat there and you're like, wow, my disappointment can't get any worse. Get yourself a pack of Revels. You'll be thoroughly disappointed. We're eating, that's it. Basically, yeah. He was like, what are you going to do while you're over there? What are you going to go and see? And I was like, it's a lot of food, all right? It's like, I was saying, like, when we came up with the list, it would basically me just being like, never had Mexican food. And you'd be like, all right, Mexican food, we'll do that. And I'd be like, never had this thing. And you'd be like, I can't put that on the list. It'd be like everything. Anything that I've seen from, like, American culture that I'm like, we don't have that over here. You always just look at me really disappointed, go, really? And I'll go, yeah, we don't do that over here. And you'll be like, all right, I'll add that to the list. And you'll be like, French toast or whatever. It'll be like, I'll put that on the list. I'll be like, that's not very popular over here. That gets added. Everything does. Don't rate the coffee ones either. They're okay. For a Ribena to a Tizer. I haven't had one, to be fair. I've never had a Tizer. Local corner shop, not been in before, but was all a bit grim, so they might have been leftovers from decades ago. To be fair, I mean, that's kind of like just how they are, isn't it, really? I like a corner shop, though. There's something nice about a corner shop, whether it's a Premier or a Spa or whatever. They're just kind of nice. Because there's always a miserable bloke sat behind the till who hates... He probably owns the place, but he's always just... He hates everything. Hates people, presumably. But he sells everything really cheaply. So you can get a great deal in there on something. You can go and buy a bottle of drink for like £1. Everywhere else you go, you'll pay about 3 million these days, but... You can go and buy a Coke for £1 or something. Back in the day, we found a thing where... In a proper job. If anyone has a proper job near them. Over here, anyway. If you don't live over here, you ain't gonna have a proper job anywhere near you. But if you have a proper job anywhere near you, we once figured out that you could go and buy cans in there. You could buy drinks. You could get a Coke for like 30p. It's crazy. Used to go in there and abuse that a bit. Grabbing a Coke in a proper job. Oh, it's on Saturn's moon. Enceladus? Damn. That was referenced in Destiny 2, and then they didn't actually go to Enceladus. They went to Europa instead. Because they lied. By the way, there is a BRB about to come up, so if anyone gets hit with that in a minute, just know it's going to come up, okay? Go to the US and go back with a couple of pounds. Probably, yeah. I was going to say, I'll have to be careful I don't eat too much, otherwise they won't let me back on the plane, mate. I'll hit the weight limit from consumed food. What's this Russian fella want? The only place your head is for an early grave. Get straight in there, mate. And now we pause. And we get to see what happens after the break. I'm going to BRB. I'll catch up real quick on chat as well before I leave. Did get a bottle of dandelion. I've never had dandelion and burdock, but I know people get it with fish and chips all the time. I've never had one, though. 2-litre bottles of... Oh, Oasis, mate. Oh, bloody hell. Love an Oasis. I haven't had an Oasis for years. That's the plan. Got to fatten them up. I don't need to go back with more weight. I'm not particularly heavy, to be fair. I did put a little bit of timber on over Christmas, I will say. But it's Christmas, innit? I need to work it off. Anyway, I'm going to go refill me water, okay? Nobody cause trouble while I'm gone, alright? If you cause trouble while I'm gone, if I come back and see some shit show going on in the chat, it's going to be trouble, alright? People are going to get banned. You're not actually going to get banned, but I'll be back in a minute, okay? BRB, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Oasis is my go-to meal deal drink, not gonna lie. Which flavor, though? That's the real question. What flavor Oasis are you going for? That's the question, Duke. That's a big question here. We need to know this. Are you going summer fruits or are you going orange? I'll reveal what my take of the best flavor is afterwards. Hello? Isn't there a tropical one as well, actually? Leave for the hello there. Leave for the silent look. Isn't there a tropical one? I think there's a tropical one, isn't there, as well, Oasis? I haven't had an Oasis for a while, to be honest. But I do like an Oasis. Very drinkable. I know someone's going to go, what's a drink? It's very drinkable, as in it's very easy to drink large quantities of it and not feel ill. I didn't know Costa machines work with meal deals, though, to be fair. Although, one thing that is interesting is there was a Sainsbury's near me that actually had a Starbucks within it. I guess they had some sort of like deal going on with it where Starbucks, they were doing like remodels And they actually made like a whole Starbucks inside the store, which was kind of interesting. Bloody hell, this guy. Turn the engines down. Get some on the guns. Here we go. That's a bit better. There we go. This fella's fucked. Look at our missile just flying around him in a ring. I'm on the BRB screen. Yeah, I did that. I just killed the guy. Not gonna lie, he died in about 5 seconds. So it doesn't actually matter. It wasn't really that interesting of a fight. In the grand scheme of things. Need to try their Fanta whilst you're over there. They have strawberry Fanta and stuff, don't they, as well? Oh, and they have, yeah, they have the orange Fanta that's like orange nuclear. It's like highlighter orange color, isn't it? Yeah, ours is more like kind of fizzy orange juicy type stuff versus the Fanta over there is very like radioactive looking, yeah. It's because it's got like I think that one of the biggest differences between US and UK food is that US food has a lot of colorings that are banned over here, so we're not allowed them. Which is why, like, some of the crazy colors and things exist. We're not allowed to use those colorings over here, so all of our stuff has to be, like, natural colorings, which is why a lot of it's a lot more muted colors. Rather than being, like, really vibrant orange, it'll be, like, you know, orange the fruit colored. Yes. Blow them all sky high. There we go. Job done. Should probably look where he's going instead of flying into the ground. Well, not ground, I guess. Flying into the rubble. You can let me know I'm on the BRB screen now. Weird radio... Yeah. Ooh, extra repair parts. I'll take that. Black currants and Kinder Surprise eggs. Yeah, Kinder Surprise eggs are banned, aren't they, over in the US, I think. I heard a thing about this. I don't know if this is true. I heard, apparently, that the reason... This is just one of those, like, random internet facts. I don't know. I have no idea if this is true. I haven't fact-checked or anything. I've heard that the reason blackcurrant never took off in the US is because originally, years and years and years ago, there was a... Well, it wasn't... Actually, I don't think it was that long ago. I think it was like last 100 years, but I might be wrong. But when blackcurrant became really popular as a flavor in the production of like sweets and drinks and things like that over here, apparently there was a fungus that was within the blackcurrants, which isn't like, you know, bad for you or anything, but it was not native to the US. And supposedly the reason that blackcurrant never took off and that grape did was because they didn't want to import this fungus into the US that was foreign and came from a different country that could potentially have a maybe an impact on their like ecosystems for plants and things. I've heard. Of course, I don't know if that's all true or not. That's just some random internet fact I heard, but I've heard that apparently that is at least part of, if not some of the reason why blackcurrant never took off in the US. So there you go. Because it isn't a flavor over there. Of course, they have grape for purple stuff. We have blackcurrant. I heard the Smarties are different. Their version of Smarties are kind of like... they're like what we have as like Love Hearts, you know? They're kind of like that chalky type consistency, I think. Smarties that we have are basically just M&Ms, aren't they, that they have? They're just like chocolate M&Ms. Jelly cubes you put into boiling water to make jelly. Am I weird for eating them raw? No, I think people do that. I used to do that when I was a kid as well. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. Nothing wrong with that, I think, Duke. Eating a jelly cube. What's wrong with a jelly cube, you know? Hello, fellow space goers. Did they? Of course they had it under control. Funny when I heard about the Kinder Eggs. I believe that the reason Kinder Eggs are banned is, isn't it because of a choking hazard? I think. I've heard. Isn't that the case? That Kinder Eggs are banned because they're considered a choking hazard for American children? Which seems a little bit strange because, like, there's so many other things in the world that you can eat that are small that could be considered a choking hazard as well, so it's a little odd to single out the thingy eggs, but like, I don't know. Sometimes people make questionable decisions about those types of bans and things, don't they? I think you can get them in Canada, though. Sure, I've heard you can get them in Canada, so sometimes people, like, smuggle them, you know? Fungus Among Us, yeah. Someone can look that up if they want, and they can verify if that's right, but I believe, from what I remember from... I don't remember where it was. It was a YouTube video somewhere that was talking about... It may well have been a YouTube video about why it never took off in the UK, or why it never took off in America, or something like that. But I'm pretty sure it was that about blackcurrant, which is why it never took off. I'm fairly certain it was like a microbe or a fungus or something along those lines that it had within it or within the plants that obviously they didn't like over there, and so they didn't really want over there, so they banned blackcurrants. I think they're unbanned now, but at the time I think they were banned and they didn't have them. But now, obviously, it's kind of missed the boom of when it would have become popular, so people just drink grape, and that's it. Right? Personally, I don't know about anyone else. I've never been the biggest fan of grape-flavored things. At least, I don't know, maybe it's different in the US, but over here, grape-flavored things tend to taste quite medicinal. Probably because we just don't really do grape very well, but I'm just not the biggest fan of it. So yeah, I tend to avoid grape-flavored things. I'm sure while I'm over there, I'll end up having something grape-flavored. And it'll probably be decent, but grape over here is trash, the flavor. In most cases, anyway. Some of them are good. Can't have stuff in food that isn't edible or something. It makes sense, but it's taking it to an extreme. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of insulting the intelligence of people for thinking they can eat a piece of plastic that's inside of some food, but, you know, I guess it's a safety concern, so it's fair enough. They take it very seriously, the safety concerns of the children, of course. That makes sense, but... Yeah, it's always just been one of those kind of comical things to me, where you think about the things that America does allow, yet a plastic capsule inside of an egg, and they're like, no, you're not allowed that. Chemicals in the food, though, that's fine. But you better not be putting that plastic egg in there. No, thank you. But at the end of the day, as well. I don't live over there, it doesn't bother me. I can eat all the Kinder Eggs I want. I actually don't remember. I couldn't tell you the last time I had a Kinder Egg. It's been a very long time.
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my...
I do enjoy a Kinder Egg, though.
Sounds like you did the fleet a favor. Now toss this body out of an airlock before it turns into...
You see Sis Def as a joke. They haven't...
Schlur is nice. Yeah, Schlur is pretty good. Depends which flavor, though. Some of them are not as good, some of them are, you know. Like, some of them are good, some of them are not so good.
The hell took you so
I know
long?
they had a winter one that I didn't
kinda
like.
grab jump
That
or
was kind of
something?
gnarly, but... Warped into a planet and arrived on another planet. How would that work? Magic, Bruised. Magic, mate.
Never apologize.
I'm a wizard.
Not if you want anyone in the fleet to respect you. And if they don't respect
Well, all I
you,
want to say, I feel like an
put a
asshole
gun
for
to
coming
their
back, but
head and they'll
I've
get
been
the
around
rest
YouTube and I can't find anyone who I like. If you set
All that
your age limit, then I get it, but
you may.
just wanted to ask.
So now,
Yeah,
to hear an
unfortunately,
empty history lesson. Pencils ready? Good.
it's more of like a
This
precedent thing, Ryan, than anything
scrap
else,
heap
you
you're
know.
standing on is called
Used to be an old for a very long time,
military star
I've had
station, and now
the 18 limit on
it's the
stream.
fleet's base of operations. Might Look a little beat up on the outside, but
What more of what it comes down to is, for a long time, there's a number of people that I've known in the streaming space who have 18 plus streams, but allow people a lot younger than you in the streams. And without publicly naming them, I've flamed a lot of those people on stream a number of times. So from my own perspective, knowing if I had someone under the age of 18 in my stream, it would be a bit hypocritical for me to go, well, we won't worry about it, you know? So that's why I'm, I don't budge on the limit,
Professor.
sadly.
That's just terribly fascinating. I'll be certain to pass that on.
That'd
to
be a
the
bit
maintenance
hypocritical
crew.
for me
We'll have
to,
use
you
baling
know.
wire to keep the plating from peeling off.
Don't mind Neva. Clearly, she'd rather ignore the expertise of the people
Red or white
under her
grape?
command.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I'll tell you all about the key, but it's better if I show you too. Follow me.
Can't stand red grapes. Not a fan of red grapes, Paul. Interesting, man.
We should have a talk when you have the time, of course.
Anyone else use the Life 360 app to share your location with loved ones and track theirs? I do not know. I would find that a little much, people seeing where I was all the time. Not in like a way of doing anything sus and trying to like hide what I'm doing, but I would just find that a little intrusive of people constantly seeing whatever I was doing. I wouldn't do that personally, no. Noxious hates boobs on Twitch. No, I mean, there's a time and a place for stuff like that. It's just not my cup of tea. Like generally when I come onto Twitch, I come on here to watch like interesting people or people playing games. I don't come for that type of thing. Some people on Twitch do come for onto the platform for watching people who produce that type of content, and if that's what they like, that's what they like, but it's just not my cup of tea, right? People can do it, there's nothing to stop people doing it, but it's just not my thing. And I just don't tend to engage with that type of content. I used to when I was newer on Twitch. I used to, just not anymore. I just have very little interest in it these days. At this point, if it's a no, could you just ban me though? Again, sorry for this. Why do you want me to ban you? I'm confused.
Good evening, Mr. Criggs.
What the hell is
Good evening, Gale. Thank you for accepting my invitation.
Weapons for all occasions.
Yes, well, being blind
Like sitting here chatting with this very diverse community.
to be an abandoned mining
Yeah.
facility isn't exactly
Yeah, that's what I like about it as well, you know. Everybody's different and everyone's got a different take on things. It's one of the things I like about it, you know. In my opinion.
Frankly, I was a bit
Don't like red apples either. Might be a colour thing. Interesting, Bob.
At the depot next, since these doors have given out on us.
Because there comes a time in every
So
pirate's
anyway, we were
life
talking
where
about
they have to make an
I don't like red apples either.
years ago. The
I do like a green apple though. They can be kind of sour and they're kind of nice.
stealing some ships, they were actually
A Granny Smith. Quite nice every now and again.
About time you brought us new blood, Neva. I was getting tired.
So are we to assume that you're taking the leap? That Jasper
You're
Criggs
just ticked
is
everyone's
moving
getting
on
wise to your
bigger and
ridiculous
better
prices,
things in his life?
Aludra.
That's spot on,
Anyway,
Gale.
welcome to the depot room, where you'll be lucky if these blood-sucking leeches don't lead you completely dry.
Well then, would you mind sharing with us exactly what your particular leap entails?
To get untraceable merchandise onto the quay.
Just do some 360s.
In fact, I'd say we have at least 12 hours before the authorities trace this broadcast.
Yeah, sure, laugh it up. I'll remember that next time I need something from you
All right then.
cheapskates.
Perhaps
Let's
the
move
best
on.
place to start this interview would be
Back
at
to
the
my
beginning of
story.
your career.
After the
Please,
liberated prisoners granted the key, they established it as a base of operations and began pirating the space.
I'm in Gooba, but I don't come back. I don't really want to ban you, I suppose, is the thing. Because if I ban you, then, like, say in the future, I know it's a long way off, but there's no chance that I'd ever see you again after that, right? You're a cool person, Ryan. It was interesting talking to you. You know, it's unfortunate what happened, the circumstances, but you know, you're an interesting chap, and it was a nice time having a chat in stream with you. You know, you kind of fit the humor and that of the stream quite well. So I don't want to ban you specifically. I mean, short of that, if I don't ban you, which I probably won't, just because you haven't done anything like offensive. No, I'm talking to Ryan Goober. If I was talking directly to you, I would have said Goober, okay? Don't worry, I'm not threatening to ban you. I'm talking to someone in the YouTube chat. But I mean, like, in a literal sense, if I'm not going to ban you, I can't physically stop you from ever coming back into stream. Like, unless I do. But I don't particularly want to. As I say, it's not that you've done anything bad to warrant me banning you. You're just not really supposed to be here, you know? So, like, yeah, I don't really particularly want to, but I don't know. What's this? Crimson Fleet mission board. I'm glad, though, I suppose, in a way, that you have been around many other places on the platform and you enjoy the stream. I guess you enjoyed the time here as much as you did, to the point where you wanted to come back afterwards, you know? I'm glad to hear that. I guess it means I'm doing a good thing. But yeah. That's just my take on it, you know? It's a rule I've had for a long time. It's not something I'm flexible on, unfortunately. So, yeah. I wish things were different, because I say, Ryan, I thought you're a cool dude. I still think you're a cool dude. It was nice having you in stream, but unfortunately, I just can't. I'd be a hypocrite if I, did anything else. When's the next War Thunder stream? Never, yeah, like Bruce said. Never again. Never doing another War Thunder stream, ever. So, yeah, I did my my last War Thunder stream ever on Sunday. Why? It was a joke, Goober. It's tomorrow. Well, tomorrow, depending on how I feel. I am a bit sick at the minute. My voice is quite scratchy, so it might get cancelled tomorrow, but that'll depend on how I feel.
In fact, I find Delgado's idea of a security measure to be quite empowering.
Guy I used to watch quit recently, so it's tough finding someone else, but I get it. Yeah, it's just, as I say, it's just one of those ones I
glad you approve. Obviously,
stuck on.
betrayal isn't taken lightly around here. Since I oversee the bulk of transactions and maintain all accounts for the fleet, I'm a prime target for information.
While I'm not encouraging anything, Ryan, what I will say is, if I was throwing an idea out there, which I'm not, but if you came in on a different account and I had no idea what your name was, there would be no reason for me to link it back to you, would there? So, I mean, I'm not giving you ideas and telling you should do that, but, if you really wanted to, there would be ways around it, which I couldn't physically stop you from doing or know if it was you. But, it's up to you, man. You do what you want to do. My stance on it will change. It will be the same. My thing will always be set in place on 18 plus, I'm sure someone in the past has come around and been around for a while who's snuck under the radar, but like for the most part, we're pretty good at keeping it relatively at that level,
All you need now is Delgado's blessing, and you'll be one of us.
Why? Oh, is there just a delay? Is that what it is? Are you asking why as in why I'm never streaming War Thunder again?
The perfect
So I was only
segue into
joking.
my final subject.
I will be playing it again tomorrow. Unless I'm just not feeling good, in which case I might cancel the stream, but
stream of jobs available.
it'll depend.
I've granted you all the necessary permissions
Not telling people to do this, but never tell people your age or say anything
anytime,
that says you're young.
using the computers that
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point, Bruce. Shaylay joked about this the other week, and I thought it was really funny. He, what was he said? He said, while on the internet, I've been 18 since I was 12. Which I thought was funny. And I was like, yeah, I feel like we always used to do that. All of us, like a lot of us in here probably have all, you know, we all created accounts on websites we weren't supposed to when we were younger and said our age was 10 years older than it was and whatnot, so.
If Neva's
I just thought that was a really funny way of putting it, though, being like, yeah, I've been 18 since I was 12.
I believe that covers all I have to say. So you can run along to Delgado. Take the elevator to the upper level. You should be able to find
Yeah,
your
it's,
way from
I
there.
don't know, it's the way it is, as I say. That's my rule when it comes to it. I say that it's just with some exceptions, I'd rather have a stream where I deal with people who are adults, just because there's a level of maturity that comes with people who are adults that you don't always get with people younger. Not saying there aren't people who are like that, because there definitely are, right? But like, it's harder to find people who are younger in a lot of cases that are gonna fit the vibe of the stream. Which is part of the reason why it's there. But also just because, as a moderation thing, it's kind of like I can, within reason obviously, because I'm not going to say anything bad anyway, because I don't say those types of things, but I can pretty much say whatever I want without fear of, like, you know, having to worry about someone hearing it, you know. I don't mean like controversial stuff when I say I'm not going to come out and, you know, I'm not going to out myself as a racist or something, don't get me wrong. I don't, you know, obviously none of that type of stuff applies to me. I'd like to think I'm a rather tolerant person when it comes to people in the world, but people of all, everywhere. But yeah, like some stuff, you know, like I'll make like an off-color joke or something, and it's like, you know, I don't want to say something and then have to explain the joke because someone young has heard it and it's like, oh, I don't get it, and I have to explain the kind of fucked up joke about something, you know. Not only because it kills the humor sometimes of those type of lines, but also it just kind of like be a little awkward trying to explain something like that if it's a bit, you know, bit of an edgier piece of humor or something. Oh yes, I am 46 years old. Yeah, exactly, man.
What the future holds for the Crimson Fleet.
Changes are coming, Gale. Huge changes. Crimson Fleet will soon be a much bigger player in this little game between the members of the settled systems.
That's quite a bold statement.
So, now...
I nearly quit. That was
We're all
excellent.
here. It's time to get down
Yeah,
to business. The two of you are the only
yeah, War
ones
Thunder
playing
tomorrow,
this.
unless I'm
The
not
rest,
feeling great.
right.
I'm not a War Thunder streamer though. I'm just a variety streamer, so I do stream other things. If people don't like that, then that's unfortunate. But I do stream other things other than one game. It's how I've always been. So, yeah. I stream War Thunder twice a week, and my other two streams of the week currently are Starfield and Mass Effect. So, you got a 50-50 of it being a War Thunder stream. I don't always just play the game. If it was the only thing I played on stream, I'd get very bored very quickly.
No one retires.
That phone ringing, or was my head buzzing? I didn't hear a phone ringing, Bruce, so I think it might be you. Is the tinnitus finally getting to you? The ringing in your ears. Tinnitus? How do you pronounce it? I think it's tinnitus, isn't it?
Good. You're getting it already. I like that.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
What is that
I'm
guy's
impressed.
accent?
That is the first intelligent thing you have said this entire time, Mathis.
Madness.
Since you two seem so
It
eager
is
to
madness.
move forward, let's get to your next job. Pack your cold weather gear, Rooks. Where we are going, you're going to need it.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're dragging him down to Suvarall for another one of your little initiation runs. 10 Johns to the surface, 12 dead rooks. You'd think by now you would have given up on that goddamn campfire story.
Crix's legacy is no story, Neva. We've got fresh eyes in the fleet. And if these two want to impress, they're going to help me search those ruins.
I hope you're right, Dale. That new code we grabbed for the lot cost us a ton of credits. And a decent captain.
This initiation, as Neva calls it,
This will be easy enough.
your chance. Crix led the riots that gave birth to the Crimson Fleet.
I need to take my hoodie off here. I'm getting a bit warm.
We're going to be the ones to find it. Before Crix left the fleet,
Getting a little bit too warm, huh?
Somewhere down the line, they started calling it Crix's legacy. If we're gonna beat those odds,
As I've just noticed it in stream as well from Stream Elements there.
Crix left a lot of big talk on that report.
This is your monthly reminder, everybody out there who has Twitch Prime, that you may well have a Prime sub sitting around doing nothing. And if you do, you should probably use it because it gives free money to Twitch otherwise, and nobody wants that. So if you do have Twitch Prime and you have a Prime sub set up, go drop it to someone. Doesn't have to be me, could be anyone on the platform, but go make sure you actually use it because it's really easy to forget. You know? It's easy to forget that you can have a Prime sub and do it for free, you know? Hey, join the Crimson Fleet. Nice, achievement unlocked. Welcome in, welcome back, Chips. Not welcome in. How's it going? You're back so soon. I hope you've had a good evening, whatever you've been up to.
I like my weapons like I like my coffee. Scalding.
Likes his weapons like he likes his coffee. Scalding. Interesting. Not sure I like drinking hot drinks when they're that hot, but there you go. To the level where you burn your taste buds off, I can't say I enjoy a warm drink that much. Melt your mouth level of hot.
Not be Jemison.
Saying GBA is so much better for the eyes than GBC. Is it really?
If you don't mind.
Well, graphically, I guess it's a fairly... Is there actually that big of a difference in the two of them? In Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance? No, actually, I guess there would be, yeah. What? I've gone up all the way up here on this bloody ladder. I didn't even need to come up here, did I? What am I doing?
Hey there.
Nice to see you.
Never felt old till I heard GTA San Andreas. GTA San Andreas is 20 years old. Are you serious? Jesus, man. Is that true? San Andreas is that this year it's 20 years old? Really? I remember playing that when I was a kid. I never had any GTA games when I was a kid, but I went to a mate's house and played them before. They had San Andreas and I borrowed it. Took it home with me, and I played it a few times on the PS2, I remember. Big Smoke. And, what's the guy's name? It began with J, his name. Was it Jay, the guy, like the protagonist? What was his name? It began with J, didn't it? What was the guy's name? CJ, that was it. CJ, I was almost there. Yeah, CJ. Good old CJ. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Big Smoke and CJ. I remember there was a mission where you go to the Cluckenbell and then you do the Big Smoke's order that everyone memes about. Classic, that is. Welcome in, Shayla. How's it going? Hello, hello. Mentioned you a minute ago. You might have heard me while you were lurking. I've said it a few times, but I found it funny the other day when we were talking about ages in stream, and you said about on the internet you've been 18 since you were 12. I just find that really funny. 8-bit versus 32. Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, it makes a big difference. Yeah. 2004, really. Welcome back, Shags, as well. Are we old yet, chat? Oh, we're all old in one way or another, Shags. Going great. As a 79-year-old person that I am, does adult things and not. I think I see what you're putting down there, Chips. I think I see.
I am running things around here.
Well, welcome in though, Chips.
Your mouth shut. You got that?
Fine.
It's good to see you again.
Listen up, because I am only going to go through this once. We are here to dig up any info about Grix's legacy. We are not here to scrap for loot. Whatever you pick up, don't think, don't get creative, bring it straight to me.
Why can't I just loot for myself?
So simple, even a rook
fuck.
like you can't screw it up.
Hold on, no
drink again.
scrapping. How the hell am I supposed to make money around here?
All right, that's enough.
Is that supposed to be a shit Irish accent? Because it doesn't sound very good.
Then you need to follow
Maybe I need to hear him
one
talking longer, but that guy's Irish accent is terrible.
When you're on a job, you do exactly what I say.
Yeah, welcome back though, Shags.
No questions asked.
Doing okay. How are you?
Just say so, and I will leave you on this
I'm doing
ice
okay.
ball without a ship.
You can probably tell a little bit. I don't know. It's less noticeable now than it was, but I'm my voice is like straining a bit, so yeah. It's kind of, you know, it's going okay, you know.
And there's one more thing. Your little friend can tag along until we get to the outer doors of the prison. But I will be damned if I'm letting them inside.
Hey, at the end of the day, you do what you want to do, Chips. That's what I say. You do what you want to do, you know.
Winter-like atmosphere until I go hypothermic.
I'm not
We have a lot of ground to cover between the landing area and the lock, so let's get moving.
I'm not gonna say anything. You cheeky devil, you. Oh, bugger. Oh, they're only little things. Never mind. I thought you were running into the middle of some like terramorph looking things again. It's not. It's just little shits. Good XP as well. We're gonna get like 3 levels today. That'd be nice.
That jump looked painful. Not doing that.
Big Smoke, Ryder, Sweet CJ, Officer Tenpenny, Officer Pulowski. I never played that much San Andreas, so I can't really tell you all that much. I remember there's a mission where you chase a train on a motorcycle, don't you? Like a dirt bike. I think I remember that. But yeah. That was a long time ago. I never really played much San Andreas. I played some GTA. I never played GTA 4. I did play GTA 5. And then 6. I probably won't play, to be honest. We'll see. Not because I think it'll be bad, but I suspect it'll be quite expensive. And I don't really fancy spending 100 quid on a game. If that turns out to be something that actually does happen. I know it's all rumoured, but if it does happen, then, you know, I ain't going near it. Bit of worldly news. The Pope has died. Vatican yet to release a statement. Damn. I don't seem like I react that much. I mean, it doesn't really affect me all that much. I'm not a particularly religious person, so like I'm not really that shook by anything like that, really. I mean, he was very old anyway. It's not really a huge surprise. I'm sure a lot of people in the world are probably, you know, shaken by the news, but I mean, not me, but just me, innit? Happens all the time. People get ill and people, unfortunately, don't get past some of the illnesses they get. Very sad, but it's the reality of life, innit, sadly. Where are the other ones? All you have to do is follow the damn train, CJ. I recognize that line, yeah. Isn't that when you fail or something? Oh my god. Spacesuit workbench. Wow. I mean, I'm not going to use. Welcome to Switch gaming. Yeah. Better be the standard 60 quid. I hope it is. I mean, if the whole thing about what people were rumoring, talking about, probably more fear-mongering than anything else, about the whole whether devs would push, or not devs, but whether games companies would push to a $100 price point on their games. However much there is behind that or not. Or whether they would try it or not. I hope they don't. Part of me thinks that some of them probably would, particularly the more greedy devs out there. Rockstar have always kind of been one of those for the people kind of studios. So, yeah. Alright, I guess we're just going in now. I'm still looking for skill magazines. I know I don't need them anymore. I'm still doing it. Oop. Get the XP, why not?
This better be important. We still have to get inside the lock. Right now.
What are you up to today then, Shags? What have you been doing? You been doing any writing projects today, Shaggy?
Make it quick. It's freezing out.
What have we been doing? Anything fun? What, you want me to talk to you again?
Here we are.
Oh, okay.
The place where
first the Queen, now the Pope. Bad days are coming. I mean,
and eventually,
the thing is, though, it's like, it's the sad reality of the world is that older people pass away, right? Well, younger people do as well, but people don't live forever. And in the case of a lot of those people that are like large world figures, a lot of them, world figures, tend to be old. So, I mean, you know, naturally, go figure, a lot of them end up kicking the bucket a lot sooner than people probably might want them to. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's just the reality of life, isn't it? Nothing we can do to stop it. So it just happens, and we have to accept that it's going to happen. Like, I guess for me, like, just as a person, I'm not, like, I know that at some point every single one of us in this stream will have a day when our time's up, right? Not to be all morbid about it, but every single one of us here will have a day when it's the last day that we spend doing whatever on the planet, and, you know, there's nothing we can do to stop it. You just kind of have to accept that that's the fact of life, right? And do all you can, or what you want to do before that day eventually comes. You don't know if it'll be in a week or if it'll be in 70 years, but, you know, so you do all the things you wanted to do before you have that happen, just in case. Make all the memories you can while you can, you know. I guess that's how I try and look at it, I guess. Have faith in Rockstar. I might have had to kill all the Vargos on the train. Yeah, you're right. You had to get all the guys. Have faith in Rockstar. Will do good. Otherwise, a nice trip to Edinburgh. They probably will. I mean, they've had enough time. I hope they do. If they fuck it up, then, like, I mean, to be fair, the only thing really that you got to look at is how many games companies that have had pretty good reputations have badly fucked up over the last 10 years. Quite a few. Like, you got to kind of think about it a little, haven't you? I mean, people like a few years ago, not all of them were perfect, don't get me wrong, but people like EA, Ubi, Activision, a lot of them had better reputations not that long ago in the grand scheme of things, and how quickly it all fell apart. You know? You've just got to keep it in mind that, like, a lot of this stuff has only happened relatively recently. And hopefully with someone like Rockstar, they would realize that they need to actually deliver a quality game. Because otherwise they're a bit fucked. It's I actually saw a thing about this the other day. I watched a good YouTube video about this, which I actually think some of this is true. He was talking about the impact of things like Games Pass and why games from things like Starfield didn't come out and go particularly well. And one of the things that another guy mentioned was that he said that devs these days being absorbed by people like Microsoft removes the fear of things going bad. Because, you see, if you're owned by Microsoft, you're not going to go bankrupt next week if your game flops, because Microsoft will keep funding it and pay for the studio. You're not going to lose your job, probably. And so they were saying that, like, probably if you look at it, one of the reasons why some games have turned out to be really bad in the last few years is because a lot of the people no longer have that fear of, if shit hits the fan, we're in trouble here. It's probably true. Right? Even if to some degree. Like, if you think about it, if you're working any of you are working a job right now, or you don't even need to be doing that necessarily. You could be doing whatever and just think about it. If you've ever been employed anywhere or think about any of that. You're sat there and someone is employing you and they say, even if you do a terrible job, we'll still pay you and you won't lose your job. Are you going to do the best job you possibly could? There's no need to, like, you know, stick your hand up now and be like, yeah, I would do everything anyone asked me to because I'd be the best employee ever. Let's be honest, the vast majority of people wouldn't do jack shit because they would still be getting paid regardless. They don't want to be at a job anyway. They just want to make the money and fuck off. And I'm not saying that all devs are like that, but I think there's become a lax attitude the last few years, partly maybe due to something like a Games Pass, because, well, there is no fear of our studio's going to go under if we fuck it up, is there? Microsoft will just pump more money into them and then keep them going. So, like, it makes sense that you have someone who doesn't necessarily have the pressure to make something as good as they possibly could anymore. And it, you know, it brings down the overall quality because people aren't going to maybe work as hard. In my opinion.
Looks like we are inside some sort of prisoner transfer area.
I'd say it's like the analogy of if you said to me, I'll give you 100 grand, you can get paid 100 grand. I don't know. Say I was streaming now, right? And I was the #1 streamer on Twitch, and Twitch went, we'll pay you a contract and you'll get paid 100 million for 3 years on Twitch. So I get that money regardless. Versus then they said, you've got to earn that money by getting it from doing the amount of streams required. Which one is probably going to be better quality? Probably one where I've got to earn it because I've still got to actually do something to get it. If I just get given 100 million quid up front from Twitch, what reason do I have to even fucking stream? I could just go, thanks for the 100 mil, and then just piss off to Barbados. I don't know. You know? Not all of them are like that, but I'm sure there's some element of devs have let it slide a little bit because there's no pressure that they're going to get the boot if they fuck it up, is it? In my opinion. Yeah. Anyway, not lately. Been planning on an upcoming trip. Yeah, of course. Have you got any more plans? What specifically are you going to do, though, Shags? On one hand, I feel that would feed creativity and risk. You need a bit of risk in those projects, though, to some degree, you know? Microsoft put a leash on what goes for a game. So, I don't know. Obviously, I don't work at Microsoft, so I don't know how much, like, restraint they put on stuff. They probably have some element of vetoing stuff they don't like. I don't know how much Microsoft does have a hand in what happens on Games Pass projects. I'd be interested to know. I think a lot of... If it's not some of the stuff like that, I think one of the other problems that you have these days with game development in general, in my opinion, is it's not to do with the dev. What you've got to remember is, the dev is just the person making the game. The people above them are the ones who tell them what to make. If they make something shit that no one likes, that's because they've been told to make something that they don't like, because that's their job, right? You could be the best graphic designer in the world. If someone tells you to make something shit, yeah, you might make it slightly better than it could have been. You can't make something that's terrible amazing if your original concept is awful, right? So it's like, if you want to look at the bigger problem of games in itself, it's higher up, like, level executive people in a lot of these large games companies that are just really out of touch these days. I mean, Dragon Age the Veilguard, right? Which I know people don't like talking about if you're a Dragon Age fan, because the game flopped and it was awful. But if you're a Dragon Age fan, right? The last thing you wanted to hear after Dragon Age coming out, nobody liking it, was the boss of EA coming out and going, it wasn't because we made a bad game. The reason people don't like it is because it didn't have a live service element. Because that's obviously the reason people didn't like their single-player game, because it didn't have a fucking single-player... it didn't have a battle pass and a live service element, right? Naturally. Because everybody loves those so much, don't they? Everybody loves being fucking shackled to a game when you spend $10 in a month and forced to play it, otherwise you lose your money. Good job, EA. You definitely should be running a multi-fucking billion-dollar games company. Moron. People like that should just get the fucking boot, and if they had people running a lot of these companies that probably had an idea of what people and gamers wanted and put gamers first to make good games, maybe they'd be doing better. Because I know all those companies, of course, they've got to make money to keep themselves afloat, that's fine. But do they not sit there and think to themselves, instead of just pumping mindless shit that nobody wants and charging big money for it, if we made a good game that people want to play and enjoy supporting, maybe naturally we'd get a longer-term customer who would pay us more money in the long run, rather than instant money now for a shit battle pass that no one wants. Look at Helldivers 2.
Playing it safe, huh?
Helldivers 2, they made a good game, people enjoyed, and people paid money into, because it was... Executive people at the large companies don't seem to understand that very much. It's like with Ubisoft now with the Siege X thing, it's understandable that they maybe didn't make as much content over the last few years if they've been working on a big project. Did they not think that maybe they should probably give some reasons for why they strip half the content out of the game instead of just doing it and expecting everyone to be fine with it? You know? It's just, a lot of it's just really hollow, and it just shows that a lot of the people who work at like higher ups in those companies don't know what the fuck they're on about. I talked about Bungie, another good example. You remember we've ranted about this one before because it's more fun. It's more comically funny than anything else. On the day when Bungie had to let go of I can't remember how much it was. It was something, I think it was quite big. It was like a third of their staff, maybe. Bungie ended up having to let go of a certain amount of their staff during the development of Destiny 2 because they were being downsized by Sony, right? Which in a way it's bad because a lot of those people hadn't necessarily done a terrible job, but they just lost their job because Sony was downsizing and it was all like, you know, departments they didn't really feel relevant. So they get rid of a bunch of people and give them the boot. And on the same day as like a ton of the people at their company get laid off, Bungie, like, head honcho Pete Parsons is fucking tweeting about his classic car collection and how much money he has. I'm talking about, wow, guys, yeah, look at all these new cars that I've just bought and spent all this money on. Ha, never mind those poor fuckers who work for me who've now just got fired because Sony downsized them and I probably had to decide who I was going to get rid of. But have you seen this brand new Ferrari 250 GTO that I just bought, guys? Isn't it really nice? And you wonder why these companies are failing. Because fucking morons like that are running it. Maybe what he did worked 20 years ago, but he's made his money now and he doesn't give a shit. What people seem to forget, experience isn't always a good thing, because in a lot of cases it just means someone's already made their money and now doesn't care. And why would you try anywhere near as hard if, again, if you're getting paid and you have no risk of your job getting taken out from under you? Right? That was a long rant, anyway. Games nowadays are shit, to be honest. I'd say it depends. I mean, development and tech in games is way better than it ever used to be. In terms of certain elements of it, I think certain games aren't made the same way they used to be for some of the reasons I talked about a minute ago, to be honest. See what Battlefield is doing, including the community to build a game? Yeah, but you see, that's the thing, though. That's good. Battlefield did that, but what had to happen for them to do it? They had to get knocked on their ass with 2042. Battlefield made a game in Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5 that were largely successful and people really liked. Then they made 2042, which went more into... I mean, it was just broken, let's be honest. That was part of its problem. It was terrible when it launched. But people didn't like it. It bombed. It lost EA probably a load of money. And who is it? Is it DICE, isn't it? I think it's DICE who own thingy. But they made 2042. Nobody likes it. And then they're like, oh shit, we need to change something. And they change something and make a better step in the right direction. But they needed to get the shock to the system of, oh shit, before it happened, right? They weren't going to do that if they didn't have a game that bombed. And EA just went, it's fine, we'll just make the next one, they'll enjoy that. Right? Curiously enough, I'm currently checking out attractions in Edinburgh. Oh, nice. Interesting. Thank you for the Nopscat Bruce as well. I also just realised the time, so I'll have to wind down in a sec. 2042 was a COD. 2042 as a style and as a game was okay. Problem with 2042 was, literally when it shipped, it was completely it was just unplayable. The game was terrible when it launched, which you saying about games these days are terrible compared to what they used to be. I think that's part of the problem, is because video games has become less of a making things as a hobby for people to play and have fun with, and has become more of a money-making business, because as all things tend to be, they get more professional and then it changes the game, right? Same thing with, like, sports, right? Teams become professional and things kind of go from there rather than amateur sport. It changes and becomes more about money and stuff. But, like, in games, it's the same thing, right? It all became a bit more professional and a bit more about making money, and the quality of games dropped. And so people started shipping half-made games that came out were crap. And then they go, oh, people didn't like it. I wonder why. Maybe because I can't even load the game up because it crashes before I get off the title screen. And they're like, oh, I'll do it. Weird. It's all strange that people hated whatever the game was because it literally was unplayable, you know? Fucking ridiculous, dude. Anyway. Hey, y'all.
Attention. Lockdown mode has been...
That's a name I haven't seen in the chat for a little bit. Hello there, artist of the channel. Elise, otherwise known as Ghoul Mommy. How is it going? Oh, I said that like that. How's it going? Welcome in. And it was your birthday a couple of days ago as well, so happy belated birthday to you as well on that. I know I said it on the day, but there you go. Happy belated birthday as well. Well, I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. That was a weird noise that I made then. Tell you what, I was thinking about wrapping up. I'll go for a little bit longer. We got more achievements to sniff out. We'll do a little bit longer, right? Yeah. You have devs that just blame people for being racist, sexist, homophobic, rather than the quality of their game being shit, hence why it didn't do well. Yeah. Well, no, one of the things I saw it was about Dragon Age Veilguard, is that some people said that the reason people hated Veilguard was because the character was non-binary or whatever, wasn't it? I think it's non-binary is the character in Veilguard that everyone hates. And everyone said, oh, it's because they're non-binary, and it's like, well, no, it's because they're written really poorly. The character's just a bit fucking annoying. And the way that they do things is their whole, I think one of people's problems... I haven't played it, so I can't say myself. But one of people's problems with it is the non-binary character in that game complains the whole game about people, like, not using their correct pronouns and stuff, which is fine. You know, it's a thing that happens to many people in that situation. But then also actively chooses to use wrong ways to speak to other people out of spite. Like, there's some necromancer person who she, like, does the same, or they do the same thing to. And it's like, it just feels a bit hypocritical to have a character sitting there moaning about that type of stuff, who then does the same thing to everyone else. You know? So I don't know. I think it's more like that, where people just didn't like the attitude of the person, rather than that the character was non-binary. But I don't think anyone really is bothered by that. Some people will be. I know in Siege for a while, they had an operator who was trans, and a few people lost their minds. Don't know why. Because it's like, it's fucking pixels on the screen. I don't care if the character's a man, woman, dude, or a fucking alien. If they get the job done in the round, and I win my defense, I'm happy. I don't care who they are. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's like, fine, add inclusivity to games, that's great. But like, you know... Some people lose their minds over it. The vast majority of people aren't bothered by it, and I think these days a lot of like games companies seem to think that they'll add a character like that, and that's the reason people don't like it, rather than the character being annoying, for example. Like the one in Dragon Age. I got nothing against non-binary people. I know many non-binary people, and they're great. But I'm sure they would probably agree that if you make a character that's just a bit of a prick, and then, you know, it's understandable that people didn't like them because of that. I just fucking get it, man. I get it. I have to keep tabbing out here as well because I'm getting really far behind on chat. Yeah, exactly. They blame other things rather than the quality of a game being terrible, which is why it didn't do well. Exactly. Wow, hi streamer of the channel, Noxious TGS. I am doing good. That's a good intro. I like that. Seen the atrocity that Assassin's Creed is trying to release? I haven't. I mean, the previous games I really liked, but I haven't seen much about Shadows because it keeps getting pushed back. But no weird noises here. This is an ASMR channel now. ASMR channel with my sick voice, yeah. Next game I think you should play is Ghost of Tsushima. I have been wanting to play that, actually. I just don't own it. But it is a game that is very good, and I would like to play if I got given the chance, to be honest. To be fair, gamers do be racist, sexist, and homophobic quite often, though. Oh, 100%, yeah. Man, I talk about it all the time. How many times have I played a game of R6 and I see someone drop... There was literally a thing. I haven't shown it on stream because it didn't. I haven't played R6 on stream, but I have a screenshot of it. There's literally a thing in Siege where, for some reason, Ubisoft have this thing that is allowed to go through on the naming system. But so a lot of the stuff on the UB naming system, you're not allowed in the nicknames. So like Mirage, there's a person who we kind of meme about at the minute. He's a bloke called Tim Cocker, who he's involved in sports as a bit of a pundit sometimes. He's a bit of a running inside joke with us at the minute about Tim Cocker and his YouTube channel Egg Chasers Rugby. And he tried to call himself Tim Cocker on Ubisoft, and because it had the word cock in the name, he wasn't allowed it. Yet there are people running around in Siege right now with the name hardarnword.ian. And I've run into multiple of them. And almost all of them who are doing it are cheaters. So they're just cheating and running around with a name that says hardar n-word Ian, the actual word, not hardar, you know, is like saying that as the word. The actual word. It's like, yeah, gamers are fucking trash most of the time, but like, also that's not the whole problem a lot of the time. Or not a lot of the time, but makes unlikable characters. Why does no one like our character-based game? How could this happen? Exactly. I just don't get it. Like, if you make a good game, people will like it. If you make a bad game, people won't like it. But it seems like a concept that's gone out the window a bit these days. You make a bad game and they go, people don't like it. Must be because we don't have a battle pass. And it's like, no. No one wants a battle pass. I'm sick of battle passes. Stuff like that could be written more carefully. It should be. Do you know what? I think, in a way, Shags, it's an insult to people who are non-binary and gay and trans and stuff like that in characters when they make them so bad in games, because it gives them a bad reputation. People written as part of minority groups and things like that in games should have good writing, because it should do justice to the people they're trying to represent. Don't think that's a hot take, is it? If you make a shit character who happens to be from any group of people, people won't like them. And then we talked about it last week. Look at Mass Effect. We played Mass Effect 2 the last few weeks on stream. Half the characters in Mass Effect are fucking great. And then you look at those same people, well, not the same people, but the same studio that makes Dragon Age the Veilguard that everyone shits on for the characters being terrible. What went wrong? Mass Effect, they made likable characters that people liked and bonded with. That Dragon Age game that people don't like talking about, they didn't make that. They made characters that were just kind of annoying. You know? As long as the character in the story is written good, I have no care. Exactly, yeah. Like, it's like one of those things. If I went into a game and I was playing a game for fun and I was playing as a male character, would I choose the gay option of the romancing? No, because I don't swing that way in real life. Do I have a problem with it being in the game, though? Also, no. If people want to do that, let them do it. I don't care. Would I choose it? No. But yeah, exactly. I have no problem if a character's written well or a story's written well. It doesn't bother me at all, because why should it? Never got into Assassin's Creed. Some of the Assassin's Creed game can be really good, but they fucked some of them up recently. Valhalla, Origins, and Odyssey are pretty nice, though. Hard no from me. If you say you'll play it on stream in the first half of 2025, I'll sort your copy. I couldn't do that. Couldn't ask for that. No more battle passes, please. Honestly, battle passes are just outrageous. Battle passes, memberships, live service, FOMO shit. I don't want any of that anymore. I want to pay for a game, have basically the entire game. Also, by the way, I think I missed the snooze on it. There is a break that's going to start in a couple of minutes, so apologies for that. Everyone's getting hit with the ads. I do apologize. But yeah, anyone who, like, I can't think of someone who actually wants battle passes. No one wants battle passes. They're just bad. They're annoying. I want to be able to... Or at least, if they're going to do battle passes are fine. If they're permanent. If you buy a battle pass and you can work on it whenever, this season when it came out, or in 10 seasons time if the game is still going, I don't have a problem with that. Because if I've paid for the content, I want to be able to enjoy the content. What I don't want is to buy a battle pass, they go, well, I kind of burnt out on this game now, I don't really want to play it. And then you go, well, I have to because I've spent 10 quid on a battle pass. And you don't have a choice, you're fucked. You know? Once they've got you, you're done. But anyway, I'm going to pause real quick. We'll keep going for a little... Oh no, the cough has started. I'm not putting it on to try and convince you I'm sick. The cough has started. This is not good. I need to go refill my water because I'm just getting a bit dry. I'll go refill my water bottle. And I said the funny word, and I'll be back in a sec, okay? And then we'll carry on for like another 30 minutes or something, alright? So BRB everyone, back in a sec, okay? Alright, I'm back early from the break, but we'll wait a sec before we carry on. One of the reasons I love The Last of Us 2 so much, the diversity in characters doesn't mean they're limited to their identity, they're written as like complex people. Exactly, Shags. I agree. He did say it by reading out the message. What about Ghost of Tsushima thing? I wouldn't do that because I would feel bad if someone bought me a game to play on stream. Because I couldn't guarantee I'd be able to fit it in. Because it all depends on like what I'm doing and what games we're playing and stuff, you know? Spoken like... Welcome back from the break, everybody. Apologies for the ads. I was going to snooze it, but I missed the timing on it. Spoken like a true Destiny survivor. Yeah. I haven't played D2 since... probably July last year, maybe? Maybe August? It's been a while. A long time. I don't have it installed anymore. It was a really big game. I played all I wanted out of it, and I wasn't particularly crazy with the way that the game was going at the end of the DLC. I thought they ended it well, and then they kind of just, like, didn't really explain what was going to happen afterwards very well. And it just didn't really give me any interest of the future of the game. So maybe I'll come back in the future, but... Bring back the games where you had to work to get your unlocks and stuff. That was fun as well. Continue on for a little bit, shall we? And I'm off the BRB screen this time. Alright, everybody. I did it. Are you proud? I actually remembered to change screens this time. See, I'm not stupid. Have a good one, Shags. Oh, he's got a Jubilife on as well. Let me grab that. Every time I tab out, it silences the game so you don't hear anything, but... Let me slap Jubilife on, because Shags has very nicely requested it, though. This version that I found on Spotify. Just a banging version of the Jubilife theme. By Button Masher and DJ Cutman. Shout out to those guys. I returneth. Welcome back. I didn't want to hit you lot with the ads, but we have to get rid of them pre-rolls, you know? Fucking pre-rolls, man. I don't think I know a single person who exists on Twitch who likes pre-roll ads. Everybody hates them. I don't even think pre-rolls should be a thing anymore. They should just get rid of them entirely. Nobody wants them. Actually, no, then again, if they did that, they'd just come up with another reason to force people to do ads instead. So actually, it wouldn't be a win after all. They'd just come up with another reason to get people to do it instead of, well, you can get rid of the pre-rolls, I guess. What a banger theme, though.
I'm not sure who to be angry
That hurt my voice a little bit. Bruce, thank you very much for the gift sub to our... Well, one of our, of course, because we have a number of them. Favorite artists of the stream. Responsible for... actually, this PNG on screen right now is made by Elise. But you made this PNG. You also did a couple of the emotes. You did the bonk, the animated emotes, the eyebrow, the... Did I do the eyebrow in animated and non-animated? Can't remember if I did both now. You did... Oh yeah, the science one as well. The flask, the eyebrow, the what did I specifically call it? The dere face and the bonk. That's the ones, and the PNG. You also made my original PNG as well, which I kind of cycle in and out. So I change PNGs like every couple of months or so. But you've made most of my PNGs that I have. I didn't realize how old my PNG was until the other day when I was looking randomly. And then I realized it's like early 2022 is when this PNG existed. Isn't that wild? That this PNG has been around since 2022. Crazy, man. Thank you though, Bruce. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the gift sub to one of our wonderful artists of the channel, of course. This still isn't going to work. What the fuck is this lock combination, dude? Am I just dumb? It's not that, is it? That'd have to be a double and then it'd leave. No, that doesn't work either. Why am I so confused by this one lock? It's beaten me. Does that go in a different rotation, perhaps? No? Oh, it does. Alright, that's what I was missing. There you go. See, I am smart. We smart. But yeah,
They aren't paying us enough to be poking through this scrap heap.
that guy's Irish accent is so bad. There's no way that guy's actually Irish. The guy who voices that character is Irish, then I'm actually Welsh. Genuinely. My accent for the Welsh one is more convincing than this guy's Irish accent. Passing of time makes me sick, honestly, dude. It's kind of wild, isn't it, when you think about it? Like, when I want to say I must have followed you in 2021. Back when you first started streaming. I want to say when I followed, you had 500 to 600 followers, maybe? What do you have now, like 10,000 or something? I think it's close, isn't it, to 10k? It's gotta be. Yeah, it's been a long old time. So it would have been like 2021. Summer 2021. Because there was an old stream team that you used to be part of course, that I think is how I first knew of your existence.
So have you thought about what I've said?
Oh. I didn't know what this guy said. Oh, here we go.
Don't act stupid. I'm talking about off in Delgado and getting paid by Neva for the info on Crix.
Right.
Yeah, right. You saw it back there. Those things, whatever they were.
I think we should kill this guy and then accuse him of double-crossing everyone.
And if they haven't, we can still handle the job. We just have to get our hands a little dirty.
We should do.
Wouldn't be the first time, am I right?
His accent just sounds wrong, man. Not going to be part of your plan.
Of all the people to get trapped here with, why the hell did I get stuck with you, huh?
He's going to try and kill me now, isn't he?
Have it your way. So, now that we've made it to the guard tower, what's our next move, genius? Keep doing what we've been doing. Right. Glad I asked. I suppose we should start off by...
I thought this guy was actually going to turn on me and I was going to whip my gun out and shoot him then.
If he stashed
I haven't streamed more than once a month in like 2 years till this month. I think I actually died and got reanimated. It's been a long old time, yeah. I mean, I know you've had a lot going on, so I mean, it's kind of understandable. It's hard to keep up consistent schedules when a lot of stuff's gone on in your life, you know? I'm kind of amazed that I've managed to keep mine up for as long as I have. That person's looking a bit worse for wear, aren't they? Looking very bold. That person's head looks like the moon from a distance. Very grim, innit? But they've died and become frozen. Necromancy, yeah. Yeah, necromancy. Exactly. Reminds me of a very fucked up joke that someone once said that you should say to people as like a... You walk past a group of strangers in the street and you say something really, like, the most messed up thing you can to make them go, what the fuck did I just hear? Not going to say it on stream because I actually don't think it's something that you can say on stream. It's not, like, offensive, but it's just the actual topic of what it's about is really fucked. But, yeah, it's quite funny. So it's a joke I unfortunately can't repeat, but someone would find it funny with one of your morbid sense of humours. Probably. If you didn't, then it'd be pretty awkward. Fucking bugs, man. Honestly. No, I'm not going in there. Like that. I'm not wasting my time. What am I even looking for? Looking for a cache or something, wasn't I? Wait, is this guy supposed to be Irish? Yes. Believe it or not, he is. He doesn't sound it though, does he? If you were to guess, I wouldn't have said he was actually Irish. What is it? There must be something in here I've missed. What am I missing? Can't shoot the throne. Fuck is in here? Oh, okay. Who hides a holotape in a lamp? This guy's somehow struggling with these like level 10s as well. What is this guy doing, man? What a noob. Honestly. Sayers almost fall off the edge. We didn't see that, alright? I made it first try absolutely easily. No problems, no questions asked. Alright? Puncture wounds. Oh, yikes. It's like I said earlier, could you imagine how expensive this type of medicine would be in certain parts of the world if you could go, oh no, I've got terrible things that need treating, and you just consume some bandages that instantly fixed it. That'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Requires computer. That ain't very helpful, is it? Because I don't know where the fucking PC is.
Was right. Cricks must have hit the Galbank transport.
That's obviously down there.
Away the money or something. Play this right.
That guy's accent is so bad. I just want to run away from him so I don't have to hear him talk anymore. He's so bad. Oh. Oh, that was a skill mag. Useful to know. A power pack. Don't need that crap. They give us so much crap in this game that we just don't need. Like, I don't need 1,500 jetpacks, you know? Why? Where is the computer here as well? There's got to be one nearby. They wouldn't put it miles away. Where computer? No. There's got to be a computer somewhere. But where, though? Fucking PC, man. Alright, let's just go over here and do this. I really wish there's some no gravity here as well that would help, so I wouldn't have to do these stupid jumps constantly. Because you know one of these times I'm gonna, like, I'm gonna miss it and I'm gonna fall and take tons of damage from fall damage. Is that it? No, that's a different door. Okay, never mind. Different door. Access the escape tunnel. Well, I guess we're not going to the place we were looking at before then. Might as well just leave that. We'll be fine. I'm sure it won't be pivotal to some point later in the quest for us avoiding a terrible decision we'll now have to make. Definitely not.
Give me a sec. This sort of come in handy.
Hmm. We also have that minigun, but of course we don't have any ammo for it anymore, sadly. Makes me a little sad that I don't have any ammo left in my minigun. It was actually a very satisfying minigun, I've got to say. As they go, sometimes they can be a bit crap, but actually it was pretty satisfying to use. I reckon, probably when we, finish this little quest that we're doing, I think I'll probably start winding down then. Because I probably need to rest my little voice a little bit, because it is a bit scratchy. It's actually not, it's held up better than I thought it would, honestly. But it is getting a little bit scratchy, so hopefully if I don't go too crazy tonight, I'll be able to stream tomorrow. And we'll unlock the new challenger as well that we need in War Thunder. That'll be good. That's the plan anyway. I think it was one of you lot there. You got me sick through the screen, didn't you? Who came in here on Sunday's stream and was sick? One of you probably was. You got me sick through the screen. I know it was you. Own up, who was it? It was one of you. You transmitted your germs through the power of the internet. Oh, I've been got by it. Now this guy's going to turn on me, I feel like. Surely.
I hope you found something because I am getting sick and tired of this place.
said I was out of my mind, but something told me we'd find the answers down here.
My defense, I told you it was a dodgy USB. Yeah, well. Should have warned me better, shouldn't you?
Delgado. I help plenty.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Tell him to shut up. I will deal with him later.
Whatever.
Hopefully we can still do tomorrow. I mean, really, out of all of them, the one we want this week that's like the stream we don't want to cancel is Mass Effect on Thursday. That'd just be brilliant, man. If we can get Mass Effect, oh, be well hyped for that.
I'm looking at schematics for the lock, and I don't think there's a way to get you back to the surface from there. But I can open the outer doors to the shuttle bay and let you fly one of the shuttles down there directly up to the key. Good answer. You're learning fast. Okay, let me see. Shuttle bay activated.
I think essentially the organization that we're attempting to join here, or have already joined, are basically like smugglers. So we're doing some kind of like semi-illegal activity here.
Why the hell did you lie to Delgado about me? You didn't do all this work alone.
I don't really say we lied.
Hey, come on. I was just looking out for both of us. I could have caught you out of the deal, but I didn't, right? Look, about all that killing Delgado stuff, why don't we just forget about everything that I said? You know, like it never happened.
Ugh.
Oh, you're gonna be like that, huh?
Accent,
Well,
accent, man.
Now, let's...
Ugh. My hatred of this guy's accent gets worse every time he speaks. It's just gnarly, dude. Took my pain med so I can have a good night. So I can have a good night's rest when you end stream. Is this where I... Holy... Okay. I thought this was going to be easy getting up here, and then this fucker showed up. Jesus. This might take a little longer than I thought. I was going to say, I was insert obligatory joke about, haha, you fall asleep from watching me anyway. Ah. Nah, I didn't. Thought I'd spare you just this once. That thing is huge, look at it. Graloba Queen. Some Monster Hunter shit right there. Hello, my aim. Hello. Playing like I was playing in Siege yesterday. But I had an absolute stinker on Siege last night. It was awful. I think I played one good game and then the rest of them were just absolute dog water. It was awful, man. Why you stood on my fucking head, man? What's that about? Gonna get a lobotomy from this giant insect thing. Ugh. These bug things are always creepy, dude. Whether you like bugs or not, I feel like they're always just kind of creepy whenever you see them. Their weird spindly legs, you know? I think that's a fair enough thing there, Duke, to be honest. You know? Not having to take a ton of meds and stuff to be able to sleep at night is a good thing, generally. Probably not a bad thing.
I have something for you when you got a sec.
I always struggle sleeping, though. I'm a bad sleeper. I think my problem is that, like, I usually get tired. When I sleep, I usually sleep decently well. I don't wake up tons. The problem I have is, I constantly just cannot fall asleep, you know? I can't go sit in my bed. And I'll be like, alright, let's go sleep. And 5 hours later, I'll look at the clock and be like, that didn't happen. You know?
When you have a few moments, there's something I'd like to
Stop, Sarah. I'm not talking to you right now. She always wants to talk to me at the most inconvenient times, I swear. A nightmare, you know?
As long as you put the fleet first, we won't have any problems.
There's the door. There we go. There's the door. Hello, friends.
There you are. The hell took
Yeah,
you
once I
so
think
long?
I've finished talking to this fella, I'll probably
I was about to fly down and
bugger
loot
off
your
for the night.
bodies.
Not now, neighbor. Well, you said you found something. Hand it over.
Would thank you be so difficult? Damn.
Just one slate. After losing so much of our crew, it better be a map with a big red X on it. Well, I'll be damned. Legacy wasn't referring to Crix's fortune. It's the name of an actual ship. A Galbank transport probably loaded with credits.
Never heard any stories about a Gal Bank ship going down. And even if it had happened, it would have been picked clean years ago.
No, neighbor. Think. If Galbank covered it up, and over time, the location was eventually forgotten, it wouldn't be on anyone's radar.
Good point.
Okay, this changes things. Now that we know what we are looking for, we have to narrow the search. Well,
Actually,
that
maybe
is
we're
not
treasure
necessary.
hunters rather than smugglers.
Let us start with what we know. It was a Galbank ship, which means the company is
I'm
going
kind of
to
just
have records
confused, to
of
be
when it
honest.
went down. Neighbor, weren't you working on a deal with Rokov? Something about a big wig charity?
Are you serious? I've been working on that gig for 3 months. That's my score.
Ay, Dios mío. Will you shut up about your score and think for a second? That Starliner has a Galbank VIP suite aboard, which means... Come on, neighbor. This isn't hard.
Which means a Gal Bank exec will be aboard. We grab their credentials and get ourselves into the Gal Bank archives in New Atlantis. Holy shit, that might actually work. I'll send a message to Rokov right away.
Pack your bags, Rook. You're going on vacation. And since you've earned it, take this gun with you. Might come in handy.
End of the quest.
When Rokov screws everything up as usual.
Hey.
Good, because that is exact. Neighbor and I are too. I need you to board them.
Get past this.
You'd better. Oh, before you leave, I wanted you to know that I took.
Honestly, I'm surprised.
Have a
you
good
made it
one,
off Super
Shaylay.
Rob.
You take it easy, my dudes. I'm actually going to wrap up in just a sec. But thank you for hanging out, man.
And remember.
And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night.
Hey,
Okay?
Rook, before you...
If you have any last questions about the job, ask them now.
I'd save. Yeah, you take it easy, dude. We're hitting the desktop. And I'm going to start winding down for the night. But first, before I do anything else, I am going to go and see how many achievements we've unlocked today. We need to find out. How many have we done? What's anyone's prediction if you have one? I know we sometimes do this. Anyone got an idea? What do you reckon we got? I'm going to say 3, but... I don't know. I'm going 3 achievements. That's my pick, 3. Once I close and reopen the Xbox app, we'll find out. I hate that the Xbox app takes forever to load now as well. It's a real pain in the ass. I don't have anything on screen either. I haven't put the lab up. That's not good. There we go. Okay. We have done... 3 achievements. Nice. We completed The Devils You Know. We completed A Legacy Forged. 2 quests. And we completed... Rook meets King, join the Crimson Fleet. Which now puts us officially at 32 achievements, leaving us with 18 to go. Only 2 of those are now quest-based. Everything else is side quests. So we have 2 quests left to do for the factions, which will basically be next week's stream, and then we'll be good to go after that. So there you go. That's a pretty decent haul there, I think. Yeah. Not bad, that. 3 achievements, we'll take it. I'm fairly happy with that. Officially on the overall game for gamer score, we're at 51%. Oh no, achievements specifically, we're at 51%, my bad. Because there is 12 achievements for the DLC, but we don't own that, so I'm not going to be doing it. But there you go. So that's kind of cool, isn't it? 3 achievements today, a couple of quest ones, not bad. We've made some good progress. I am relatively happy with that. Yeah. Got nothing to moan about with that. It's a good little thing. Also, actually, recently, if anyone didn't know this, on Xbox anyway, you have a thing with every achievement, which is gamer score, which gives you a small amount of it every time you do it. Usually, you get about 10 for most achievements. Some you'll get, there'll be like bigger ones will give you more. So, in this game, for example, like the end of a quest line one will give you 30. So, like Legacy Reforged will give you 30. I have officially recently hit 100k. I have 100,261 gamer score, which is kind of wild. So, there you go. Mr. Big Bucks now when it comes to gamer score. That's pretty cool. Anyway, been here long enough. You guys are probably all sick of me and my sick voice at this point. So, I'm going to end off the YouTube stream. So, thank you very much, any of the folks who are over on the YouTube stream. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I will talk to you, YouTube folks, when I see you next, which will be tomorrow, probably. So, I hope you all have a good one, and I will see you YouTube people soon. How's that?